Like a stubborn file that refuses to be transcribed by a printer, when you do not lavish these DNA segments with enough sleep, they will not translate their instructional code into printed action and give the brain and body what they need. Dr. Dirk Jan Dijk, who directs the Surrey Sleep Research Centre in England, has shown that the effects of insufficient sleep on genetic activity are just as striking in humans as they are in mice. Dijk and his prolific team examined gene expression in a group of healthy young men and women after having restricted them to 6 hours of sleep a night for 1 week, all monitored under strict laboratory conditions. After 1 week of subtly reduced sleep, the activity of a hefty 711 genes was distorted, relative to the genetic activity profile of these very same individuals when they were obtaining 8.5 hours of sleep for a week. Interestingly, the effect went in both directions. About half of those 711 genes had been abnormally revved up in their expression by the loss of sleep, while the other half had been diminished in their expression or shut down entirely. The genes that were increased included those linked to chronic inflammation, cellular stress, and various factors that cause cardiovascular disease. Among those turned down were genes that help maintain stable metabolism and optimal immune responses. Subsequent studies have found that short sleep duration will also disrupt the activity of genes regulating cholesterol. In particular, a lack of sleep will cause a drop in high-density lipoproteins, HDLs, a directional profile that has consistently been linked to cardiovascular disease. Footnote: beyond a simple lack of sleep, Dijk's research team has further shown that inappropriately timed sleep, such as that imposed by jet lag or shift work, can have equally large effects on the expression of human genes as inadequate sleep. By pushing forward an individual's sleep-wake cycle by a few hours each day for 3 days, Dijk disrupted a massive 1/3 of the transcribing activity of the genes in a group of young, healthy adults. Once again, the genes that were impacted controlled elemental life processes, such as the timing of metabolic, thermoregulatory, and immune activity, as well as cardiac health. Insufficient sleep does more than alter the activity and readout of your genes. It attacks the very physical structure of your genetic material itself. The spiral strands of DNA in your cells float around in the nucleus, but are tightly wound together into structures called chromosomes, rather like weaving individual threads together to make a sturdy shoelace. And just like a shoelace, the ends of your chromosomes need to be protected by a cap or binding tip. For chromosomes, that protective cap is called a telomere. If the telomeres at the end of your chromosomes become damaged, your DNA spirals become exposed, and your now vulnerable genetic code cannot operate properly, like a fraying shoelace without a tip. The less sleep an individual obtains, or the worse the quality of sleep, the more damaged the capstone telomeres of that individual's chromosomes. These are the findings of a collection of studies that have recently been reported in thousands of adults in their 40s, 50s, and 60s by numerous independent research teams around the world. Whether this association is causal remains to be determined, but the particular nature of the telomere damage caused by short sleeping is now becoming clear. It appears to mimic that seen in aging or advanced decrepitude. That is, two individuals of the same chronological age would not appear to be of the same biological age on the basis of their telomere health if one was routinely sleeping 5 hours a night while the other was sleeping 7 hours a night. The latter would appear younger, while the former would artificially have aged far beyond their calendar years. Genetic engineering of animals and genetically modified food are fraught topics, layered thick with strong emotions. DNA occupies a transcendent, near-divine position in the minds of many individuals, liberal and conservative alike. On this basis, we should feel just as averse and uncomfortable about our own lack of sleep. Not sleeping enough, which for a portion of the population is a voluntary choice, significantly modifies your gene transcriptome, that is, the very essence of you, or at least you as defined biologically by your DNA. Neglect sleep, and you are deciding to perform a genetic engineering manipulation on yourself each night, tampering with the nucleic alphabet that spells out your daily health story. Permit the same in your children and teenagers, and you are imposing a similar genetic engineering experiment on them as well. Part 3. How and Why We Dream. Chapter 9. Routinely Psychotic. REM Sleep Dreaming. Last night, you became flagrantly psychotic. It will happen again tonight. Before you reject this diagnosis, allow me to offer 5 justifying reasons. First, when you were dreaming last night, you started to see things that were not there. You were hallucinating. Second, you believed things that could not possibly be true. You were delusional. Third, you became confused about time, place, and person. You were disoriented. Fourth, you had extreme swings in your emotions, something psychiatrists call being effectively labile. Fifth, and how delightful, you woke up this morning and forgot most, if not all, of this bizarre dream experience. You were suffering from amnesia. If you were to experience any of these symptoms while awake, you'd be seeking immediate psychological treatment. Yet for reasons that are only now becoming clear, the brain state called REM sleep and the mental experience that goes along with it, dreaming, are normal biological and psychological processes, and truly essential ones, as we shall learn. REM sleep is not the only time during sleep when we dream. Indeed, if you use a liberal definition of dreaming as any mental activity reported upon awakening from sleep, such as, "I was thinking about rain," then you technically dream in all stages of sleep. If I wake you from the deepest stage of NREM sleep, there is a 0 to 20% chance you will report some type of bland thought like this. As you are falling asleep or exiting sleep, the dreamlike experiences you have tend to be visually or movement-based. But dreams, as most of us think of them, those hallucinogenic, motoric, emotional, and bizarre experiences with a rich narrative, come from REM sleep, and many sleep researchers limit their definition of true dreaming to that which occurs in REM sleep. As a result, this chapter will mainly focus on REM sleep and the dreams that emerge from this state. We will, however, still explore dreaming at these other moments of sleep, as those dreams, too, offer important insights into the process itself. Your brain on dreams. In the 1950s and 1960s, recordings using electrodes placed on the scalp gave scientists a general sense of the type of brainwave activity underpinning REM sleep. But we had to wait until the advent of brain imaging machines in the early 2000s before we could reconstruct glorious, three-dimensional visualizations of brain activity during REM sleep. It was worth the wait. Among other breakthroughs, the method and the results undermined the postulates of Sigmund Freud and his non-scientific theory of dreams as wish fulfillment, which had dominated psychiatry and psychology for an entire century. There were important virtues of Freud's theory, and we will discuss them in a moment, but there were deep and systemic flaws that led to a rejection of the theory by modern-day science. Our more informed neuroscientific view of REM sleep has since given rise to scientifically testable theories of how it is that we dream. For example, logical, illogical, visual, non-visual, emotional, non-emotional, and what it is that we dream about. For example, experiences from our recent waking lives, de novo experiences, and even gives the chance to nibble away at surely the most fascinating question in all of sleep science, and arguably science writ large: why it is that we dream, that is, the functions of REM sleep dreaming. To appreciate the advance that brain scanners made to our understanding of REM sleep and dreaming beyond simple EEG recordings, we can return to our sports stadium analogy from Chapter 3. Dangling a microphone over the stadium can measure the summed activity of the entire crowd. But it is geographically non-specific in this regard. You cannot determine whether one segment of the crowd in the stadium is chanting loudly, while the segment directly next door is relatively less vocal, or even completely silent. The same non-specificity is true when measuring brain activity with an electrode placed on the scalp. However, magnetic resonance imaging, MRI scans, do not suffer this same spatial smearing effect in quantifying brain activity. MRI scanners effectively carve up the stadium, the brain, into thousands of small, discrete boxes, rather like individual pixels on a screen, and then measure the local activity of the crowd, brain cells, within that specific pixel, distinct from other pixels in other parts of the stadium. Furthermore, MRI scanners map this activity in 3 dimensions, covering all levels of the stadium brain, lower, middle, upper. By placing individuals inside brain scanning machines, I and many other scientists have been able to observe the startling changes in brain activity that occur when people enter into REM sleep and begin dreaming. For the first time, we could see how even the very deepest structures previously hidden from view came alive as REM sleep and dreaming got underway. During dreamless, deep NREM sleep, overall metabolic activity shows a modest decrease, relative to that measured from an individual while they are resting but awake. However, something very different happens as the individual transitions into REM sleep and begins to dream. Numerous parts of the brain light up on the MRI scan as REM sleep takes hold, indicating a sharp increase in underlying activity. In fact, there are 4 main clusters of the brain that spike in activity when someone starts dreaming in REM sleep. 1. The visuospatial regions at the back of the brain, which enable complex visual perception. 2. The motor cortex, which instigates movement. 3. The hippocampus and surrounding regions that we have spoken about before, which support your autobiographical memory. And 4. The deep emotional centers of the brain, the amygdala and the cingulate cortex, a ribbon of tissue that sits above the amygdala and lines the inner surface of your brain, both of which help generate and process emotions. Indeed, these emotional regions of the brain are up to 30% more active in REM sleep compared to when we are awake. Since REM sleep is associated with the active, conscious experience of dreaming, it was perhaps predictable that REM sleep would involve a similarly enthusiastic pattern of increased brain activity. What came as a surprise, however, was a pronounced deactivation of other brain regions, specifically circumscribed regions of the far left and right sides of the prefrontal cortex. To find this area, take your hands and place them at the side corners of the front of your head, about 2 inches above the corners of your eyes. Think of the crowd's universal hand placement when a player just misses scoring a goal during overtime in a World Cup soccer game. These are the regions that became icy blue color scheme blobs on the brain scans, informing us that these neural territories had become markedly suppressed in activity during the otherwise highly active state of REM sleep. Discussed in Chapter 7, the prefrontal cortex acts like the CEO of the brain. This region, especially the left and right sides, manages rational thought and logical decision-making, sending top-down instructions to your more primitive deep brain centers, such as those instigating emotions. And it is this CEO region of your brain, which otherwise maintains your cognitive capacity for ordered, logical thought, that is temporarily ousted each time you enter into the dreaming state of REM sleep. REM sleep can therefore be considered as a state characterized by strong activation in visual, motor, emotional, and autobiographical memory regions of the brain, yet a relative deactivation in regions that control rational thought. Finally, thanks to MRI, we had our first scientifically grounded, whole-brain visualization of the brain in REM sleep. Coarse and rudimentary as the method was, we entered a new era of understanding the why and the how of REM sleep dreaming, without relying on idiosyncratic rules or opaque explanations of past dream theories, such as Freud's. We could make simple, scientific predictions that could be falsified or supported. For example, after having measured the pattern of brain activity of an individual in REM sleep, we could wake them up and obtain a dream report. But even without that dream report, we should be able to read the brain scans and accurately predict the nature of that person's dream before they report it to us. If there was minimal motor activity, but a lot of visual and emotional brain activity, then the particular dream should have little movement, but be filled with visual objects and scenes and contain strong emotions, and vice versa. We have conducted just such an experiment, and the findings were so. We could predict with confidence the form of someone's dream. Would it be visual? Would it be motoric? Would it be awash with emotion? Would it be completely irrational and bizarre? Before the dreamers themselves reported their dream experience to the research assistant. As revolutionary as it was to predict the general form of someone's dream, emotional, visual, motoric, etc., it left a more fundamental question unanswered. Can we predict the content of someone's dream? That is, can we predict what an individual is dreaming about? For example, a car, a woman, food, rather than just the nature of the dream. For example, is it visual? In 2013, a research team in Japan, led by Dr. Yakiyasu Kamitani, at the Advanced Telecommunications Research Institute International in Kyoto, found an ingenious way to address the question. They essentially cracked the code of an individual's dream for the very first time, and, in doing so, led us to an ethically uncomfortable place. Individuals in the experiment consented to the study, an important fact, as we shall see. The results remain preliminary, since they were obtained in just 3 individuals, but they were highly significant. Also, the researchers focused on the short dreams we all frequently have just at the moment when we are falling asleep, rather than the dreams of REM sleep, though the method will soon be applied to REM sleep. The scientists placed each participant into an MRI scanner numerous times over the course of several days. Every time the participant fell asleep, the researchers would wait for a short while as they recorded the brain activity, and then wake the person up and obtain a dream report. Then they would let the person fall back to sleep and repeat the procedure. The researchers continued to do this until they had gathered hundreds of dream reports and corresponding snapshots of brain activity from their participants. An example of one of the dream reports was, "I saw a big bronze statue on a small hill, and below the hill there were houses, streets, and trees." Kamitani and his team then distilled all of the dream reports down into 20 core content categories that were most frequent in the dreams of these individuals, such as books, cars, furniture, computers, men, women, and food, to obtain some kind of ground truth of what participants' brain activity looked like when they actually perceived these types of visual images while awake. The researchers selected real photographs that represented each category, relevant pictures of cars, men, women, furniture, etc. Participants were then placed back inside the MRI scanner and shown these images while awake as the researchers measured their brain activity again. Then, using these patterns of waking brain activity as a truth template of sorts, Kamitani went pattern matching in the sea of sleeping brain activity. The concept is somewhat like DNA matching at a crime scene. The forensics team obtains a small sample of the victim's DNA that they use as a template, then go in search of a specific match from among the myriad possible samples. The scientists were able to predict with significant accuracy the content of participants' dreams at any one moment in time using just the MRI scans, operating completely blind to the dream reports of the participants. Using the template data from the MRI images, they could tell if you were dreaming of a man or a woman, a dog or a bed, flowers or a knife. They were, in effect, mind reading, or should I say, dream reading. The scientists had turned the MRI machine into a very expensive version of the beautiful handmade dream catchers that some Native American cultures will hang above their beds in the hopes of ensnaring the dream. And they had succeeded. The method is far from perfect. It cannot currently determine exactly what man, woman, or car the dreamer is seeing. For example, a recent dream of my own shamelessly featured a stunning 1960s vintage Aston Martin DB4, though you'd never be able to determine that degree of specificity from MRI scans, should I have been a participant in the experiment. You would simply know that I was dreaming of a car, rather than, say, a computer or piece of furniture, but not which car it was. Nevertheless, it is a remarkable advance that will only improve to the point of scientists having the clear ability to decode and visualize dreams. We can now begin to learn more about the construction of dreams, and that knowledge may help disorders of the mind in which dreams are deeply problematic, such as trauma nightmares in PTSD patients. As an individual, rather than a scientist, I must admit to having some vague unease with the idea. Once our dreams were our own. We got to decide whether or not to share them with others, and if we did, which parts to include and which parts to withhold. Participants in these studies always give their consent, but will the method someday reach beyond science and into the philosophical and ethical realm? There may well be a time in the not-too-distant future where we can accurately read out and thus take ownership of a process that few people have volitional control over, the dream. Footnote. I say few, since there are some individuals who can not only become aware that they are dreaming, but even control how and what they dream. It is called lucid dreaming, and we shall hear much more about it in a later chapter. When this finally happens, and I'm sure it will, do we hold the dreamer responsible for what they dream, or is it fair to judge what it is they are dreaming, since they were not the conscious architect of their dream? But if they were not, then who is? It is a perplexing and uncomfortable issue to face. The meaning and content of dreams. MRI studies helped scientists better understand the nature of dreaming and allowed low-level decoding of dreams. Results of these brain scanning experiments have also led to a prediction about one of the oldest questions in all of humanity, and certainly of sleep. Where do dreams come from? Before the new science of dreaming, and before Freud's unsystematic treatment of the topic, dreams came from all manner of sources. The ancient Egyptians believed dreams were sent down from the gods on high. The Greeks shared a similar contention, regarding dreams as visitations from the gods, offering information divine. Aristotle, however, was a notable exception in this regard. 3 of the 7 topics in his Parva Naturalia, short treatises on nature, addressed the state of slumber, de somno e vigilia, on sleep, de insomnis, on dreams, and de divinatione per somnum, on divination in sleep. Level-headed as always, Aristotle dismissed the idea of dreams as being heavenly directed, and instead he cleaved strongly to the more self-experienced belief that dreams have their origins in recent waking events. But it was actually Freud who, in my opinion, made the most remarkable scientific contribution to the field of dream research, one that I feel modern-day neuroscience does not give him sufficient credit for. In his seminal book, The Interpretation of Dreams, 1899, Freud situated the dream unquestionably within the brain, that is, the mind, as there is arguably no ontological difference between the two, of an individual. That may seem obvious now, even inconsequential, but at the time it was anything but, especially considering the aforementioned past. Freud had single-handedly wrested dreams from the ownership of celestial beings and from the anatomically unclear location of the soul. In doing so, Freud made dreams a clear domain of what would become neuroscience, that is, the terra firma of the brain. True and inspired was his proposal that dreams emerge from the brain, as it implied that answers could only be found by way of a systematic interrogation of the brain. We must thank Freud for his paradigmatic shift in thinking. Yet Freud was 50% right and 100% wrong. Things quickly went downhill from this point, as the theory plunged into a quagmire of unprovability. Simply put, Freud believed that dreams came from unconscious wishes that had not been fulfilled. According to his theory, repressed desires, which he termed the latent content, were so powerful and shocking that if they appeared in the dream undisguised, they would wake the dreamer up. To protect the dreamer and his sleep, Freud believed there was a censor, or a filter, within the mind. Repressed wishes would pass through the censor and emerge disguised on the other side. The camouflaged wishes and desires, which Freud described as the manifest content, would therefore be unrecognizable to the dreamer, carrying no risk of jolting the sleeping individual awake. Freud believed that he understood how the censor worked, and that, as a result, he could decrypt the disguised dream, manifest content, and reverse engineer it to reveal the true meaning, latent content, rather like email encryption, wherein the message is cloaked with a code. Without the decryption key, the content of the email cannot be read. Freud felt that he had discovered the decryption key to everyone's dreams, and for many of his affluent Viennese patients, he offered the paid service of removing this disguise and revealing to them the original message content of their dreams. The problem, however, was the lack of any clear predictions from Freud's theory. Scientists could not design an experiment that would test any tenets of his theory in order to help support or falsify it. It was Freud's genius, and his simultaneous downfall. Science could never prove him wrong, which is why Freud continues to cast a long shadow on dream research to this day. But by the very same token, we could never prove the theory right. A theory that cannot be discerned true or false in this way will always be abandoned by science, and that is precisely what happened to Freud and his psychoanalytic practices. As a concrete example, consider the scientific method of carbon dating, used to determine the age of an organic object like a fossil. To validate the method, scientists would have the same fossil analyzed by several different carbon dating machines that operated on the same underlying principle. If the method was scientifically robust, these independent machines should all return the same value of the fossil's age. If they do not, the method must be flawed, as the data is inaccurate and cannot be replicated. The method of carbon dating was shown by this process to be legitimate. Not so for the Freudian psychoanalytic method of dream interpretation. Researchers have had different Freudian psychoanalysts interpret the same dream of an individual. If the method was scientifically reliable, with clear structured rules and metrics that the therapists could apply, then their respective interpretations of this dream should be the same, or at least have some degree of similarity in the extracted meaning they return. Instead, the psychoanalysts all gave remarkably different interpretations of this same dream, without any statistically significant similarity between them. There was no consistency. You cannot place a QC, quality control, sticker on Freudian psychoanalysis. A cynical criticism of the Freudian psychoanalytic method is therefore one of the disease of genericness. Rather like horoscopes, the interpretations offered are generalizable, seemingly providing an explanatory fit to any and all things. For example, before describing the criticisms of Freudian theory in my university lectures, I often do the following with my students as a, perhaps cruel, demonstration. I start by asking anyone in the lecture auditorium if they would be willing to share a dream that I will interpret pro bono on the spot. A few hands will go up. I point to one of the respondents and ask them their name. Let's call this one Kyle. I ask Kyle to tell me his dream. He says, "I was running through an underground parking lot trying to find my car. I don't know why I was running, but I felt like I really needed to get to my car. I found the car, but it wasn't actually the car I owned, but I thought it was my car in the dream. I tried to start the car, but each time I turned the key, nothing happened. Then my cell phone went off loudly and I woke up." In response, I look intensely and knowingly at Kyle, having been nodding my head throughout his description. I pause and then say, "I know exactly what your dream is about, Kyle." Amazed, he and the rest of the lecture hall awaits my answer, as though time has ground to a halt. After another long pause, I confidently enunciate the following. Your dream, Kyle, is about time, and more specifically, about not having enough time to do the things you really want to do in life. A wave of recognition, almost relief, washes over Kyle's face, and the rest of the class appear equally convinced. Then I come clean. "Kyle, I have a confession. No matter what dream anyone ever tells me, I always give them that very same generic response, and it always seems to fit." Thankfully, Kyle is a good sport, and takes this with no ill grace, laughing with the rest of the class. I apologize once again to him. The exercise, however, importantly reveals the dangers of generic interpretations that feel very personal and uniquely individual, yet scientifically hold no specificity whatsoever. I want to be clear, as this all seems dismissive. I am in no way suggesting that reviewing your dreams yourself, or sharing them with someone else, is a waste of time. On the contrary, I think it is a very helpful thing to do, as dreams do have a function, as we will hear about in the next chapter. Indeed, journaling your waking thoughts, feelings, and concerns has a proven mental health benefit, and the same appears true of your dreams. A meaningful, psychologically healthy life is an examined one, as Socrates so often declared. Nevertheless, the psychoanalytic method built on Freudian theory is non-scientific, and holds no repeatable, reliable, or systematic power for decoding dreams. This people must be aware of. In actual fact, Freud knew of this limitation. He had the prophetic sensibility to recognize that a day of scientific reckoning would come. The sentiment is neatly encapsulated in his own words when discussing the origin of dreams in The Interpretation of Dreams, where he states, "Deeper research will one day trace the path further and discover an organic basis for the mental event." He knew that an organic, brain explanation would ultimately reveal the truth of dreams, a truth that his theory lacked. Indeed, 4 years before he descended into a non-scientific, psychoanalytic theory of dreaming in 1895, Freud initially tried to construct a scientifically informed, neurobiological explanation of the mind in a work called The Project for a Scientific Psychology. In it are beautiful drawings of neural circuits with connecting synapses that Freud mapped out, trying to understand the workings of the mind while awake and asleep. Unfortunately, the field of neuroscience was still in its infancy at the time. Science was simply not up to the task of deconstructing dreams, and so unscientific postulates such as Freud's were inevitable. We should not blame him for that, but we should also not accept an unscientific explanation of dreams because of that. Brain scanning methods have offered the first inklings of just this organic truth about the source of dreams. Since autobiographical memory regions of the brain, including the hippocampus, are so active during REM sleep, we should expect dreaming to contain elements of the individual's recent experience, and perhaps give clues as to the meaning, if any, of dreams, something that Freud elegantly described as day residue. It was a clear-cut, testable prediction, which my longtime friend and colleague, Robert Stickgold at Harvard University, elegantly proved was, in fact, utterly untrue. With an important caveat. Stickgold designed an experiment that would determine the extent to which dreams were a precise replay of our recent waking autobiographical experiences. For 2 weeks straight, he had 29 healthy young adults keep a detailed log of daytime activities, the events they were engaged in, going to work, meeting specific friends, meals they ate, sports they played, etc., and their current emotional concerns. In addition, he had them keep dream journals, asking them to write down any recalled dreams that they had when they woke up each morning. He then had external judges systematically compare the reports of the participants' waking activities with their dream reports, focusing on the degree of similarity of well-defined features, such as locations, actions, objects, characters, themes, and emotions. Of a total of 299 dream reports that Stickgold collected from these individuals across the 14 days, a clear rerun of prior waking life events, day residue, was found in just 1 to 2%. Dreams are not, therefore, a wholesale replay of our waking lives. We do not simply rewind the video of the day's recorded experience and relive it at night, projected on the big screen of our cortex. If there is such a thing as day residue, there are but a few drops of the stuff in our otherwise arid dreams. But Stickgold did find a strong and predictive daytime signal in the static of nighttime dream reports. Emotions. Between 35 and 55% of emotional themes and concerns that participants were having while they were awake during the day, powerfully and unambiguously resurfaced in the dreams they were having at night. The commonalities were just as clear to the participants themselves, who gave similarly confident judgments when asked to compare their own dream reports with their waking reports. If there is a red thread narrative that runs from our waking lives into our dreaming lives, it is that of emotional concerns. Counter to Freudian assumptions, Stickgold had shown that there is no censor, no veil, no disguise. Dream sources are transparent, clear enough for anyone to identify and recognize without the need for an interpreter. Do dreams have a function? Through a combination of brain activity measures and rigorous experimental testing, we have finally begun to develop a scientific understanding of human dreams, their form, content, and the waking sources. There is, however, something missing here. None of the studies that I have described so far proves that dreams have any function. REM sleep, from which principal dreams emerge, certainly has many functions, as we have discussed and will continue to discuss. But do dreams themselves, above and beyond REM sleep, actually do anything for us? As a matter of scientific fact, yes, they do. Chapter 10. Dreaming as Overnight Therapy. It was long thought that dreams were simply epiphenomena of the stage of sleep, REM, from which they emerge. To illustrate the concept of epiphenomena, let's consider the light bulb. The reason we construct the physical elements of a light bulb, the glass sphere, the coiled wire element that sits inside, the screw-in electrical contact at the base, is to create light. That is the function of the light bulb, and the reason we designed the apparatus to begin with. However, a light bulb also produces heat. Heat is not the function of the light bulb, nor is it the reason we originally fashioned it. Instead, heat is simply what happens when light is generated in this way. It is an unintended byproduct of the operation, not the true function. Heat is an epiphenomenon in this case. Similarly, evolution may have gone to great lengths to construct the neural circuits in the brain that produce REM sleep and the functions that REM sleep supports. However, when the human brain produces REM sleep in this specific way, it may also produce this thing we call dreaming. Dreams, like heat from a light bulb, may serve no function. Dreams may simply be epiphenomena of no use or consequence. They are merely an unintended byproduct of REM sleep. Rather a depressing thought, isn't it? I'm sure many of us feel that our dreams have meaning and some useful purpose. To address this stalemate, exploring whether dreaming, beyond the stage of sleep it emerges from, has true purpose, scientists began by defining the functions of REM sleep. Once those functions were known, we could then examine whether the dreams that accompany REM sleep and the very specific content of those dreams were crucial determinants of those adaptive benefits. If what you dream about offers no predictive power in determining the benefits of that REM sleep, it would suggest that dreams are epiphenomenal, and REM sleep alone is sufficient. If, however, you need both REM sleep and to be dreaming about specific things to accomplish such functions, it would suggest that REM sleep alone, although necessary, is not sufficient. Rather, a unique combination of REM sleep plus dreaming, and dreaming of very particular experiences, is needed to transact these nighttime benefits. If this was proven, dreams could not be dismissed as an epiphenomenal byproduct of REM sleep. Rather, science would have to recognize dreaming as an essential part of sleep and the adaptive advantages it supports above and beyond REM sleep itself. Using this framework, we have found two core benefits of REM sleep. Both functional benefits require not just that you have REM sleep, but that you dream, and dream about specific things. REM sleep is necessary, but REM sleep alone is not sufficient. Dreams are not the heat of the light bulb. They are no byproduct. The first function involves nursing our emotional and mental health, and is the focus of this chapter. The second is problem-solving and creativity, the power of which some individuals try to harness more fully by controlling their dreams, which we treat in the next chapter. Dreaming, the soothing balm. It is said that time heals all wounds. Several years ago, I decided to scientifically test this age-old wisdom, as I wondered whether an amendment was in order. Perhaps it was not time that heals all wounds, but rather time spent in dream sleep. I had been developing a theory based on the combined patterns of brain activity and brain neurochemistry of REM sleep, and from this theory came a specific prediction. REM sleep dreaming offers a form of overnight therapy. That is, REM sleep dreaming takes the painful sting out of difficult, even traumatic, emotional episodes you have experienced during the day, offering emotional resolution when you awake the next morning. At the heart of the theory was an astonishing change in the chemical cocktail of your brain that takes place during REM sleep. Concentrations of a key stress-related chemical called noradrenaline are completely shut off within your brain when you enter this dreaming sleep state. In fact, REM sleep is the only time during the 24-hour period when your brain is completely devoid of this anxiety-triggering molecule. Noradrenaline, also known as norepinephrine, is the brain equivalent to a body chemical you already know and have felt the effects of: adrenaline, epinephrine. Previous MRI studies established that key emotion and memory-related structures of the brain are all reactivated during REM sleep as we dream. The amygdala and emotion-related regions of the cortex, and the key mnemonic center, the hippocampus. Not only did this suggest the possibility that emotion-specific memory processing was possible, if not probable, during the dreaming state, but now we understood that this emotional memory reactivation was occurring in a brain free of a key stress chemical. I therefore wondered whether the brain, during REM sleep, was reprocessing upsetting memory experiences and themes in this neurochemically calm, low noradrenaline, safe dreaming brain environment. Is the REM sleep dreaming state a perfectly designed nocturnal soothing balm, one that removes the emotional sharp edges of our daily lives? It seemed so from everything neurobiology and neurophysiology was telling us, me. If so, we should awake feeling better after distressing events of the day, days prior. This was the theory of overnight therapy. It postulated that the process of REM sleep dreaming accomplishes two critical goals. 1. Sleeping to remember the details of those valuable, salient experiences, integrating them with existing knowledge and putting them into autobiographical perspective. Yet, 2. sleeping to forget or dissolve the visceral, painful emotional charge that had previously been wrapped around those memories. If true, it would suggest that the dream state supports a form of introspective life review to therapeutic ends. Think back to your childhood and try to recall some of the strongest memories you have. What you will notice is that almost all of them will be memories of an emotional nature. Perhaps a particularly frightening experience of being separated from your parents, or almost being hit by a car on the street. Also notice, however, that your recall of these detailed memories is no longer accompanied by the same degree of emotion that was present at the time of the experience. You have not forgotten the memory, but you have cast off the emotional charge, or at least a significant amount of it. You can accurately relive the memory, but you do not regurgitate the same visceral reaction that was present and imprinted at the time of the episode. Footnote: an exception is the condition of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which we will discuss later in this chapter. The theory argued that we have REM sleep dreaming to thank for this palliative dissolving of emotion from experience. Through its therapeutic work at night, REM sleep performed the elegant trick of divorcing the bitter emotional rind from the information-rich fruit. We can therefore learn and usefully recall salient life events without being crippled by the emotional baggage that those painful experiences originally carried. Indeed, I argued that if REM sleep did not perform this operation, we'd all be left with a state of chronic anxiety in our autobiographical memory networks. Every time we recalled something salient, not only would we recall the details of the memory, but we would relive the same stressful emotional charge all over again. Based on its unique brain activity and neurochemical composition, the dream stage of REM sleep helps us avoid this circumstance. That was the theory. Those were the predictions. Next came the experimental test, the results of which would take a first step toward falsifying or supporting both. We recruited a collection of healthy young adults and randomly assigned them to two groups. Each group viewed a set of emotional images while inside an MRI scanner as we measured their emotional brain reactivity. Then, 12 hours later, the participants were placed back inside the MRI scanner, and we again presented those same emotional images, cueing their recollection while again measuring emotional brain reactivity. During these two exposure sessions, separated by 12 hours, participants also rated how emotional they felt in response to each image. Importantly, however, half of the participants viewed the images in the morning and again in the evening, being awake between the two viewings. The other half of the participants viewed the images in the evening and again the next morning after a full night of sleep. In this way, we could measure what their brains were objectively telling us using the MRI scanners, and, in addition, what participants themselves were subjectively feeling about the relived experiences, having had a night of sleep in between or not. Those who slept in between the two sessions reported a significant decrease in how emotional they were feeling in response to seeing those images again. In addition, results of the MRI scans showed a large and significant reduction in reactivity in the amygdala, that emotional center of the brain that creates painful feelings. Moreover, there was a re-engagement of the rational prefrontal cortex of the brain after sleep that was helping maintain a dampening brake influence on emotional reactions. In contrast, those who remained awake across the day without the chance to sleep and digest those experiences showed no such dissolving of emotional reactivity over time. Their deep emotional brain reactions were just as strong and negative, if not more so, at the second viewing compared with the first, and they reported a similarly powerful re-experiencing of painful feelings to boot. Since we had recorded the sleep of each participant during the intervening night between the two test sessions, we could answer a follow-up question. Is there something about the type or quality of sleep that an individual experiences that predicts how successful sleep is at accomplishing next-day emotional resolution? As the theory predicted, it was the dreaming state of REM sleep and specific patterns of electrical activity that reflected the drop in stress-related brain chemistry during the dream state that determined the success of overnight therapy from one individual to the next. It was not, therefore, time per se that healed all wounds, but instead it was time spent in dream sleep that was providing emotional convalescence. To sleep, perchance to heal. Sleep, and specifically REM sleep, was clearly needed in order for us to heal emotional wounds. But was the act of dreaming during REM sleep, and even dreaming of those emotional events themselves, necessary to achieve resolution and keep our minds safe from the clutches of anxiety and reactive depression? This was the question that Dr. Rosalind Cartwright at Rush University in Chicago elegantly dismantled in a collection of work with her clinical patients. Cartwright, who I contend is as much a pioneer in dream research as Sigmund Freud, decided to study the dream content of people who were showing signs of depression as a consequence of incredibly difficult emotional experiences, such as devastating breakups and bitter divorces. Right around the time of the emotional trauma, she started collecting their nightly dream reports and sifted through them, hunting for clear signs of the same emotional themes emerging in their dream lives relative to their waking lives. Cartwright then performed follow-up assessments up to 1 year later, determining whether the patient's depression and anxiety caused by the emotional trauma were resolved or continued to persist. In a series of publications that I still revisit with admiration to this day, Cartwright demonstrated that it was only those patients who were expressly dreaming about the painful experiences around the time of the events who went on to gain clinical resolution from their despair, mentally recovering a year later as clinically determined by having no identifiable depression. Those who were dreaming, but not dreaming of the painful experience itself, could not get past the event, still being dragged down by a strong undercurrent of depression that remained. Cartwright had shown that it was not enough to have REM sleep, or even generic dreaming, when it comes to resolving our emotional past. Her patients required REM sleep with dreaming, but dreaming of a very specific kind, that which expressly involved dreaming about the emotional themes and sentiments of the waking trauma. It was only that content-specific form of dreaming that was able to accomplish clinical remission and offer emotional closure in these patients, allowing them to move forward into a new emotional future and not be enslaved by a traumatic past. Cartwright's data offered further psychological affirmation of our biological overnight therapy theory, but it took a chance meeting at a conference, one inclement Saturday in Seattle, before my own basic research and theory would be translated from bench to bedside, helping to resolve the crippling psychiatric condition of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Patients with PTSD, who are so often war veterans, have a difficult time recovering from horrific trauma experiences. They are frequently plagued by daytime flashbacks of these intrusive memories and suffer reoccurring nightmares. I wondered whether the REM sleep overnight therapy mechanism we had discovered in healthy individuals had broken down in people suffering from PTSD, thereby failing to help them deal with their trauma memories effectively. When a veteran soldier suffers a flashback, triggered by, say, a car backfiring, they can relive the whole visceral traumatic experience again. It suggested to me that the emotion had not been properly stripped away from the traumatic memory during sleep. If you interview PTSD patients in the clinic, they will often tell you that they just cannot get over the experience. In part, they are describing a brain that has not detoxed the emotion from the trauma memory, such that every time the memory is relived, the flashback, so too is the emotion, which has not been effectively removed. Already we knew that the sleep, especially the REM sleep of patients suffering from PTSD, was disrupted. There was also evidence suggesting that PTSD patients had higher than normal levels of noradrenaline released by their nervous system. Building on our overnight therapy theory of REM sleep dreaming and the emerging data that supported it, I wrote a follow-up theory applying the model to PTSD. The theory proposed that a contributing mechanism underlying the PTSD is the excessively high levels of noradrenaline within the brain that blocks the ability of these patients from entering and maintaining normal REM sleep dreaming. As a consequence, their brain at night cannot strip away the emotion from the trauma memory, since the stress chemical environment is too high. Most compelling to me, however, were the repetitive nightmares reported in PTSD patients, a symptom so reliable that it forms part of the list of features required for a diagnosis of the condition. If the brain cannot divorce the emotion from memory across the first night following a trauma experience, the theory suggests that a repeat attempt of emotional memory stripping will occur on the second night, as the strength of the emotional tag associated with the memory remains too high. If the process fails a second time, the same attempt will continue to repeat the next night and the next night, like a broken record. This was precisely what appeared to be happening with the recurring nightmares of the trauma experience in PTSD patients. A testable prediction emerged. If I could lower the levels of noradrenaline in the brains of PTSD patients during sleep, thereby reinstating the right chemical conditions for sleep to do its trauma therapy work, then I should be able to restore healthier quality REM sleep. With that restored REM sleep quality should come an improvement in the clinical symptoms of PTSD, and further, a decrease in the frequency of painful repetitive nightmares. It was a scientific theory in search of clinical evidence. Then came the wonderful stroke of serendipity. Soon after my theoretical paper was published, I met Dr. Murray Raskind, a remarkable physician who worked at a U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs hospital in the Seattle area. We were both presenting our own research findings at a conference in Seattle, and, at the time, we were each unaware of the other's emerging new research data. Raskind, a tall man with kindly eyes, whose disarmingly relaxed, jocular demeanor belies a clinical acumen that is not to be underestimated, is a prominent research figure in both the PTSD and Alzheimer's disease fields. At the conference, Raskind presented recent findings that were perplexing to him. In his PTSD clinic, Raskind had been treating his war veteran patients with a generic drug called prazosin to manage their high blood pressure. While the drug was somewhat effective for lowering blood pressure in the body, Raskind found it had a far more powerful, yet entirely unexpected benefit within the brain. It alleviated the reoccurring nightmares in his PTSD patients. After only a few weeks of treatment, his patients would return to the clinic and, with puzzled amazement, say things like, "Doc, it's the strangest thing. My dreams don't have those flashback nightmares anymore. I feel better, less scared to fall asleep at night." It turns out that the drug prazosin, which Raskind was prescribing simply to lower blood pressure, also has the fortuitous side effect of suppressing noradrenaline in the brain. Raskind had delightfully and inadvertently conducted the experiment I was trying to conceive of myself. He had created precisely the neurochemical condition, a lowering of the abnormally high concentrations of stress-related noradrenaline within the brain during REM sleep that had been absent for so long in these PTSD patients. Prazosin was gradually lowering the harmful high tide of noradrenaline within the brain, giving these patients healthier REM sleep quality. With healthy REM sleep came a reduction in the patient's clinical symptoms and, most critically, a decrease in the frequency of their repetitive nightmares. Raskind and I continued our communications and scientific discussions throughout that conference. He subsequently visited my lab at UC Berkeley in the months that followed, and we talked non-stop throughout the day and into the evening over dinner about my neurobiological model of overnight emotional therapy and how it seemed to perfectly explain his clinical findings with prazosin. These were hairs on the back of your neck standing up conversations, perhaps the most exciting I have ever experienced in my career. The basic scientific theory was no longer in search of clinical confirmation. The two had found each other one sky-leaking day in Seattle. Mutually informed by each other's work, and based on the strength of Raskind's studies, and now several large-scale independent clinical trials, prazosin has become the officially approved drug by the VA for the treatment of repetitive trauma nightmares, and has since received approval by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for the same benefit. Many questions remain to be addressed, including more independent replication of the findings in other types of trauma, such as sexual abuse or violence. It is also not a perfect medication, due to side effects at higher doses, and not every individual responds to the treatment with the same success. But it is a start. We now have a scientifically informed explanation of one function of REM sleep and the dreaming process inherent in it. And from that knowledge, we have taken the first steps toward treating the distressing and disabling clinical condition of PTSD. It may also unlock new treatment avenues regarding sleep and other mental illness, including depression. Dreaming to decode waking experiences. Just when I thought REM sleep had revealed all it could offer to our mental health, a second emotional brain advantage gifted by REM sleep came to light, one that is arguably more survival relevant. Accurately reading expressions and emotions of faces is a prerequisite of being a functional human being, and indeed, a functional higher primate of most kinds. Facial expressions represent one of the most important signals in our environment. They communicate the emotional state and intent of an individual, and, if we interpret them correctly, influence our behavior in return. There are regions of your brain whose job it is to read and decode the value and meaning of emotional signals, especially faces, and it is that very same essential set of brain regions, or network, that REM sleep recalibrates at night. In this different and additional role, we can think of REM sleep like a master piano tuner, one that readjusts the brain's emotional instrumentation at night to pitch-perfect precision, so that when you wake up the next morning, you can discern overt and subtly covert micro-expressions with exactitude. Deprive an individual of their REM sleep dreaming state, and the emotional tuning curve of the brain loses its razor-sharp precision. Like viewing an image through frosted glass, or looking at an out-of-focus picture, a dream-starved brain cannot accurately decode facial expressions, which become distorted. You begin to mistake friends for foes. We made this discovery by doing the following. Participants came into my laboratory and had a full night of sleep. The following morning, we showed them many pictures of a specific individual's face. However, no two pictures were the same. Instead, the facial expression of that one individual varied across the images in a gradient, shifting from friendly, with a slight smile, calming eye aperture, and approachable look, to increasingly stern and threatening, pursed lips, a furrowed brow, and a menacing look in the eyes. Each image of this individual was subtly different from those on either side of it on the emotional gradient, and across tens of pictures, the full range of intent was expressed, from very pro-social, friendly, to strongly antisocial, unfriendly. Participants viewed the faces in a random fashion, while we scanned their brains in an MRI machine, and they rated how approachable or threatening the images were. The MRI scans allowed us to measure how their brains were interpreting and accurately parsing the threatening facial expressions from the friendly ones after having had a full night of sleep. All the participants repeated the same experiment, but this time we deprived them of sleep, including the critical stage of REM. Half of the participants went through the sleep deprivation session first, followed by the sleep session second, and vice versa. In each session, a different individual was featured in the pictures, so there was no memory or repetition effects. Having had a full night of sleep, which contained REM sleep, participants demonstrated a beautifully precise tuning curve of emotional face recognition, rather like a stretched-out V-shape. When navigating the cornucopia of facial expressions we showed them inside the MRI scanner, their brains had no problem deftly separating one emotion from another across the delicately changing gradient, and the accuracy of their own ratings proved this to be similarly true. It was effortless to disambiguate friendly and approachable signals from those intimating even minor threat as the emotional tide changed toward the foreboding. confirming the importance of the dream state. The better the quality of REM sleep from one individual to the next across that rested night, the more precise the tuning within the emotional decoding networks of the brain the next day. Through this platinum-grade nocturnal service, better REM sleep quality at night provided superior comprehension of the social world the next day. But when those same participants were deprived of sleep, including the essential influence of REM sleep, they could no longer distinguish one emotion from another with accuracy. The tuning V of the brain had been changed, rudely pulled all the way up from the base and flattened into a horizontal line, as if the brain was in a state of generalized hypersensitivity, without the ability to map gradations of emotional signals from the outside world. Gone was the precise ability to read giveaway clues in another's face. The brain's emotional navigation system had lost its true magnetic north of directionality and sensitivity, a compass that otherwise guides us toward numerous evolutionary advantages. With the absence of such emotional acuity, normally gifted by the retuning skills of REM sleep at night, the sleep-deprived participants slipped into a default of fear bias, believing even gentle or somewhat friendly-looking faces were menacing. The outside world had become a more threatening and aversive place when the brain lacked REM sleep, untruthfully so. Reality and perceived reality were no longer the same in the eyes of the sleepless brain. By removing REM sleep, we had, quite literally, removed participants' level-headed ability to read the social world around them. Now think of occupations that require individuals to be sleep-deprived, such as law enforcement and military personnel, doctors, nurses, and those in the emergency services, not to mention the ultimate caretaking job, new parents. Every one of these roles demands the accurate ability to read the emotions of others in order to make critical, even life-dependent decisions, such as detecting a true threat that requires the use of weapons, assessing emotional discomfort or anguish that can change a diagnosis, the extent of palliative pain medication prescribed, or deciding when to express compassion or dispense an assertive parenting lesson. Without REM sleep and its ability to reset the brain's emotional compass, those same individuals will be inaccurate in their social and emotional comprehension of the world around them, leading to inappropriate decisions and actions that may have grave consequences. Looking across the lifespan, we have discovered that this REM sleep recalibration service comes into its own just prior to the transition into adolescence. Before that, when children are still under close watch from their parents, and many salient assessments and decisions are made by mum and/or dad, REM sleep provides less of a retuning benefit to a child's brain. But come the early teenage years and the inflection point of parental independence, wherein an adolescent must navigate the socio-emotional world for himself, now we see the young brain feasting on this emotional recalibration benefit of REM sleep. That is not to suggest that REM sleep is unnecessary for children or infants. It very much is, as it supports other functions we have discussed, brain development, and will next discuss, creativity. Rather, it is that this particular function of REM sleep, which takes hold at a particular developmental milestone, allows the burgeoning pre-adult brain to steer itself through the turbulent waters of a complex emotional world with autonomy. We shall return to this topic in the penultimate chapter when we discuss the damage that early school start times are having on our teenagers. Most significant is the issue of sunrise school bus schedules that selectively deprive our teenagers of that early morning slumber, just at the moment in their sleep cycle when their developing brains are about to drink in most of their much-needed REM sleep. We are bankrupting their dreams in so many different ways. Chapter 11. Dream Creativity and Dream Control. Aside from being a stoic sentinel that guards your sanity and emotional well-being, REM sleep and the act of dreaming have another distinct benefit: intelligent information processing that inspires creativity and promotes problem-solving. So much so that some individuals try controlling this normally non-volitional process and direct their own dream experiences while dreaming. Dreaming, the creative incubator. Deep NREM sleep strengthens individual memories, as we now know, but it is REM sleep that offers the masterful and complementary benefit of fusing and blending those elemental ingredients together in abstract and highly novel ways. During the dreaming sleep state, your brain will cogitate vast swathes of acquired knowledge, and then extract overarching rules and commonalities, the gist. Footnote. One example is language learning and the extraction of new grammatical rules. Children exemplify this. They will start using the laws of grammar, for example, conjunctions, tenses, pronouns, etc., long before they understand what these things are. It is during sleep that their brains implicitly extract these rules, based on waking experience, despite the child lacking explicit awareness of the rules. We awake with a revised, mind-wide web that is capable of divining solutions to previously impenetrable problems. In this way, REM sleep dreaming is informational alchemy. From this dreaming process, which I would describe as ideesthesia, have come some of the most revolutionary leaps forward in human progress. There is perhaps no better illustration highlighting the smarts of REM sleep dreaming than the elegant solution to everything we know of and how it fits together. I am not trying to be obtuse. Rather, I am describing the dream of Dmitri Mendeleev on February 17, 1869, which led to the periodic table of elements, the sublime ordering of all known constituent building blocks of nature. Mendeleev, a Russian chemist of renowned ingenuity, had an obsession. He felt there might be an organizational logic to the known elements in the universe, euphemistically described by some as the search for God's abacus. As proof of his obsession, Mendeleev made his own set of playing cards, with each card representing one of the universal elements and its unique chemical and physical properties. He would sit in his office, at home, or on long train rides, and maniacally deal the shuffled deck down onto a table, one card at a time, trying to deduce the rule of all rules that would explain how this ecumenical jigsaw puzzle fit together. For years he pondered the riddle of nature. For years he failed. After allegedly having not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, he'd reached a crescendo of frustration with the challenge. While the extent of sleep deprivation seems unlikely, a clear truth was Mendeleev's continued failure to crack the code. Succumbing to exhaustion, and with the elements still swirling in his mind and refusing organized logic, Mendeleev lay down to sleep. As he slept, he dreamed, and his dreaming brain accomplished what his waking brain was incapable of. The dream took hold of the swirling ingredients in his mind and, in a moment of creative brilliance, snapped them together in a divine grid, with each row, period, and each column, group, having a logical progression of atomic and orbiting electron characteristics, respectively. In Mendeleev's own words, "I saw in a dream a table where all the elements fell into place as required. Awakening, I immediately wrote it down on a piece of paper. Only in one place did a correction later seem necessary." While some contest how complete the dream solution was, no one challenged the evidence that Mendeleev was provided a dream-inspired formulation of the periodic table. It was his dreaming brain, not his waking brain, that was able to perceive an organized arrangement of all known chemical elements. Leave it to REM sleep dreaming to solve the baffling puzzle of how all constituents of the known universe fit together, an inspired revelation of cosmic magnitude. My own field of neuroscience has been the beneficiary of similar dream-fueled revelations. The most impactful is that of neuroscientist Otto Loewi. Loewi dreamed of a clever experiment on 2 frogs' hearts that would ultimately reveal how nerve cells communicate with each other using chemicals, neurotransmitters, released across tiny gaps that separate them, synapses, rather than direct electrical signaling that could only happen if they were physically touching each other. So profound was this dream-implanted discovery that it won Loewe a Nobel Prize. We also know of precious artistic gifts that have arisen from dreams. Consider Paul McCartney's origination of the songs Yesterday and Let It Be. Both came to McCartney in his sleep. In the case of Yesterday, McCartney recounts the following dream-inspired awakening while he was staying in a small attic room of his family's house on Wimpole Street, London, during the filming of the delightful movie Help. I woke up with a lovely tune in my head. I thought, that's great. I wonder what that is. There was an upright piano next to me, to the right of the bed by the window. I got out of bed, sat at the piano, found G, found F sharp minor 7th, and that leads you through then to B to E minor, and finally back to E. It all leads forward logically. I liked the melody a lot, but because I'd dreamed it, I couldn't believe I'd written it. I thought, no, I've never written anything like this before. But I had, which was the most magic thing. Having been born and raised in Liverpool, I am admittedly biased toward emphasizing the dreaming brilliance of the Beatles. Not to be outdone, however, Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones has arguably the best sleep-inspired story, which gave rise to the opening riff of their song, Satisfaction. Richards would routinely keep a guitar and tape recorder at his bedside to record ideas that would come to him in the night. He describes the following experience on May 7, 1965, after having returned to his hotel room in Clearwater, Florida, following a performance that evening. I go to bed as usual with my guitar, and I wake up the next morning, and I see that the tape is run to the very end, and I think, well, I didn't do anything. Maybe I hit a button when I was asleep. So I put it back to the beginning and pushed play, and there, in some sort of ghostly version, is the opening lines to Satisfaction. It was the whole verse of it, and after that there's 40 minutes of me snoring, but there's the song in its embryo, and I actually dreamt the damn thing. The creative muse of dreaming has also sparked countless literary ideas and epics. Take the author Mary Shelley, who passed through a most frightening dream scene one summer night in 1816, while staying in one of Lord Byron's estates near Lake Geneva, a dream she almost took to be waking reality. That dreamscape gave Shelley the vision and narrative for the spectacular Gothic novel Frankenstein. Then there is the French surrealist poet Saint-Paul Boucx, who well understood the fertile talents of dreaming. Before retiring each night, he is said to have hung a sign on his bedroom door that read, "Do not disturb, poet at work." Anecdotes such as these are enjoyable stories to tell, but they do not serve as experimental data. What then is the scientific evidence establishing that sleep, and specifically REM sleep and dreaming, provides a form of associative memory processing, one that fosters problem-solving? And what is so special about the neurophysiology of REM sleep that would explain these creative benefits and the dreaming obligate to them? REM sleep fuzzy logic. An obvious challenge to testing the brain when it is asleep is that it is asleep. Sleeping individuals cannot engage in computerized tests, nor provide useful responses, the typical way that cognitive scientists assess the workings of the brain. Short of lucid dreaming, which we will address at the end of this chapter, sleep scientists have been left wanting in this regard. We have frequently been resigned to passively observing brain activity during sleep, without ever being able to have participants perform tests while they are sleeping. Rather, we measure waking performance before and after sleep, and determine if the sleep stages or dreaming that occurred in between explains any observed benefit the next day. I and my colleague at Harvard Medical School, Robert Stickgold, designed a solution to this problem, albeit an indirect and imperfect one. In Chapter 7, I described the phenomenon of sleep inertia, the carryover of the prior sleeping brain state into wakefulness in the minutes after waking up. We wondered whether we could turn this brief window of sleep inertia to our experimental advantage, not by waking subjects up in the morning and testing them, but rather by waking individuals up from different stages of NREM sleep and REM sleep throughout the night.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
The dramatic alterations in brain activity during NREM and REM sleep, and their tidal shifts in neurochemical concentrations, do not reverse instantaneously when you awaken. Instead, the neural and chemical properties of that particular sleep stage will linger, creating the inertia period that separates true wakefulness from sleep and lasts some minutes. Upon enforced awakening, the brain's neurophysiology starts out far more sleep-like than wake-like, and, with each passing minute, the concentration of the prior sleep stage from which an individual has been woken will gradually fade from the brain as true wakefulness rises to the surface. By restricting the length of whatever cognitive test we performed to just 90 seconds, we felt we could wake individuals up and very quickly test them in this transitional sleep phase. In doing so, we could perhaps capture some of the functional properties of the sleep stage from which the participant was woken, like capturing the vapors of an evaporating substance and analyzing those vapors to draw conclusions about the properties of the substance itself. It worked. We developed an anagram task in which the letters of real words were scrambled. Each word was composed of 5 letters, and the anagram puzzles only had one correct solution. For example, OSEOG equals goose. Participants would see the scrambled words one at a time on the screen for just a few seconds, and they were asked to speak the solution, if they had one, before the time ran out and the next anagram word puzzle appeared on the screen. Each test session lasted only 90 seconds, and we recorded how many problems the participants correctly solved within this brief inertia period. We would then let the participants fall back asleep. The subjects had the task described to them before going to bed in the sleep laboratory, with electrodes placed on the head and face, so that I could measure their sleep unfolding in real time on a monitor next door. The participants also performed a number of trials before getting into bed, allowing them to get familiar with the task and how it worked. After falling asleep, I then woke subjects up 4 times throughout the night, twice from NREM sleep early and late in the night, and twice from REM sleep, also early and late in the night. Upon awakenings from NREM sleep, participants did not appear to be especially creative, solving few of the anagram puzzles. But it was a different story when I woke them up out of REM sleep from the dreaming phase. Overall, problem-solving abilities rocketed up, with participants solving 15 to 35% more puzzles when emerging from REM sleep, compared with awakenings from NREM sleep or during daytime waking performance. Moreover, the way in which the participants were solving the problems after exiting REM sleep was different from how they solved the problems both when emerging from NREM sleep and while awake during the day. The solutions simply popped out following awakenings from REM sleep, one subject told me, though at the time they did not know they had been in REM sleep just prior. Solutions seemed more effortless when the brain was being bathed by the afterglow of dream sleep. Based on response times, solutions arrived more instantaneously following a REM sleep awakening, relative to the slower, deliberate solutions that came when that same individual was exiting NREM sleep or when they were awake during the day. The lingering vapors of REM sleep were providing a more fluid, divergent, open-minded state of information processing. Using the same type of experimental awakening method, Stickgold performed another clever test that reaffirmed how radically different the REM sleep dreaming brain operates when it comes to creative memory processing. He examined the way in which our stores of related concepts, also known as semantic knowledge, function at night. It's this semantic knowledge, like a pyramidal family tree of relatedness, that fans out from top to bottom in order of relatedness strength. Figure 14 in the accompanying PDF is an example of one such associative web plucked from my own mind regarding UC Berkeley, where I am a professor. Using a standard computer test, Stickgold measured how these associative networks of information operated following NREM sleep and REM sleep awakenings and during standard performance during the waking day. When you wake the brain from NREM or measure performance during the day, the operating principles of the brain are closely and logically connected, just as pictured in Figure 14 in the PDF. However, wake the brain up from REM sleep, and the operating algorithm was completely different. Gone is the hierarchy of logical associative connection. The REM sleep dreaming brain was utterly uninterested in bland, common-sense links, the one step to the next associations. Instead, the REM sleep brain was shortcutting the obvious links and favoring very distantly related concepts. The logic guards had left the REM sleep dreaming brain. Wonderfully eclectic lunatics were now running the associative memory asylum. From the REM sleep dreaming state, almost anything goes, and the more bizarre the better, the results suggested. The two experiments of anagram solving and semantic priming revealed how radically different the operating principles of the dreaming brain were, relative to those of NREM sleep and wakefulness. As we enter REM sleep and dreaming takes hold, an inspired form of memory mixology begins to occur. No longer are we constrained to see the most typical and plainly obvious connections between memory units. On the contrary, the brain becomes actively biased towards seeking out the most distant, non-obvious links between sets of information. This widening of our memory aperture is akin to peering through a telescope from the opposing end. When we are awake, we are looking through the wrong end of the telescope if transformational creativity is our goal. We take a myopic, hyper-focused, and narrow view that cannot capture the full informational cosmos on offer in the cerebrum. When awake, we see only a narrow set of all possible memory interrelationships. The opposite is true, however, when we enter the dream state and start looking through the other, correct end of the memory surveying telescope. Using that wide-angle dream lens, we can apprehend the full constellation of stored information and their diverse combinatorial possibilities, all in creative servitude. Memory melding in the furnace of dreams. Overlay these two experimental findings onto the dream-inspired problem-solving claims, such as those of Dmitry Mendeleev, and two clear, scientifically testable hypotheses emerge. First, if we feed a waking brain with the individual ingredients of a problem, novel connections and problem solutions should preferentially, if not exclusively, emerge after time spent in the REM dreaming state, relative to an equivalent amount of deliberative time spent awake. Second, the content of people's dreams, above and beyond simply having REM sleep, should determine the success of those hyper-associative problem-solving benefits. As with the effects of REM sleep on our emotional and mental well-being, explored in the previous chapter, the latter would prove that REM sleep is necessary but not sufficient. It is both the act of dreaming and the associated content of those dreams that determine creative success. That is precisely what we and others have found time and again. As an example, let's say that I teach you a simple relationship between two objects, A and B, such that A should be chosen over subject B. A is greater than B. Then I teach you another relationship, which is that object B should be chosen over subject C. B is greater than C. Two separate, isolated premises. If I then show you A and C together, and ask you which you would choose, you would very likely pick A over C because your brain made an inferential leap. You took two pre-existing memories, A is greater than B and B is greater than C, and by flexibly interrelating them, A is greater than B is greater than C, came up with a completely novel answer to a previously unasked question. A is greater than C. This is the power of relational memory processing, and it is one that receives an accelerated boost from REM sleep. In a study conducted with my Harvard colleague, Dr. Jeffrey Ellenbogen, we taught participants lots of these individual premises that were nested in a large chain of interconnectedness. Then we gave them tests that assessed not just their knowledge of these individual pairs, but also assessed whether they knew how these items connected together in the associative chain. Only those who had slept and obtained late-morning REM sleep, rich in dreaming, showed evidence of linking the memory elements together. A is greater than B is greater than C is greater than D is greater than E is greater than F, etc., making them capable of the most distant associative leaps. For example, B is greater than E. The very same benefit was found after daytime naps of 60 to 90 minutes that also included REM sleep. It is sleep that builds connections between distantly related informational elements that are not obvious in the light of the waking day. Our participants went to bed with disparate pieces of the jigsaw and woke up with the puzzle complete. It is the difference between knowledge, retention of individual facts, and wisdom, knowing what they all mean when you fit them together. Or, said more simply, learning versus comprehension. REM sleep allows your brain to move beyond the former and truly grasp the latter. Some may consider this informational daisy chaining to be trivial, but it is one of the key operations differentiating your brain from your computer. Computers can store thousands of individual files with precision, but standard computers do not intelligently interlink those files in numerous and creative combinations. Instead, computer files sit like isolated islands. Our human memories are, on the other hand, richly interconnected in webs of associations that lead to flexible, predictive powers. We have REM sleep and the act of dreaming to thank for much of that inventive hard work. Code cracking and problem solving. More than simply melding information together in creative ways, REM sleep dreaming can take things a step further. REM sleep is capable of creating abstract, overarching knowledge and superordinate concepts out of sets of information. Think of an experienced physician who is able to seemingly intuit a diagnosis from the many tens of varied, subtle symptoms she observes in a patient. While this kind of abstractive skill can come after years of hard-earned experience, it is also the very same accurate gist extraction that we have observed REM sleep accomplishing within just one night. A delightful example is observed in infants, abstracting complex grammatical rules in a language they must learn. Even 18-month-old babies have been shown to deduce high-level grammatical structure from novel languages they hear, but only after they have slept following the initial exposure. As you will recall, REM sleep is especially dominant during this early life window, and it is that REM sleep that plays a critical role in the development of language, we believe. But that benefit extends beyond infancy. Very similar results have been reported in adults who are required to learn new language and grammar structures. Perhaps the most striking proof of sleep-inspired insight, and one I most frequently describe when giving talks to startup, tech, or innovative business companies to help them prioritize employee sleep, comes from a study conducted by Dr. Ulrich Wagner at the University of Lübeck, Germany. Trust me when I say you'd really rather not be a participant in these experiments. Not because you have to suffer extreme sleep deprivation for days, but because you have to work through hundreds of miserably laborious number string problems, almost like having to do long division for an hour or more. Actually, laborious is far too generous a description. It's possible some people have lost the will to live while trying to sit and solve hundreds of these number problems. I know, I've taken the test myself. You will be told that you can work through these problems using specific rules that are provided at the start of the experiment. Sneakily, what the researchers do not tell you about is the existence of a hidden rule, or shortcut, common across all the problems. If you figure out this embedded cheat, you can solve many more problems in a far shorter time. I'll return to this shortcut in just a minute. After having had participants perform hundreds of these problems, they were to return 12 hours later and once again work through hundreds more of these mind-numbing problems. However, at the end of this second test session, the researchers asked whether the subjects had cottoned on to the hidden rule. Some of the participants spent that 12-hour time delay awake across the day, while for others, that time window included a full 8-hour night of sleep. After time spent awake across the day, despite the chance to consciously deliberate on the problem as much as they desired, a rather paltry 20% of participants were able to extract the embedded shortcut. Things were very different for those participants who had obtained a full night of sleep, one dressed with late-morning REM-rich slumber. Almost 60% returned and had the aha moment of spotting the hidden cheat, which is a threefold difference in creative solution insight afforded by sleep. Little wonder, then, that you have never been told to stay awake on a problem. Instead, you are instructed to sleep on it. Interestingly, this phrase, or something close to it, exists in most languages, from the French, dormir sans un problème, to the Swahili, kulala yu yatatizo, indicating that the problem-solving benefit of dream sleep is universal, common across the globe. Function follows form. Dream content matters. The author John Steinbeck wrote, "A problem difficult at night is resolved in the morning after the committee of sleep has worked on it." Should he prefaced committee with the word dream? It appears so. The content of one's dreams, more than simply dreaming per se, or even sleeping, determines problem-solving success. Though such a claim has long been made, it took the advent of virtual reality for us to prove as much, and in the process shore up the claims of Mendeleev, Lervy, and many other nocturnal troubleshooters. Enter my collaborator Robert Stickgold, who designed a clever experiment in which participants explored a computerized virtual reality maze. During an initial learning session, he would start participants off from different random locations within the virtual maze and ask them to navigate their way out through exploratory trial and error. To aid their learning, Stickgold placed unique objects, such as a Christmas tree, to act as orientation or anchor points at specific locations within the virtual maze. Almost 100 research participants explored the maze during the first learning session. Thereafter, half of them took a 90-minute nap, while the other half remained awake and watched a video, all monitored with electrodes placed on the head and face. Throughout the 90-minute epoch, Stickgold would occasionally wake the napping individuals and ask them about the content of any dreams they were having, or for the group that remained awake, ask them to report any particular thoughts that were going through their minds at the time. Following the 90-minute period, and after another hour or so to overcome sleep inertia in those who napped, everyone was dropped back into the virtual maze and tested once more to see if their performance was any better than during initial learning. It should come as no surprise by now that those participants who took a nap showed superior memory performance on the maze task. They could locate the navigation clues with ease, finding their way around and out of the maze faster than those who had not slept. The novel result, however, was the difference that dreaming made. Participants who slept and reported dreaming of elements of the maze and themes around experiences clearly related to it showed almost 10 times more improvement in their task performance upon awakening than those who slept just as much and also dreamed, but did not dream of maze-related experiences. As in his earlier studies, Stickgold found that the dreams of these super navigators were not a precise replay of the initial learning experience while awake. For example, one participant's dream report stated, "I was thinking about the maze and kind of having people as checkpoints, I guess. And then that led me to think about when I went on this trip a few years ago, and we went to see these bat caves, and they're kind of like maze-like." There were no bats in Stickgold's virtual maze, nor were there any other people or checkpoints. Clearly, the dreaming brain was not simply recapitulating or recreating exactly what happened to them in the maze. Rather, the dream algorithm was cherry-picking salient fragments of the prior learning experience, and then attempting to place those new experiences within the back catalogue of pre-existing knowledge. Like an insightful interviewer, dreaming takes the approach of interrogating our recent autobiographical experience and skillfully positioning it within the context of past experiences and accomplishments, building a rich tapestry of meaning. How can I understand and connect that which I have recently learned with that I already know, and in doing so, discover insightful new links and revelations? Moreover, what have I done in the past that might be useful in potentially solving this newly experienced problem in the future? Different from solidifying memories, which we now realize to be the job of NREM sleep, REM sleep and the act of dreaming takes that which we have learned in one experience setting and seeks to apply it to others stored in memory. When I have discussed these scientific discoveries in public lectures, some individuals will question their validity on the grounds of historical legends who were acclaimed short sleepers, yet still demonstrated remarkable creative prowess. One common name that I frequently encounter in such rebuttals is the inventor Thomas Edison. We will never truly know if Edison was the short sleeper that some, including himself, claim. What we do know, however, is that Edison was a habitual daytime napper. He understood the creative brilliance of dreaming and used it ruthlessly as a tool, describing it as the genius gap. Edison would allegedly position a chair with armrests at the side of his study desk, on top of which he would place a pad of paper and a pen. Then he would take a metal saucepan and turn it upside down, carefully positioning it on the floor directly below the right side armrest of the chair. If that were not strange enough, he would pick up 2 or 3 steel ball bearings in his right hand. Finally, Edison would settle himself down into the chair, right hand supported by the armrest, grasping the ball bearings. Only then would Edison ease back and allow sleep to consume him whole. At the moment he began to dream, his muscle tone would relax, and he would release the ball bearings, which would crash on the metal saucepan below, waking him up. He would then write down all of the creative ideas that were flooding his dreaming mind. Genius, wouldn't you agree? Controlling your dreams. Lucidity. No chapter on dreaming can go unfinished without mention of lucidity. Lucid dreaming occurs at the moment when an individual becomes aware that he or she is dreaming. However, the term is more colloquially used to describe gaining volitional control of what an individual is dreaming, and the ability to manipulate that experience, such as deciding to fly, or perhaps even the functions of it, such as problem solving. The concept of lucid dreaming was once considered a sham. Scientists debated its very existence. You can understand the skepticism. First, the assertion of conscious control over a normally non-volitional process injects a heavy dose of ludicrous into the already preposterous experience we call dreaming. Second, how can you objectively prove a subjective claim, especially when the individual is fast asleep during the act? 4 years ago, an ingenious experiment removed all such doubt. Scientists placed lucid dreamers inside an MRI scanner. While awake, these participants first clenched their left and then right hand, over and over. Researchers took snapshots of brain activity, allowing them to define the precise brain areas controlling each hand of each individual. The participants were allowed to fall asleep in the MRI scanner, entering REM sleep where they could dream. During REM sleep, however, all voluntary muscles are paralyzed, preventing the dreamer from acting out ongoing mental experience. Yet the muscles that control the eyes are spared from this paralysis and give this stage of sleep its frenetic name. Lucid dreamers were able to take advantage of this ocular freedom, communicating with the researchers through eye movements. Predefined eye movements would therefore inform the researchers of the nature of the lucid dream. For example, the participant made 3 deliberate leftward eye movements when they gained lucid dream control, 2 rightward eye movements before clenching their right hand, etc. Non-lucid dreamers find it difficult to believe that such deliberate eye movements are possible while someone is asleep. But watch a lucid dreamer do it a number of times, and it is impossible to deny. When participants signaled the beginning of the lucid dream state, the scientists began taking MRI pictures of brain activity. Soon after, the sleeping participants signaled their intent to dream about moving their left hand, then their right hand, alternating over and over again, just as they did when awake. Their hands were not physically moving. They could not, due to the REM sleep paralysis. but they were moving in the dream. At least that was the subjective claim from the participants upon awakening. The results of the MRI scans objectively proved they were not lying. The same regions of the brain that were active during physical right and left voluntary hand movements, observed while the individuals were awake, similarly lit up in corresponding ways during times when the lucid participants signaled that they were clenching their hands while dreaming. There could be no question. Scientists had gained objective, brain-based proof that lucid dreamers can control when and what they dream while they are dreaming. Other studies using similar eye movement communication designs have further shown that individuals can deliberately bring themselves to timed orgasm during lucid dreaming, an outcome that, especially in males, can be objectively verified using physiological measures by brave scientists. It remains unclear whether lucid dreaming is beneficial or detrimental, since well over 80% of the general populace are not natural lucid dreamers. If gaining voluntary dream control were so useful, surely Mother Nature would have imbued the masses with such a skill. However, this argument makes the erroneous assumption that we have stopped evolving. It is possible that lucid dreamers represent the next iteration of Homo sapiens evolution. Will these individuals be preferentially selected for in the future, in part on the basis of this unusual dreaming ability, one that may allow them to turn the creative problem-solving spotlight of dreaming on the waking challenges faced by themselves or the human race, and advantageously harness its power more deliberately? Part 4. From Sleeping Pills to Society Transformed. Chapter 12. Things that go bump in the night. Sleep disorders and death caused by no sleep. Few other areas of medicine offer a more disturbing or astonishing array of disorders than those concerning sleep. Considering how tragic and remarkable disorders in those other fields can be, this is quite a claim. Yet when you consider that oddities of slumber include daytime sleep attacks and body paralysis, homicidal sleepwalking, dream enactment, and perceived alien abductions, the assertion starts to sound more valid. Most astonishing of all, perhaps, is a rare form of insomnia that will kill you within months, supported by the life-extinguishing upshot of extreme total sleep deprivation in animal studies. This chapter is by no means a comprehensive review of all sleep disorders, of which there are now over 100 known. Nor is it meant to serve as a medical guide to any one disorder, since I am not a board-certified doctor of sleep medicine, but rather a sleep scientist. For those seeking advice on sleep disorders, I recommend visiting the National Sleep Foundation website, sleepfoundation.org, and there you will find resources on sleep centers near you. Rather than attempting a quick-fire laundry list of the many tens of sleep disorders that exist, I have chosen to focus on a select few, namely somnambulism, insomnia, narcolepsy, and fatal familial insomnia, from the vantage point of science, and what the science of these disorders can meaningfully teach us about the mysteries of sleeping and dreaming. Somnambulism. The term somnambulism refers to sleep, somnus, disorders that involve some form of movement, ambulation. It encompasses conditions such as sleepwalking, sleep talking, sleep eating, sleep texting, sleep sex, and very rarely, sleep homicide. Understandably, most people believe these events happen during REM sleep as an individual is dreaming, and specifically acting out ongoing dreams. However, all these events arise from the deepest stage of non-dreaming, NREM sleep, and not dream, REM sleep. If you rouse an individual from a sleepwalking event and ask what was going through their mind, rarely will they report a thing. No dream scenario, no mental experience. While we do not yet fully understand the cause of somnambulism episodes, the existing evidence suggests that an unexpected spike in nervous system activity during deep sleep is one trigger. This electrical jolt compels the brain to rocket from the basement of deep NREM sleep all the way to the penthouse of wakefulness, but it gets stuck somewhere in between, the 13th floor, if you will. Trapped between the two worlds of deep sleep and wakefulness, the individual is confined to a state of mixed consciousness, neither awake nor asleep. In this confused condition, the brain performs basic but well-rehearsed actions, such as walking over to a closet and opening it, placing a glass of water to the lips, or uttering a few words or sentences. A full diagnosis of somnambulism can require the patient to spend a night or two in a clinical sleep laboratory. Electrodes are placed on the head and body to measure the stages of sleep, and an infrared video camera on the ceiling records the nighttime events, like a single night vision goggle. At the moment when a sleepwalking event occurs, the video camera footage and the electrical brainwave readouts stop agreeing. One suggests that the other is lying. Watching the video, the patient is clearly awake and behaving. They may sit up on the edge of the bed and begin talking. Others may attempt to put on clothes and walk out of the room. But look at the brainwave activity, and you realize that the patient, or at least their brain, is sound asleep. There are the clear and unmistakable slow electrical waves of deep NREM sleep, with no sign of fast, frenetic waking brainwave activity. For the most part, there is nothing pathological about sleepwalking or sleep-talking. They are common in the adult population, and even more common in children. It is not clear why children experience somnambulism more than adults, nor is it clear why some children grow out of having these nighttime events, while others will continue to do so throughout their lives. One explanation of the former is simply the fact that we have greater amounts of deep NREM sleep when we are young, and therefore the statistical likelihood of sleepwalking and sleep-talking episodes occurring is higher. Most episodes of the condition are harmless. Occasionally, however, adult somnambulism can result in a much more extreme set of behaviors, such as those performed by Kenneth Parkes in 1987. Parkes, who was 23 years old at the time, lived with his wife and 5-month-old daughter in Toronto. He had been suffering from severe insomnia, caused by the stress of joblessness and gambling debts. By all accounts, Parkes was a non-violent man. His mother-in-law, with whom he had a good relationship, called him a gentle giant, on the basis of his placid nature, yet considerable height and broad-shouldered form. He stood 6'4" and weighed 225 pounds. Then came May 23. After falling asleep on the couch around 1:30 a.m. while watching television, Parkes arose and got in his car, barefoot. Depending on the route, it is estimated that Parkes drove approximately 14 miles to his in-laws' home. Upon entering the house, Parkes made his way upstairs, stabbed his mother-in-law to death with a knife he had taken from their kitchen, and strangled his father-in-law unconscious after similarly attacking him with a cleaver. His father-in-law survived. Parkes then got back in his car, and upon regaining full waking consciousness at some point, drove to a police station and said, "I think I have killed some people. My hands." Only then did he realize the blood flowing down his arms as a result of severing his own flexor tendons with the knife. Since he could remember only vague fragments of the murder, for example flashes of his mother-in-law's face with a "help me" look on it, had no motive, and had a long history of sleepwalking, as did other members of his family, a team of defense experts concluded that Ken Parkes was asleep when he committed the crime, suffering a severe episode of sleepwalking. They argued that he was unaware of his actions and thus not culpable. On May 25, 1988, a jury rendered a verdict of not guilty. This defense has been attempted in a number of subsequent cases, most of which have been unsuccessful. The story of Ken Parkes is of the most tragic kind, and to this day Parkes struggles with a guilt one suspects may never leave him. I offer the account not to scare the listener, nor to try to sensationalize the dire events of that late May night in 1987. Rather, I offer it to illustrate how non-volitional acts arising from sleep and its disorders can have very real legal, personal, and societal consequences, and demand the contribution of scientists and doctors in arriving at the appropriate legal justice. I also want to note, for the concerned sleepwalkers listening to this chapter, that most somnambulism episodes, for example sleepwalking, talking, are considered benign and do not require intervention. Medicine will usually step in with treatment solutions only if the afflicted patient or his caretaker, partner or parent, in the case of children, feels that the condition is compromising health or poses a risk. There are effective treatments, and it is a shame one never arrived in time for Ken Parks prior to that ill-fated evening in May. Insomnia. For many individuals these days, shudder quotes have come home to roost around the phrase, "a good night's sleep," as the writer Will Self has lamented. Insomnia, to which his grumblings owe their origin, is the most common sleep disorder. Many individuals suffer from insomnia, yet some believe they have the disorder when they do not. Before describing the features and causes of insomnia, and in the next chapter, potential treatment options, let me first describe what insomnia is not, and in doing so, reveal what it is. Being sleep-deprived is not insomnia. In the field of medicine, sleep deprivation is considered as 1. Having the adequate ability to sleep, yet 2. Giving oneself an inadequate opportunity to sleep. That is, sleep-deprived individuals can sleep if only they would take the appropriate time to do so. Insomnia is the opposite. 1. Suffering from an inadequate ability to generate sleep, despite 2. Allowing oneself the adequate opportunity to get sleep. People suffering from insomnia, therefore, cannot produce sufficient sleep quantity, quality, even though they give themselves enough time to do so, 7 to 9 hours. Before moving on, it is worth noting the condition of sleep state misperception, also known as paradoxical insomnia. Here, patients will report having slept poorly throughout the night, or even not sleeping at all. However, when these individuals have their sleep monitored objectively using electrodes or other accurate sleep monitoring devices, there is a mismatch. The sleep recordings indicate that the patient has slept far better than they themselves believe, and sometimes indicate that a completely full and healthy night of sleep occurred. Patients suffering from paradoxical insomnia therefore have an illusion, or misperception, of poor sleep that is not actually poor. As a result, such patients are treated as hypochondriacal. Though the term may seem dismissive or condescending, it is taken very seriously by sleep medicine doctors, and there are psychological interventions that help after the diagnosis is made. Returning to the condition of true insomnia, there are several different subtypes, in the same way that there are numerous different forms of cancer, for example. One distinction separates insomnia into two kinds. The first is sleep onset insomnia, which is difficulty falling asleep. The second is sleep maintenance insomnia, or difficulty staying asleep. As the actor and comedian Billy Crystal has said when describing his own battles with insomnia, "I sleep like a baby. I wake up every hour." Sleep onset and sleep maintenance insomnia are not mutually exclusive. You can have one or the other, or both. No matter which of these kinds of sleep problems is occurring, sleep medicine has very specific clinical boxes that must be checked for a patient to receive a diagnosis of insomnia. For now, these are dissatisfaction with sleep quantity or quality. For example, difficulty falling asleep, staying asleep, early morning awakening. Suffering significant distress or daytime impairment. Has insomnia at least 3 nights each week for more than 3 months. Does not have any coexisting mental disorders or medical conditions that could otherwise cause what appears to be insomnia. What this really means in terms of boots-on-the-ground patient descriptions is the following chronic situation: difficulty falling asleep, waking up in the middle of the night, waking up too early in the morning, difficulty falling back to sleep after waking up, and feeling unrefreshed throughout the waking day. If any of the characteristics of insomnia feel familiar to you and have been present for several months, I suggest you consider seeking out a sleep medicine doctor. I emphasize a sleep medicine doctor and not necessarily your GP, since GPs, superb as they often are, have surprisingly minimal sleep training during the entirety of medical school and residency. Some GPs are understandably apt to prescribe a sleeping pill, which is rarely the right answer, as we will see in the next chapter. The emphasis on duration of the sleep problem, more than 3 nights a week for more than 3 months, is important. All of us will experience difficulty sleeping every now and then, which may last just 1 night or several. That is normal. There is usually an obvious cause, such as work stress or a flare-up in a social or romantic relationship. Once these things subside, though, the sleep difficulty usually goes away. Such acute sleep problems are generally not recognized as chronic insomnia, since clinical insomnia requires an ongoing duration of sleep difficulty, week after week after week. Even with this strict definition, chronic insomnia is disarmingly common. Approximately 1 out of every 9 people you pass on the street will meet the strict clinical criteria for insomnia, which translates to more than 40 million Americans struggling to make it through their waking days due to wide-eyed nights. While the reasons remain unclear, insomnia is almost twice as common in women than in men, and it is unlikely that a simple unwillingness of men to admit sleep problems explains this very sizable difference between the 2 sexes. Race and ethnicity also make a significant difference, with African Americans and Hispanic Americans suffering higher rates of insomnia than Caucasian Americans, findings that have important implications for well-organized health disparities in these communities, such as diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular disease, which have known links to a lack of sleep. In truth, insomnia is likely to be a more widespread and serious problem than even these sizable numbers suggest. Should you relax the stringent clinical criteria and just use epidemiological data as a guide, it is probable that 2 out of every 3 people listening to this book will regularly have difficulty falling or staying asleep at least 1 night a week, every week. Without belaboring the point, insomnia is one of the most pressing and prevalent medical issues facing modern society. Yet few speak of it this way, recognize the burden, or feel there is a need to act. That the sleep aid industry, encompassing prescription sleeping medications and over-the-counter sleep remedies, is worth an astonishing $30 billion a year in the US, is perhaps the only statistic one needs in order to realize how truly grave the problem is. Desperate millions of us are willing to pay a lot of money for a good night's sleep. But dollar values do not address the more important issues of what's causing insomnia. Genetics plays a role, though it is not the full answer. Insomnia shows some degree of genetic heritability, with estimates of 28 to 45% transmission rates from parent to child. However, this still leaves the majority of insomnia being associated with non-genetic causes, or gene-environment, nature-nurture interactions. To date, we have discovered numerous triggers that cause sleep difficulties, including psychological, physical, medical, and environmental factors, with aging being another, as we have previously discussed. External factors that cause poor sleep, such as too much bright light at night, the wrong ambient room temperature, caffeine, tobacco, and alcohol consumption, all of which we'll visit in more detail in the next chapter, can masquerade as insomnia. However, their origins are not from within you, and therefore not a disorder of you. Rather, they are influences from outside, and once they are addressed, individuals will get better sleep without changing anything about themselves. Other factors, however, come from within a person and are innate biological causes of insomnia. Noted in the clinical criteria described before, these factors cannot be a symptom of a disease, for example Parkinson's disease, or a side effect of a medication, for example, asthma medication. Rather, the causes of the sleep problem must stand alone in order for you to be primarily suffering from true insomnia. The two most common triggers of chronic insomnia are psychological. 1. Emotional concerns or worry, and 2. Emotional distress or anxiety. In this fast-paced, information-overloaded modern world, one of the few times that we stop our persistent informational consumption and inwardly reflect is when our heads hit the pillow. There is no worse time to consciously do this. Little wonder that sleep becomes nearly impossible to initiate or maintain when the spinning cogs of our emotional minds start churning, anxiously worrying about things we did today, things that we forgot to do, things that we must face in the coming days, and even those far in the future. That is no kind of invitation for beckoning the calm brainwaves of sleep into your brain, peacefully allowing you to drift off into a full night of restful slumber. Since psychological distress is a principal instigator of insomnia, researchers have focused on examining the biological causes that underlie emotional turmoil. One common culprit has become clear: an overactive sympathetic nervous system, which, as we have discussed in previous chapters, is the body's aggravating fight-or-flight mechanism. The sympathetic nervous system switches on in response to threat and acute stress that, in our evolutionary past, was required to mobilize a legitimate fight-or-flight response. The physiological consequences are increased heart rate, blood flow, metabolic rate, the release of stress-negotiating chemicals such as cortisol, and increased brain activation, all of which are beneficial in the acute moment of true threat or danger. However, the fight-or-flight response is not meant to be left in the on position for any prolonged period of time. As we have already touched upon in earlier chapters, chronic activation of the fight-or-flight nervous system causes myriad health problems, one of which is now recognized to be insomnia. Why an overactive fight-or-flight nervous system prevents good sleep can be explained by several of the topics we have discussed so far, and some we have not. First, the raised metabolic rate triggered by fight-or-flight nervous system activity, which is common in insomnia patients, results in a higher core body temperature. You may remember from Chapter 2 that we must drop core body temperature by a few degrees to initiate sleep, which becomes more difficult in insomnia patients suffering a raised metabolic rate and higher operating internal temperature, including in the brain. Second are higher levels of the alertness-promoting hormone cortisol and sister neurochemicals adrenaline and noradrenaline. All three of these chemicals raise heart rate. Normally, our cardiovascular system calms down as we make the transition into light and then deep sleep. Elevated cardiac activity makes that transition more difficult. All three of these chemicals increase metabolic rate, additionally increasing core body temperature, which further compounds the first problem outlined before. Third, and related to these chemicals, are altered patterns of brain activity linked with the body's sympathetic nervous system. Researchers have placed healthy sleepers and insomnia patients in a brain scanner and measured the changing patterns of activity as both groups try to fall asleep. In the good sleepers, the parts of the brain related to inciting emotions, the amygdala, and those linked to memory retrospection, the hippocampus, quickly ramped down in their levels of activity as they transitioned toward sleep, as did basic alertness regions in the brainstem. This was not the case for the insomnia patients. Their emotion-generating regions and memory recollection centers all remained active. This was similarly true of the basic vigilance centers in the brainstem that stubbornly continued their wakeful watch. All the while the thalamus, the sensory gate of the brain that needs to close shut to allow sleep, remained active and open for business in insomnia patients. Simply put, the insomnia patients could not disengage from a pattern of altering, worrisome, ruminative brain activity. Think of a time when you closed the lid of a laptop to put it to sleep, but came back later to find that the screen was still on, the cooling fans were still running, and the computer was still active, despite the closed lid. Normally, this is because programs and routines are still running, and the computer cannot make the transition into sleep mode. Based on the results of brain imaging studies, an analogous problem is occurring in insomnia patients. Recursive loops of emotional programs, together with retrospective and prospective memory loops, keep playing in the mind, preventing the brain from shutting down and switching into sleep mode. It is telling that a direct and causal connection exists between the fight-or-flight branch of the nervous system and all of these emotion, memory, and alertness-related regions of the brain. The bidirectional line of communication between the body and brain amounts to a vicious, recurring cycle that fuels their thwarting of sleep. The fourth and final set of identified changes has been observed in the quality of sleep of insomnia patients when they do finally drift off. Once again, these appear to have their origins in an overactive fight-or-flight nervous system. Patients with insomnia have a lower quality of sleep, reflected in shallower, less powerful electrical brainwaves during deep NREM. They also have more fragmented REM sleep, peppered by brief awakenings that they are not always aware of, yet still cause a degraded quality of dream sleep. All of which means that insomnia patients wake up not feeling refreshed. Consequentially, patients are unable to function well during the day, cognitively and/or emotionally. In this way, insomnia is really a 24/7 disorder, as much a disorder of the day as of the night. You can now understand how physiologically complex the underlying condition is. No wonder the blunt instruments of sleeping pills, which simply and primitively sedate your higher brain, or cortex, are no longer recommended as the first-line treatment approach for insomnia by the American Medical Association. Fortunately, a non-pharmacological therapy, which we will discuss in detail in the next chapter, has been developed. It is more powerful in restoring naturalistic sleep in insomnia sufferers, and it elegantly targets each of the physiological components of insomnia already described. Real optimism is to be found in these new, non-drug therapies that I urge you to explore should you suffer from true insomnia. Narcolepsy. I suspect that you cannot recall any truly significant action in your life that wasn't governed by two very simple rules: staying away from something that would feel bad, or trying to accomplish something that would feel good. This law of approach and avoidance dictates most of human and animal behavior from a very early age. The forces that implement this law are positive and negative emotions. Emotions make us do things, as the name suggests. Remove the first letter from the word. They motivate our remarkable achievements, incite us to try again when we fail, keep us safe from potential harm, urge us to accomplish rewarding and beneficial outcomes, and compel us to cultivate social and romantic relationships. In short, emotions in appropriate amounts make life worth living. They offer a healthy and vital existence, psychologically and biologically speaking. Take them away, and you face a sterile existence with no highs or lows to speak of. Emotionless, you will simply exist rather than live. Tragically, this is the very kind of reality many narcoleptic patients are forced to adopt for reasons we will now explore. Medically, narcolepsy is considered to be a neurological disorder, meaning that its origins are within the central nervous system, specifically the brain. The condition usually emerges between ages 10 and 20 years. There is some genetic basis to narcolepsy, but it is not inherited. Instead, the genetic cause appears to be a mutation, so the disorder is not passed from parent to child. However, gene mutations, at least as we currently understand them in the context of this disorder, do not explain all incidences of narcolepsy. Other triggers remain to be identified. Narcolepsy is also not unique to humans, with numerous other mammals expressing the disorder. There are at least 3 core symptoms that make up the disorder. 1. Excessive daytime sleepiness. 2. Sleep paralysis. And 3. Cataplexy. The first symptom of excessive daytime sleepiness is often the most disruptive and problematic to the quality of day-to-day life for narcoleptic patients. It involves daytime sleep attacks, overwhelming, utterly irresistible urges to sleep at times when you want to be awake, such as working at your desk, driving, or eating a meal with family or friends. Having heard that sentence, I suspect many of you are thinking, "Oh my goodness, I have narcolepsy." That is unlikely. It is far more probable that you are suffering from chronic sleep deprivation. About 1 in every 2,000 people suffers from narcolepsy, making it about as common as multiple sclerosis. The sleep attacks that typify excessive daytime sleepiness are usually the first symptom to appear. Just to give you a sense of what that feeling is, relative to what you may be considering, it would be the sleepiness equivalent of staying awake for 3 to 4 days straight. The second symptom of narcolepsy is sleep paralysis, the frightening loss of ability to talk or move when waking up from sleep. In essence, you become temporarily locked in your body. Most of these events occur in REM sleep. You will remember that during REM sleep, the brain paralyzes the body to keep you from acting out your dreams. Normally, when we wake out of a dream, the brain releases the body from the paralysis in perfect synchrony, right at the moment when waking consciousness returns. However, there can be rare occasions when the paralysis of the REM state lingers on, despite the brain having terminated sleep, rather like that last guest at a party who seems unwilling to recognize the event is over and it is time to leave the premises. As a result, you begin to wake up, but you are unable to lift your eyelids, turn over, cry out, or move any of the muscles that control your limbs. Gradually, the paralysis of REM sleep does wear off, and you regain control of your body, including your eyelids, arms, legs, and mouth. Don't worry if you've had an episode of sleep paralysis at some point in your life. It is not unique to narcolepsy. Around 1 in 4 healthy individuals will experience sleep paralysis, which is to say that it is as common as hiccups. I myself have experienced sleep paralysis several times, and I do not suffer from narcolepsy. Narcoleptic patients will, however, experience sleep paralysis far more frequently and severely than healthy individuals. This nevertheless means that sleep paralysis is a symptom associated with narcolepsy, but it is not unique to narcolepsy. A brief detour of an otherworldly kind is in order at this moment. When individuals undergo a sleep paralysis episode, it is often associated with feelings of dread and a sense of an intruder being present in the room. The fear comes from an inability to act in response to the perceived threat, such as not being able to shout out, stand up and leave the room, or prepare to defend oneself. It is this set of features of sleep paralysis that we now believe explains a large majority of alien abduction claims. Rarely do you hear of aliens accosting an individual in the middle of the day, with testimonial witnesses standing in plain sight, dumbstruck by the extraterrestrial kidnapping in progress. Instead, most alleged alien abductions take place at night. Most classic alien visitations in Hollywood movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or E.T., also occur at night. Moreover, victims of claimed alien abductions frequently report the sense of, or real presence of, a being in the room, the alien. Finally, and this is the key giveaway, the alleged victim frequently describes having been injected with a paralyzing agent. Consequently, the victim will describe wanting to fight back, run away, or call out for help, but being unable to do so. The offending force is, of course, not aliens, but the persistence of REM sleep paralysis upon awakening. The third and most astonishing core symptom of narcolepsy is called cataplexy. The word comes from the Greek kata, meaning down, and plexus, meaning a stroke or seizure. That is, a falling down seizure. However, a cataplectic attack is not a seizure at all, but rather a sudden loss of muscle control. This can range from slight weakness, wherein the head droops, the face sags, the jaw drops, and speech becomes slurred, to a buckling of knees or a sudden and immediate loss of all muscle tone, resulting in total collapse on the spot. You may be old enough to remember a child's toy that involved an animal, often a donkey, standing on a small, palm-sized pedestal with a button underneath. It is similar to a puppet on strings, except that the strings were not attached to the outside limbs, but rather woven through the limbs on the inside and connected to the button underneath. Depressing the button relaxed the inner string tension, and the donkey would collapse into a heap. Release the button, pulling the inner strings taut, and the donkey would snap back upright to firmer tension. The demolition of muscle tone that occurs during a full-blown cataplectic attack, resulting in total body collapse, is very much like this toy, but the consequences are no laughing matter. If this were not wicked enough, there is an extra layer of malevolence to the condition that truly devastates the patient's quality of life. Cataplectic attacks are not random, but are triggered by moderate or strong emotions, positive or negative. Tell a funny joke to a narcoleptic patient, and they may literally collapse in front of you. Walk into a room and surprise a patient, perhaps while they are chopping food with a sharp knife, and they will collapse perilously. Even standing in a nice warm shower can be enough of a pleasurable experience to cause a patient's legs to buckle and have a potentially dangerous fall caused by the cataplectic muscle loss. Now extrapolate this, and consider the dangers of driving a car and being startled by a loud horn, or playing an enjoyable game with your children, or having them jump on you and tickle you, or feeling strong, tear-welling joy at one of their musical school recitals. In a narcoleptic patient with cataplexy, any one of these may cause the sufferer to collapse into the immobilized prison of his or her own body. Consider then how difficult it is to have a loving, pleasurable sexual relationship with a narcoleptic partner. The list becomes endless, with predictable and heart-wrenching outcomes. Unless patients are willing to accept these crumpling attacks, which is really no option of any kind, all hope of living an emotionally fulfilling life must be abandoned. A narcoleptic patient is banished to a monotonic existence of emotional neutrality. They must forfeit any semblance of succulent emotions that we are all nourished by on a moment-to-moment basis. It is the dietary equivalent of eating the same tepid bowl of unflavorful porridge day after day. You can well imagine the loss of appetite for such a life. If you saw a patient collapse under the influence of cataplexy, you would be convinced that they had fallen completely unconscious or into a powerful sleep. This is untrue. Patients are awake and continue to perceive the outside world around them. Instead, what the strong emotion has triggered is the total, or sometimes partial, body paralysis of REM sleep without the sleep of the REM state itself. Cataplexy is therefore an abnormal functioning of the REM sleep circuitry within the brain, wherein one of its features, muscle atonia, is inappropriately deployed while the individual is awake and behaving, rather than asleep and dreaming. We can, of course, explain this to an adult patient, lowering their anxiety during the event through comprehension of what is happening, and help them rein in or avoid emotional highs and lows to reduce cataplectic occurrences. However, this is much more difficult in a 10-year-old youngster. How can you explain such a villainous symptom and disorder to a child with narcolepsy? And how do you prevent a child from enjoying the normal roller coaster of emotional existence that is a natural and integral part of a growing life and developing brain? Which is to say, how do you prevent a child from being a child? There are no easy answers to these questions. We are, however, beginning to discover the neurological basis of narcolepsy and, in conjunction, more about healthy sleep itself. In Chapter 3, I described the parts of the brain involved in the maintenance of normal wakefulness, the alerting, activating regions of the brainstem, and the sensory gate of the thalamus that sits on top, a setup that looks almost like a scoop of ice cream, thalamus, on a cone, brainstem. As the brainstem powers down at night, it removes its stimulating influence to the sensory gate of the thalamus. With the closing of the sensory gate, we stop perceiving the outside world, and thus we fall asleep. What I did not tell you, however, was how the brainstem knows that it's time to turn off the lights, so to speak, and power down wakefulness to begin sleep. Something has to switch the activating influence of the brainstem off, and in doing so, allow sleep to be switched on. That switch, the sleep-wake switch, is located just below the thalamus in the center of the brain, in a region called the hypothalamus. It is the same neighborhood that houses the 24-hour master biological clock, perhaps unsurprisingly. The sleep-wake switch within the hypothalamus has a direct line of communication to the power station regions of the brainstem. Like an electrical light switch, it can flip the power on, wake, or off, sleep. To do this, the sleep-wake switch in the hypothalamus releases a neurotransmitter called orexin. You can think of orexin as the chemical finger that flips the switch to the on, wakefulness position. When orexin is released down into your brainstem, the switch has been unambiguously flipped, powering up the wakefulness-generating centers of the brainstem. Once activated by the switch, the brainstem pushes open the sensory gate of the thalamus, allowing the perceptual world to flood into your brain, transitioning you to full, stable wakefulness. At night, the opposite happens. The sleep-wake switch stops releasing orexin onto the brainstem. The chemical finger has now flipped the switch to the off position, shutting down the rousing influence from the power station of the brainstem. The sensory business being conducted within the thalamus is closed down by a sealing of the sensory gate. We lose perceptual contact with the outside world, and now sleep. Lights off, lights on, lights off, lights on. This is the neurobiological job of the sleep-wake switch in the hypothalamus, controlled by orexin. Ask an engineer what the essential properties of a basic electrical switch are, and they will inform you of an imperative. The switch must be definitive. It must either be fully on or fully off, a binary state. It must not float in a wishy-washy manner between the on and off positions. Otherwise, the electrical system will not be stable or predictable. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happens to the sleep-wake switch in the disorder of narcolepsy, caused by marked abnormalities of orexin. Scientists have examined the brains of narcoleptic patients in painstaking detail after they have passed away. During these post-mortem investigations, they discovered a loss of almost 90% of all the cells that produce orexin. Worse still, the welcome sites or receptors of orexin that cover the surface of the power station of the brainstem were significantly reduced in number in narcoleptic patients relative to normal individuals. Because of this lack of orexin, made worse by the reduced number of receptor sites to receive what little orexin does drip down, the sleep-wake state of the narcoleptic brain is unstable, like a faulty flip-flop switch. Never definitively on or off, the brain of a narcoleptic patient wobbles precariously around a middle point, teeter-tottering between sleep and wakefulness. The orexin-deficient state of this sleep-wake system is the main cause of the first and primary symptom of narcolepsy, which is excessive daytime sleepiness and the surprise attacks of sleep that can happen at any moment. Without the strong finger of orexin pushing the sleep-wake switch all the way over into a definitive on position, narcoleptic patients cannot sustain resolute wakefulness throughout the day. For the same reasons, narcoleptic patients have terrible sleep at night, dipping into and out of slumber in choppy fashion. Like a faulty light switch that endlessly flickers on and off, day and night, so goes the erratic sleep and wake experience suffered by a narcoleptic patient across each and every 24-hour period. Despite wonderful work by many of my colleagues, narcolepsy currently represents a failure of sleep research at the level of effective treatments. While we have effective interventions for other sleep disorders, such as insomnia and sleep apnea, we lag far behind the curve for treating narcolepsy. This is in part due to the rarity of the condition, making it unprofitable for drug companies to invest their research effort which is often a driver of fast treatment progress in medicine. For the first symptom of narcolepsy, daytime sleep attacks, the only treatment used to be high doses of the wake-promoting drug amphetamine. But amphetamine is powerfully addictive. It is also a dirty drug, meaning that it is promiscuous and affects many different chemical systems in the brain and body, leading to terrible side effects. A newer, cleaner drug, called Provigil, is now used to help narcoleptic patients stay more stably awake during the day and has fewer downsides, yet it is marginally effective. Antidepressants are often prescribed to help with the second and third symptoms of narcolepsy, sleep paralysis and cataplexy, as they suppress REM sleep, and it is REM sleep paralysis that is integral to these two symptoms. Nevertheless, antidepressants simply lower the incidence of both. They do not eradicate them. Overall, the treatment outlook for narcoleptic patients is bleak at present, and there is no cure in sight. Much of the treatment fate of narcolepsy sufferers and their families resides in the slower progressing hands of academic research, rather than the more rapid progression of big pharmaceutical companies. For now, patients simply must try to manage life with the disorder, living as best they can. Some of you may have had the same realization that several drug companies did when we learned about the role of orexin and the sleep-wake switch in narcolepsy. Could we reverse engineer the knowledge and, rather than enhance orexin to give narcoleptic patients more stable wakefulness during the day, try and shut it off at night, thereby offering a novel way of inducing sleep in insomnia patients? Pharmaceutical companies are indeed trying to develop compounds that can block orexin at night, forcing it to flip the switch to the off position, potentially inducing more naturalistic sleep than the problematic and sedating sleep drugs we currently have. Unfortunately, the first of these drugs, suvorexant, brand name Belsomra, has not proved to be the magic bullet many hoped. Patients in the FDA-mandated clinical trials fell asleep just 6 minutes faster than those taking a placebo. While future formulations may prove more efficacious, non-pharmacological methods for the treatment of insomnia, outlined in the next chapter, remain a far superior option for insomnia sufferers. Fatal familial insomnia. Michael Cork became the man who could not sleep, and paid for it with his life. Before the insomnia took hold, Cork was a high-functioning, active individual, a devoted husband, and a teacher of music at a high school in New Lexon, just south of Chicago. At age 40, he began having trouble sleeping. At first, Cork felt that his wife's snoring was to blame. In response to this suggestion, Penny Cork decided to sleep on the couch for the next 10 nights. Cork's insomnia did not abate, and only became worse. After months of poor sleep, and realizing the cause lay elsewhere, Cork decided to seek medical help. None of the doctors who first examined Cork could identify the trigger of his insomnia, and some diagnosed him with sleep-unrelated disorders, such as multiple sclerosis. Cork's insomnia eventually progressed to the point where he was completely unable to sleep. Not a wink. No mild sleep medications or even heavy sedatives could wrestle his brain from the grip of permanent wakefulness. Should you have observed Cork at this time, it would be clear how desperate he was for sleep. His eyes would make your own feel tired. His blinks were achingly slow, as if the eyelids wanted to stay shut mid-blink and not reopen for days. They telegraphed the most despairing hunger for sleep you could imagine. After 8 straight weeks of no sleep, Cork's mental faculties were quickly fading. This cognitive decline was matched in speed by the rapid deterioration of his body.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
So compromised were his motor skills that even coordinated walking became difficult. One evening, Cork was to conduct a school orchestral performance. It took several painful, though heroic, minutes for him to complete the short walk through the orchestra and climb atop the conductor's rostrum, all cane-assisted. As Cork approached the 6-month mark of no sleep, he was bedridden and approaching death. Despite his young age, Cork's neurological condition resembled that of an elderly individual in the end stages of dementia. He could not bathe or clothe himself. Hallucinations and delusions were rife. His ability to generate language was all but gone, and he was resigned to communicating through rudimentary head movements and rare inarticulate utterances whenever he could muster the energy. Several more months of no sleep, and Cork's body and mental faculties shut down completely. Soon after turning 42 years old, Michael Cork died of a rare, genetically inherited disorder called fatal familial insomnia, FFI. There are no treatments for this disorder, and there are no cures. Every patient diagnosed with the disorder has died within 10 months, some sooner. It is one of the most mysterious conditions in the annals of medicine, and it has taught us a shocking lesson. A lack of sleep will kill a human being. The underlying cause of FFI is increasingly well understood, and builds on much of what we have discussed regarding the normal mechanisms of sleep generation. The culprit is an anomaly of a gene called PRNP, which stands for prion protein. All of us have prion proteins in our brain, and they perform useful functions. However, a rogue version of the protein is triggered by this genetic defect, resulting in a mutated version that spreads like a virus. In this genetically crooked form, the protein begins targeting and destroying certain parts of the brain, resulting in a rapidly accelerating form of brain degeneration as the protein spreads. One region that this malfeasant protein attacks, and attacks comprehensively, is the thalamus, that sensory gate within the brain that must close shut for wakefulness to end and sleep to begin. When scientists performed post-mortem examinations of the brains of early sufferers of FFI, they discovered a thalamus that was peppered with holes, almost like a block of Swiss cheese. The prion proteins had burrowed throughout the thalamus, utterly degrading its structural integrity. This was especially true of the outer layers of the thalamus, which form the sensory doors that should close shut each night. Due to this puncturing attack by the prion proteins, the sensory gate of the thalamus was effectively stuck in a permanent open position. Patients could never switch off their conscious perception of the outside world, and, as a result, could never drift off into the merciful sleep that they so desperately needed. No amount of sleeping pills or other drugs could push the sensory gate closed. In addition, the signals sent from the brain down into the body that prepare us for sleep, the reduction of heart rate, blood pressure, and metabolism, and the lowering of core body temperature, all must pass through the thalamus on their way down the spinal cord, and are then mailed out to the different tissues and organs of the body. But those signals were thwarted by the damage to the thalamus, adding to the impossibility of sleep in the patients. Current treatment prospects are few. There has been some interest in an antibiotic called doxycycline, which seems to slow the rate of the rogue protein accumulation in other prion disorders, such as Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease or so-called mad cow disease. Clinical trials for this potential therapy are now getting underway. Beyond the race for a treatment and cure, an ethical issue emerges in the context of the disease. Since FFI is genetically inherited, we have been able to retrospectively trace some of its legacy through generations. That genetic lineage runs all the way back into Europe, and specifically Italy, where a number of afflicted families live. Careful detective work has rolled the genetic timeline back further, to a Venetian doctor in the late 18th century, who appeared to have a clear case of the disorder. Undoubtedly, the gene goes back even further than this individual. More important than tracing the disease past, however, is predicting its future. The genetic certainty raises a eugenically fraught question. If your family's genes mean that you could one day be struck down by the fatal inability to sleep, would you want to be told your fate? Furthermore, if you know that fate and have not yet had children, would that change your decision to do so, knowing you are a gene carrier and that you have the potential to prevent a next step transmission of the disease? There are no simple answers, certainly none that science can, or perhaps should, offer, an additionally cruel tendril of an already heinous condition. Sleep deprivation versus food deprivation. FFI is still the strongest evidence we have that a lack of sleep will kill a human being. Scientifically, however, it remains arguably inconclusive, as there may be other disease-related processes that could contribute to death, and they are hard to distinguish from those of a lack of sleep. There have been individual case reports of humans dying as a result of prolonged total sleep deprivation, such as Jiang Shaoshan. He was alleged to have stayed awake for 11 days straight to watch all the games of the 2012 European Soccer Championships, all the while working at his day job each day. On day 12, Shaoshan was found dead in his apartment by his mother from an apparent lack of sleep. Then there was the tragic death of a Bank of America intern, Moritz Erhardt, who suffered a life-ending epileptic seizure after acute sleep deprivation from the work overload that is so endemic and expected in that profession, especially from the juniors in such organizations. Nevertheless, these are simply case studies, and they are hard to validate and scientifically verify after the fact. Research studies in animals have, however, provided definitive evidence of the deadly nature of total sleep deprivation, free of any comorbid disease. The most dramatic, disturbing, and ethically provoking of these studies was published in 1983 by a research team at the University of Chicago. Their experimental question was simple: is sleep necessary for life? By preventing rats from sleeping for weeks on end in a gruesome ordeal, they came up with an unequivocal answer. Rats will die after 15 days without sleep, on average. Two additional results quickly followed. First, death ensued as quickly from total sleep deprivation as it did from total food deprivation. Second, rats lost their lives almost as quickly from selective REM sleep deprivation as they did following total sleep deprivation. A total absence of NREM sleep still proved fatal. It just took longer to inflict the same mortal consequence, 45 days on average. There was, however, an issue. Unlike starvation, where the cause of death is easily identified, the researchers could not determine why the rats had died following sleep's absence, despite how quickly death had arrived. Some hints emerged from assessments made during the experiment, as well as the later postmortems. First, despite eating far more than their sleep-rested counterparts, the sleep-deprived rats rapidly began losing body mass during the study. Second, they could no longer regulate their core body temperature. The more sleep-deprived the rats were, the colder they became, regressing toward ambient room temperature. This was a perilous state to be in. All mammals, humans included, live on the edge of a thermal cliff. Physiological processes within the mammalian body can only operate within a remarkably narrow temperature range. Dropping below or above these life-defining thermal thresholds is a fast track to death. It was no coincidence that these metabolic and thermal consequences were jointly occurring. When core body temperature drops, mammals respond by increasing their metabolic rate. Burning energy releases heat to warm the brain and body, to get them back above the critical thermal threshold, so as to avert death. But it was a futile effort in the rats lacking sleep. Like an old wood-burning stove whose top vent has been left open, no matter how much fuel was being added to the fire, the heat simply flew out the top. The rats were effectively metabolizing themselves from the inside out in response to hypothermia. The third, and perhaps most telling consequence of sleep loss, was skin deep. The privation of sleep had left these rats literally threadbare. Sores had appeared across the rat's skin, together with wounds on their paws and tails. Not only was the metabolic system of the rats starting to implode, but so too was their immune system. They could not fend off even the most basic of infections at their epidermis, or below it, as we shall see. If these outward signs of degrading health were not shocking enough, the internal damage revealed by the final post-mortem was equally ghastly. A landscape of utter physiological distress awaited the pathologist. Complications ranged from fluid in the lungs and internal hemorrhaging to ulcers puncturing the stomach lining. Some organs, such as the liver, spleen, and kidneys, had physically decreased in size and weight. Others, like the adrenal glands that respond to infection and stress, were markedly enlarged. Circulating levels of the anxiety-related hormone, corticosterone, released by the adrenal glands, had spiked in the sleepless rats. What, then, was the cause of death? Therein lay the issue. The scientists had no idea. Not all the rats suffered the same pathological signature of demise. The only commonality across the rats was death itself, or the high likelihood of it, at which point the researchers euthanized the animals. In the years that followed, further experiments, the last of their kind, as scientists felt, rightly in my personal view, uneasy about the ethics of such experiments based on the outcome, finally resolved the mystery. The fatal final straw turned out to be septicemia, a toxic and systemic, whole-organism bacterial infection that coursed through the rat's bloodstream and ravaged the entire body until death. Far from a vicious infection that came from the outside, however, it was simple bacteria from the rat's very own gut that inflicted the mortal blow, one that an otherwise healthy immune system would have easily quelled when fortified by sleep. The Russian scientist, Marie Domenechine, had in fact reported the same mortal consequence of continuous sleep deprivation in the medical literature a century earlier. She noted that young dogs died within several days if prevented from sleeping, which are difficult studies for me to read, I must confess. Several years after Domenechine's studies, Italian researchers described equally lethal effects of total sleep deprivation in dogs, adding the observation of neural degeneration in the brain and spinal cord at post-mortem. It took another 100 years after the experiments of Domenechine and the advancements in precise experimental laboratory assessments before the scientists at the University of Chicago finally uncovered why life ends so quickly in the absence of sleep. Perhaps you have seen that small plastic red box on the walls of extremely hazardous work environments that has the following words written on the front: "Break glass in case of emergency." If you impose a total absence of sleep on an organism, rat or human, it indeed becomes an emergency, and you will find the biological equivalent of this shattered glass strewn throughout the brain and the body to fatal effect. This we finally understand. No, wait. You only need 6.75 hours of sleep. Reflecting on these deathly consequences of long-term, chronic, and short-term, acute sleep deprivation allows us to address a recent controversy in the field of sleep research, one that many a newspaper, not to mention some scientists, apprehended incorrectly. The study in question was conducted by researchers at the University of California, Los Angeles, on the sleep habits of specific pre-industrial tribes. Using wristwatch activity devices, the researchers tracked the sleep of 3 hunter-gatherer tribes that are largely untouched by the ways of industrial modernity: the Simon people in South America and the San and Hadza tribes in Africa, which we have previously discussed. Assessing sleep and wake times day after day across many months, the findings were thus: tribespeople averaged just 6 hours of sleep in the summer and about 7.2 hours of sleep in the winter. Well-respected media outlets touted the findings as proof that human beings do not, after all, need a full 8 hours of sleep, some suggesting we can survive just fine on 6 hours or less. For example, the headline of one prominent U.S. newspaper read, "Sleep study on modern-day hunter-gatherers dispels notion that we're wired to need 8 hours a day." Others started out with the already incorrect assumption that modern societies need only 7 hours of sleep, and then questioned whether we even need that much. Do we really need to sleep 7 hours a night? How can such prestigious and well-respected entities reach these conclusions, especially after the science that I have presented in this chapter? Let us carefully re-evaluate the findings and see if we still arrive at the same conclusion. First, when you read the paper, you will learn that the tribespeople were actually giving themselves a 7 to 8.5 hour sleep opportunity each night. Moreover, the wristwatch device, which is neither a precise nor gold standard measure of sleep, estimated a range of 6 to 7.5 hours of this time was spent asleep. The sleep opportunity that these tribespeople provide themselves is therefore almost identical to what the National Sleep Foundation and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend for all adult humans: 7 to 9 hours of time in bed. The problem is that some people confuse time slept with sleep opportunity time. We know that many individuals in the modern world only give themselves 5 to 6.5 hours of sleep opportunity, which normally means they will only obtain around 4.5 to 6 hours of actual sleep. So no, the finding does not prove that the sleep of hunter-gatherer tribes is similar to ours in this post-industrial era. They, unlike us, give themselves more sleep opportunity than we do. Second, let us assume that the wristwatch measurements are perfectly accurate, and that these tribes obtain an annual average of just 6.75 hours of sleep. The next erroneous conclusion drawn from the findings was that humans must, therefore, naturally need a mere 6.75 hours of sleep and no more. Therein lies the rub. If you refer back to the two newspaper headlines I quoted, you'll notice they both use the word need. But what need are we talking about? The incorrect presupposition made was this: whatever sleep the tribespeople were obtaining is all that a human needs. It is flawed reasoning on two counts. Need is not defined by that which is obtained, as the disorder of insomnia teaches us, but rather whether or not that amount of sleep is sufficient to accomplish all that sleep does. The most obvious need, then, would be for life, and healthy life. Now we discover that the average lifespan of these hunter-gatherers is just 58 years, even though they are far more physically active than we are, rarely obese, and are not plagued by the assault of processed foods that erode our health. Of course, they do not have access to modern medicine and sanitation, both of which are reasons that many of us in industrialized first world nations have an expected lifespan that exceeds theirs by over a decade. But it is telling that, based on epidemiological data, any adult sleeping an average of 6.75 hours a night would be predicted to live only into their early 60s, very close to the median lifespan of these tribespeople. More prescient, however, is what normally kills people in these tribes. So long as they survive high rates of infant mortality and make it through adolescence, a common cause of death in adulthood is infection. Weak immune systems are a known consequence of insufficient sleep, as we have discussed in great detail. I should also note that one of the most common immune system failures that kills individuals in hunter-gatherer clans are intestinal infections, something that shares an intriguing overlap with the deadly intestinal tract infections that killed the sleep-deprived rats in the aforementioned studies. Recognizing this shorter lifespan, which fits well with the acclaimed shorter sleep amounts the researchers measured, the next error in logic many made is exposed by asking why these tribes would sleep what appears to be too little, based on all that we know from thousands of research studies. We do not yet know of all the reasons, but a likely contributing factor lies in the title we apply to these tribes: hunter-gatherers. One of the few universal ways of forcing animals of all kinds to sleep less than normal amounts is to limit food, applying a degree of starvation. When food becomes scarce, sleep becomes scarce, as animals try to stay awake longer to forage. Part of the reason that these hunter-gatherer tribes are not obese is because they are constantly searching for food, which is never abundant for long stretches. They spend much of their waking lives in pursuit and preparation of nutrition. For example, the Hadza will face days when they obtain 1,400 calories or less, and routinely eat 300 to 600 fewer daily calories than those of us in modern Western cultures. A large proportion of their year is therefore spent in a state of lower-level starvation, one that can trigger well-characterized biological pathways that reduce sleep time, even though sleep need remains higher than that obtained if food were abundant. Concluding that humans, modern living or pre-industrial, need less than 7 hours of sleep, therefore appears to be a wishful conceit and a tabloid myth. Is sleeping 9 hours a night too much? Epidemiological evidence suggests that the relationship between sleep and mortality risk is not linear, such that the more and more sleep you get, the lower and lower your death risk, and vice versa. Rather, there is an upward hook in death risk once the average sleep amount passes 9 hours, resulting in a tilted backward J-shape. 2 points are worthy of mention in this regard. First, should you explore those studies in detail, you learn that the causes of death in individuals sleeping 9 hours or longer include infection, for example pneumonia, and immune-activating cancers. We know from evidence discussed earlier in the book that sickness, especially sickness that activates a powerful immune response, activates more sleep. Ergo, the sickest individuals should be sleeping longer to battle back against illness using the suite of health tools sleep has on offer. It is simply that some illnesses, such as cancer, can be too powerful even for the mighty force of sleep to overcome, no matter how much sleep is obtained. The illusion created is that too much sleep leads to an early death, rather than the more tenable conclusion that the sickness was just too much, despite all efforts to the contrary from the beneficial sleep extension. I say more tenable rather than equally tenable, because no biological mechanisms that show sleep to be in any way harmful have been discovered. Second, it is important not to overextend my point. I'm not suggesting that sleeping 18 or 22 hours each and every day, should that be physiologically possible, is more optimal than sleeping 9 hours a day. Sleep is unlikely to operate in such a linear manner. Keep in mind that food, oxygen, and water are no different, and they too have a reverse J-shaped relationship with mortality risk. Eating to excess shortens life. Extreme hydration can lead to fatal increases in blood pressure associated with stroke or heart attack. Too much oxygen in the blood, known as hyperoxia, is toxic to cells, especially those of the brain. Sleep, like food, water, and oxygen, may share this relationship with mortality risk when taken to extremes. After all, wakefulness in the correct amount is evolutionarily adaptive, as is sleep. Both sleep and wake provide synergistic and critical, though often different, survival advantages. There is an adaptive balance to be struck between wakefulness and sleep. In humans, that appears to be around 16 hours of total wakefulness and around 8 hours of total sleep for an average adult. Chapter 13. iPads, factory whistles, and nightcaps. What's stopping you from sleeping? Many of us are beyond tired. Why? What precisely about modernity has so perverted our otherwise instinctual sleep patterns, eroded our freedom to sleep, and thwarted our ability to do so soundly across the night? For those of us who do not have a sleep disorder, the reasons underlying this state of sleep deficiency can seem hard to pinpoint, or, if seemingly clear, are erroneous. Beyond longer commute times and sleep procrastination, caused by late evening television and digital entertainment, both of which are not unimportant in their top and tail snipping of our sleep time and that of our children, 5 key factors have powerfully changed how much and how well we sleep. 1. Constant electric light as well as LED light. 2. Regularized temperature. 3. caffeine, discussed in Chapter 2. 4. Alcohol. And 5. A legacy of punching time cards. It is this set of societally engineered forces that are responsible for many an individual's mistaken belief that they are suffering from medical insomnia. The dark side of modern light. At 255 to 257 Pearl Street in Lower Manhattan, not far from the Brooklyn Bridge, is the site of arguably the most unassuming yet seismic shift in our human history. Here, Thomas Edison built the first power-generating station to support an electrified society. For the first time, the human race had a truly scalable method of unbuckling itself from our planet's natural 24-hour cycle of light and dark. With a proverbial flick of a switch came a whimsical ability to control our environmental light, and, with it, our wake and sleep phases. We, and not the rotating mechanics of planet Earth, would now decide when it was night and when it was day. We are the only species that has managed to light the night to such dramatic effect. Humans are predominantly visual creatures. More than a third of our brain is devoted to processing visual information, far exceeding that given over to sounds or smells, or those supporting language and movement. For early Homo sapiens, most of our activities would have ceased after the sunset. They had to, as they were predicated on vision, supported by daylight. The advent of fire, and its limited halo of light, offered an extension to post-dusk activities. But the effect was modest. In the early evening glow of firelight, nominal social activities such as singing and storytelling have been documented in hunter-gatherer tribes like the Hadza and the San. Yet the practical limitations of firelight nullified any significant influence on the timing of our sleep-wake patterns. Gas and oil-burning lamps and their forerunners, candles, offered a more forceful influence upon sustained nighttime activities. Gaze at a Renoir painting of 19th-century Parisian life, and you will see the extended reach of artificial light. Spilling out of homes and onto the streets, gas lanterns began bathing entire city districts with illumination. In this moment, the influence of man-made light began its re-engineering of human sleep patterns, and it would only escalate. The nocturnal rhythms of whole societies, not just individuals or single families, became quickly subject to light at night, and so began our advancing march toward later bedtimes. For the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the master 24-hour clock of the brain, the worst was yet to come. Edison's Manhattan power station enabled the mass adoption of incandescent light. Edison did not create the first incandescent light bulb. That honor went to the English chemist Humphrey Davy in 1802. But in the mid-1870s, Edison Electric Light Company began developing a reliable, mass-marketable light bulb. Incandescent light bulbs, and decades later, fluorescent light bulbs, guaranteed that modern humans would no longer spend much of the night in darkness, as we had for millennia past. 100 years post-Edison, we now understand the biological mechanisms by which the electric light bulbs manage to veto our natural timing and quality of sleep. The visible light spectrum, that which our eyes can see, runs the gamut from shorter wavelengths, approximately 380 nanometers, that we perceive as cooler violets and blues, to the longer wavelengths, around 700 nanometers, that we sense as warmer yellows and reds. Sunlight contains a powerful blend of all of these colors and those in between, as the iconic Pink Floyd album cover of Dark Side of the Moon illuminates, so to speak. Before Edison and before gas and oil lamps, the setting sun would take with it this full stream of daylight from our eyes, sensed by the 24-hour clock within the brain, the suprachiasmatic nucleus described in Chapter 2. The loss of daylight informs our suprachiasmatic nucleus that nighttime is now in session. Time to release the brake pedal on our pineal gland, allowing it to unleash vast quantities of melatonin that signal to our brains and bodies that darkness has arrived and it is time for bed. Appropriately scheduled tiredness, followed by sleep, would normally occur several hours after dusk across our human collective. Electric light put an end to this natural order of things. It redefined the meaning of midnight for generations thereafter. Artificial evening light, even that of modest strength, or lux, will fool your suprachiasmatic nucleus into believing the sun has not yet set. The brake on melatonin, which should otherwise have been released with the timing of dusk, remains forcefully applied within your brain under duress of electric light. The artificial light that bathes our modern indoor worlds will therefore halt the forward progress of biological time that is normally signaled by the evening surge in melatonin. Sleep in modern humans is delayed from taking off the evening runway, which would naturally occur somewhere between 8 and 10 p.m., just as we observe in hunter-gatherer tribes. Artificial light in modern societies thus tricks us into believing night is still day, and does so using a physiological lie. The degree to which evening electric light winds back your internal 24-hour clock is important, usually 2 to 3 hours each evening on average. To contextualize that, let's say you are listening to this book at 11 p.m. in New York City, having been surrounded by electric light all evening. Your bedside clock may be registering 11 p.m., but the omnipresence of artificial light has paused the internal tick-tocking of time by hindering the release of melatonin. Biologically speaking, you've been dragged westward across the continent to the internal equivalent of Chicago time, 10 p.m., or even San Francisco time, 8 p.m. Artificial evening and nighttime light can therefore masquerade as sleep onset insomnia, the inability to begin sleeping soon after getting into bed. By delaying the release of melatonin, artificial evening light makes it considerably less likely that you'll be able to fall asleep at a reasonable time. When you do finally turn out the bedside light, hoping that sleep will come quickly is made all the more difficult. It will be some time before the rising tide of melatonin is able to submerge your brain and body in peak concentrations, instructed by the darkness that only now has begun. In other words, before you are biologically capable of organizing the onset of robust, stable sleep. What of a petite bedside lamp? How much can that really influence your suprachiasmatic nucleus? A lot, it turns out. Even a hint of dim light, 8 to 10 lux, has been shown to delay the release of nighttime melatonin in humans. The feeblest of bedside lamps pumps out twice as much, anywhere from 20 to 80 lux. A subtly lit living room, where most people reside in the hours before bed, will hum at around 200 lux. Despite being just 1 to 2% of the strength of daylight, this ambient level of incandescent home lighting can have 50% of the melatonin-suppressing influence within the brain. Just when things looked as bad as they could get for the suprachiasmatic nucleus with incandescent lamps, a new invention in 1997 made the situation far worse. Blue light-emitting diodes, or blue LEDs. For this invention, Shuji Nakamura, Isamu Akasaki, and Hiroshi Amano won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2014. It was a remarkable achievement. Blue LED lights offer considerable advantages over incandescent lamps in terms of lower energy demands and, for the lights themselves, longer lifespans. But they may be inadvertently shortening our own. The light receptors in the eye that communicate daytime to the suprachiasmatic nucleus are most sensitive to short wavelength light within the blue spectrum, the exact sweet spot where blue LEDs are most powerful. As a consequence, evening blue LED light has twice the harmful impact on nighttime melatonin suppression than the warm yellow light from old incandescent bulbs, even when their lux intensities are matched. Of course, few of us stare headlong into the glare of an LED lamp each evening, but we do stare at LED-powered laptop screens, smartphones, and tablets each night, sometimes for many hours, often with these devices just feet or even inches away from our retinas. A recent survey of over 1,500 American adults found that 90% of individuals regularly used some form of portable electronic device 60 minutes or less before bedtime. It has a very real impact on your melatonin release, and thus ability to time the onset of sleep. One of the earliest studies found that using an iPad, an electronic tablet enriched with blue LED light, for 2 hours prior to bed, blocked the otherwise rising levels of melatonin by a significant 23%. A more recent report took the story several concerning steps further. Healthy adults lived for a 2-week period in a tightly controlled laboratory environment. The 2-week period was split in half, containing 2 different experimental arms that everyone passed through. 1. 5 nights of reading a book on an iPad for several hours before bed. No other iPad uses, such as email or internet, were allowed. And 2. 5 nights of reading a printed paper book for several hours before bed, with the 2 conditions randomized in terms of which the participants experienced as first or second. Compared to reading a printed book, reading on an iPad suppressed melatonin release by over 50% at night. Indeed, iPad reading delayed the rise of melatonin by up to 3 hours, relative to the natural rise in these same individuals when reading a printed book. When reading on the iPad, their melatonin peak, and thus instruction to sleep, did not occur until the early morning hours, rather than before midnight. Unsurprisingly, individuals took longer to fall asleep after iPad reading relative to print copy reading. But did reading on the iPad actually change sleep quantity, quality, above and beyond the timing of melatonin? It did in 3 concerning ways. First, individuals lost significant amounts of REM sleep following iPad reading. Second, the research subjects felt less rested and sleepier throughout the day following iPad use at night. Third was a lingering after effect, with participants suffering a 90-minute lag in their evening rising melatonin levels for several days after iPad use ceased, almost like a digital hangover effect. Using LED devices at night impacts our natural sleep rhythms, the quality of our sleep, and how alert we feel during the day. The societal and public health ramifications discussed in the penultimate chapter are not small. I, like many of you, have seen young children using electronic tablets at every opportunity throughout the day and evening. The devices are a wonderful piece of technology. They enrich the lives and education of our youth, but such technology is also enriching their eyes and brains with powerful blue light that has a damaging effect on sleep, the sleep that young, developing brains so desperately need in order to flourish. Footnote. For those wondering why cool blue light is the most potent of the visible light spectrum for regulating melatonin release, the answer lies in our distant ancestral past. Human beings, as we believe is true of all forms of terrestrial organisms, emerged from marine life. The ocean acts like a light filter, stripping away most of the longer, yellow and red wavelength light. What remains is the shorter, blue wavelength light. It is the reason the ocean, and our vision when submerged under its surface, appears blue. Much of marine life, therefore, evolved within the blue visible light spectrum, including the evolution of aquatic eyesight. Our biased sensitivity to cool blue light is a vestigial carryover from our marine forebears. Unfortunately, this evolutionary twist of fate has now come back to haunt us in a new era of blue LED light, discombobulating our melatonin rhythm and thus our sleep-wake rhythm. Due to its omnipresence, solutions for limiting exposure to artificial evening light are challenging. A good start is to create lowered, dim light in the rooms where you spend your evening hours. Avoid powerful overhead lights. Mood lighting is the order of the night. Some committed individuals will even wear yellow-tinted glasses indoors in the afternoon and evening to help filter out the most harmful blue light that suppresses melatonin. Maintaining complete darkness throughout the night is equally critical, the easiest fix for which comes from blackout curtains. Finally, you can install software on your computers, phones, and tablet devices that gradually desaturate the harmful blue LED light as evening progresses. Turning down the nightcap. Alcohol. Short of prescription sleeping pills, the most misunderstood of all sleep aids is alcohol. Many individuals believe alcohol helps them to fall asleep more easily, or even offers sounder sleep throughout the night. Both are resolutely untrue. Alcohol is in a class of drugs called sedatives. It binds to receptors within the brain that prevent neurons from firing their electrical impulses. Saying that alcohol is a sedative often confuses people, as alcohol in moderate doses helps individuals liven up and become more social. How can a sedative enliven you? The answer comes down to the fact that your increased sociability is caused by sedation of one part of your brain, the prefrontal cortex, early in the timeline of alcohol's creeping effects. As we have discussed, this frontal lobe region of the human brain helps control our impulses and restrains our behavior. Alcohol immobilizes that part of our brain first. As a result, we loosen up, becoming less controlled and more extroverted, but anatomically targeted brain sedation it still is. Give alcohol a little more time, and it begins to sedate other parts of the brain, dragging them down into a stupefied state, just like the prefrontal cortex. You begin to feel sluggish as the inebriated torpor sets in. This is your brain slipping into sedation. Your desire and ability to remain conscious are decreasing, and you can let go of consciousness more easily. I'm very deliberately avoiding the term sleep, however, because sedation is not sleep. Alcohol sedates you out of wakefulness, but it does not induce natural sleep. The electrical brainwave state you enter via alcohol is not that of natural sleep. Rather, it is akin to a light form of anesthesia. Yet this is not the worst of it when considering the effects of the evening nightcap on your slumber. More than its artificial sedating influence, alcohol dismantles an individual's sleep in an additional 2 ways. First, alcohol fragments sleep, littering the night with brief awakenings. Alcohol-infused sleep is therefore not continuous and, as a result, not restorative. Unfortunately, most of these nighttime awakenings go unnoticed by the sleeper, since they don't remember them. Individuals therefore fail to link alcohol consumption the night before with feelings of next-day exhaustion caused by the undetected sleep disruption sandwiched in between. Keep an eye out for that coincidental relationship in yourself and/or others. Second, alcohol is one of the most powerful suppressors of REM sleep that we know of. When the body metabolizes alcohol, it produces byproduct chemicals called aldehydes and ketones. The aldehydes in particular will block the brain's ability to generate REM sleep. It's rather like the cerebral version of cardiac arrest, preventing the pulsating beat of brainwaves that otherwise power dream sleep. People consuming even moderate amounts of alcohol in the afternoon and/or evening are thus depriving themselves of dream sleep. There is a sad and extreme demonstration of this fact observed in alcoholics who, when drinking, can show little in the way of any identifiable REM sleep. Going for such long stretches of time without dream sleep produces a tremendous build-up in, and backlog of, pressure to obtain REM sleep. So great, in fact, that it inflicts a frightening consequence upon these individuals: aggressive intrusions of dreaming while they are wide awake. The pent-up REM sleep pressure erupts forcefully into waking consciousness, causing hallucinations, delusions, and gross disorientation. The technical term for this terrifying psychotic state is delirium tremens. Should the addict enter a rehabilitation program and abstain from alcohol, the brain will begin feasting on REM sleep, binging in a desperate effort to recover that which it has long been starved of, an effect called the REM sleep rebound. We observe precisely the same consequences caused by excess REM sleep pressure in individuals who have tried to break the sleep deprivation world record before this life-threatening feat was banned. You don't have to be using alcohol to levels of abuse, however, to suffer its deleterious REM sleep disrupting consequences, as one study can attest. Recall that one function of REM sleep is to aid in memory integration and association, the type of information processing required for developing grammatical rules in new language learning, or in synthesizing large sets of related facts into an interconnected whole. To wit, researchers recruited a large group of college students for a 7-day study. The participants were assigned to one of 3 experimental conditions. On day 1, all the participants learned a novel, artificial grammar, rather like learning a new computer coding language or a new form of algebra. It was just the type of memory task that REM sleep is known to promote. Everyone learned the new material to a high degree of proficiency on that first day, around 90% accuracy. Then, a week later, the participants were tested to see how much of that information had been solidified by the 6 nights of intervening sleep. What distinguished the 3 groups was the type of sleep they had. In the first group, the control condition, participants were allowed to sleep naturally and fully for all intervening nights. In the second group, the experimenters got the students a little drunk just before bed on the first night after daytime learning. They loaded up the participants with 2 to 3 shots of vodka mixed with orange juice, standardizing the specific blood alcohol amount on the basis of gender and body weight. In the third group, they allowed the participants to sleep naturally on the first and even the second night after learning, and then got them similarly drunk before bed on night 3. Note that all 3 groups learned the material on day 1 while sober, and were tested while sober on day 7. This way, any difference in memory among the 3 groups could not be explained by the direct effects of alcohol on memory formation or later recall, but must be due to the disruption of the memory facilitation that occurred in between. On day 7, participants in the control condition remembered everything they had originally learned, even showing an enhancement of abstraction and retention of knowledge relative to initial levels of learning, just as we'd expect from good sleep. In contrast, those who had their sleep laced with alcohol on the first night after learning suffered what can conservatively be described as partial amnesia 7 days later, forgetting more than 50% of all that original knowledge. This fits well with evidence we discussed earlier, that of the brain's non-negotiable requirement for sleep the first night after learning for the purposes of memory processing. The real surprise came in the results of the third group of participants. Despite getting 2 full nights of natural sleep after initial learning, having their sleep doused with alcohol on the third night still resulted in almost the same degree of amnesia. 40% of the knowledge they had worked so hard to establish on day 1 was forgotten. The overnight work of REM sleep, which normally assimilates complex memory knowledge, had been interfered with by the alcohol. More surprising, perhaps, was the realization that the brain is not done processing that knowledge after the first night of sleep. Memories remain perilously vulnerable to any disruption of sleep, including that from alcohol, even up to 3 nights after learning, despite 2 full nights of natural sleep prior. Framed practically, let's say that you are a student cramming for an exam on Monday. Diligently you study all of the previous Wednesday. Your friends beckon you to come out that night for drinks, but you know how important sleep is, so you decline. On Thursday, friends again ask you to grab a few drinks in the evening, but to be safe, you turn them down and sleep soundly a second night. Finally, Friday rolls around, now 3 nights after your learning session, and everyone is heading out for a party and drinks. Surely, after being so dedicated to slumber across the first 2 nights after learning, you can now cut loose, knowing those memories have been safely secured and fully processed within your memory banks. Sadly, not so. Even now, alcohol consumption will wash away much of that which you learned and can abstract by blocking your REM sleep. How long is it before those new memories are finally safe? We actually do not yet know, though we have studies underway that span many weeks. What we do know is that sleep has not finished tending to those newly planted memories by night 3. I elicit audible groans when I present these findings to my undergraduates in lectures. The politically incorrect advice I would, of course never, give is this: go to the pub for a drink in the morning. That way, the alcohol will be out of your system before sleep. Glib advice aside, what is the recommendation when it comes to sleep and alcohol? It is hard not to sound puritanical, but the evidence is so strong regarding alcohol's harmful effects on sleep that to do otherwise would be doing you, and the science, a disservice. Many people enjoy a glass of wine with dinner, even an aperitif thereafter. But it takes your liver and kidneys many hours to degrade and excrete that alcohol, even if you are an individual with fast-acting enzymes for ethanol decomposition. Nightly alcohol will disrupt your sleep, and the annoying advice of abstinence is the best and most honest I can offer. Get the nighttime chills. Thermal environment, specifically the proximal temperature around your body and brain, is perhaps the most underappreciated factor determining the ease with which you will fall asleep tonight, and the quality of sleep you will obtain. Ambient room temperature, bedding, and night clothes dictate the thermal envelope that wraps around your body at night. It is ambient room temperature that has suffered a dramatic assault from modernity. This change sharply differentiates the sleeping practices of modern humans from those of pre-industrial cultures and from animals. To successfully initiate sleep, as described in Chapter 2, your core temperature needs to decrease by 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 1 degree Celsius. For this reason, you will always find it easier to fall asleep in a room that is too cold than too hot, since a room that is too cold is at least dragging your brain and body in the correct, downward, temperature direction for sleep. The decrease in core temperature is detected by a group of thermosensitive cells situated in the center of your brain within the hypothalamus. Those cells live right next door to the 24-hour clock of the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the brain, and for good reason. Once core temperature dips below a threshold in the evening, the thermosensitive cells quickly deliver a neighborly message to the suprachiasmatic nucleus. The memo adds to that of naturally fading light, informing the suprachiasmatic nucleus to initiate the evening surge in melatonin, and with it, the timed ordering of sleep. Your nocturnal melatonin levels are therefore controlled not only by the loss of daylight at dusk, but also the drop in temperature that coincides with the setting sun. Environmental light and temperature, therefore, synergistically, though independently, dictate nightly melatonin levels and sculpt the ideal timing of sleep. Your body is not passive in letting the cool of night lull it into sleep, but actively participates. One way you control your body temperature is using the surface of your skin. Most of the thermic work is performed by 3 parts of your body in particular: your hands, your feet, and your head. All 3 areas are rich in crisscrossing blood vessels, known as the anteriovenous anastomosis, that lie close to the skin's surface. Like stretching clothes over a drying line, this mass of vessels will allow blood to be spread across a large surface area of skin and come in close contact with the air that surrounds it. The hands, feet, and head are therefore remarkably efficient radiating devices that, just prior to sleep onset, jettison body heat in a massive thermal venting session so as to drop your core body temperature. Warm hands and feet help your body's core cool, inducing inviting sleep quickly and efficiently. It is no evolutionary coincidence that we humans have developed the pre-bed ritual of splashing water on one of the most vascular parts of our bodies, our face, using one of the other highly vascular surfaces, our hands. You may think the feeling of being facially clean helps you sleep better, but facial cleanliness makes no difference to your slumber. The act itself does have sleep-inviting powers, however, as that water, warm or cold, helps dissipate heat from the surface of the skin as it evaporates, thereby cooling the inner body core. The need to dump heat from our extremities is also the reason that you may occasionally stick your hands and feet out from underneath the bed covers at night, due to your core becoming too hot, usually without your knowing. Should you have children, you've probably seen the same phenomenon when you check in on them late at night. Arms and legs dangling out of the bed in amusing and endearing ways. So different from the neatly positioned limbs you placed beneath the sheets upon first tucking them into bed. The limb rebellion aids in keeping the body core cool, allowing it to fall and stay asleep. The coupled dependency between sleep and body cooling is evolutionarily linked to the 24-hour ebb and flow of daily temperature. Homo sapiens, and thus modern sleep patterns, evolved in eastern equatorial regions of Africa. Despite experiencing only modest fluctuations in average temperature across a year, ±3 degrees Celsius or 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit, these areas have larger temperature differentials across a day and night in both the winter, ±14 degrees Fahrenheit or 8 degrees Celsius, and the summer, ±12 degrees Fahrenheit or 7 degrees Celsius. Pre-industrial cultures, such as the nomadic Jabra tribe in northern Kenya and the hunter-gatherers of the Hadza and San tribes, have remained in thermic harmony with this day-night cycle. They sleep in porous huts with no cooling or heating systems, minimal bedding, and lie semi-naked. They sleep this way from birth to death. Such willing exposure to ambient temperature fluctuations is a major factor, alongside the lack of artificial evening light, determining their well-timed, healthy sleep quality. Without indoor temperature control, heavy bedding, or excess nighttime attire, they display a form of thermal liberalism that assists, rather than battles against, sleep's conditional needs. In stark contrast, industrialized cultures have severed their relationship with this natural rise and fall of environmental temperature. Through climate-controlled homes with central heat and air conditioning, and the use of bed covers and pajamas, we have architected a minimally varying or even constant thermal tenor in our bedrooms. Bereft of the natural drop in evening temperature, our brains do not receive the cooling instruction within the hypothalamus that facilitates a naturally timed release of melatonin. Moreover, our skin has difficulty breathing out the heat it must in order to drop core temperature and make the transition to sleep, suffocated by the constant heat signal of controlled home temperatures. A bedroom temperature of around 65 degrees Fahrenheit, 18.3 degrees Celsius, is ideal for the sleep of most people, assuming standard bedding and clothing. This surprises many, as it sounds just a little too cold for comfort. Of course, that specific temperature will vary, depending on the individual in question and their unique physiology, gender, and age. But like calorie recommendations, it's a good target for the average human being. Most of us set ambient house and/or bedroom temperatures higher than are optimal for good sleep, and this likely contributes to lower quantity and/or quality of sleep than you are otherwise capable of getting. Lower than 55 degrees Fahrenheit, 12.5 degrees Celsius, can be harmful rather than helpful to sleep, unless warm bedding or nightclothes are used. However, most of us fall into the opposite category of setting a controlled bedroom temperature that is too high, 70 or 72 degrees. Sleep clinicians treating insomnia patients will often ask about room temperature and will advise patients to drop their current thermostat set point by 3 to 5 degrees from that which they currently use. Anyone disbelieving of the influence of temperature on sleep can explore some truly bizarre experiments on this topic, strewn throughout the research literature. Scientists have, for example, gently warmed the feet or the body of rats to encourage blood to rise to the surface of the skin and emit heat, thereby decreasing core body temperature. The rats drifted off to sleep far faster than was otherwise normal. In a more outlandish, human version of the experiment, scientists constructed a whole-body thermal sleeping suit, not dissimilar in appearance to a wetsuit. Water was involved, but fortunately those willing to risk their dignity by donning the outfit did not get wet. Lining the suit was an intricate network of thin tubes or veins. Crisscrossing the body like a detailed road map, these artificial veins traversed all major districts of the body: arms, hands, torso, legs, feet. And like the independent governance of local roads by separate states or counties of a nation, each body territory received its own separate water feed. In doing so, the scientists could exquisitely and selectively choose which parts of the body they would circulate water around, thereby controlling the temperature on the skin's surface in individual body areas, all while the participant lay quietly in bed. Selectively warming the feet and hands by just a small amount, 1 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 0.5 degrees Celsius, caused a local swell of blood to these regions, thereby charming heat out of the body's core where it had been trapped. The result of all this ingenuity: sleep took hold of the participants in a significantly shorter time, allowing them to fall asleep 20% faster than was usual, even though these were already young, healthy, fast-sleeping individuals. Not satisfied with their success, the scientists took on the challenge of improving sleep in two far more problematic groups: older adults who generally have a harder time falling asleep, and patients with clinical insomnia whose sleep was especially stubborn. Just like the young adults, the older adults fell asleep 18% faster than normal when receiving the same thermal assistance from the bodysuit. The improvement in the insomniacs was even more impressive: a 25% reduction in the time it took them to drift off into sleep. Better still, as the researchers continued to apply body temperature cooling throughout the night, the amount of time spent in stable sleep increased, while time awake decreased. Before the body cooling therapy, these groups had a 58% probability of waking up in the last half of the night and struggled to get back to sleep, a classic hallmark of sleep maintenance insomnia. This number tumbled to just a 4% likelihood when receiving thermal help from the bodysuit. Even the electrical quality of sleep, especially the deep, powerful brainwaves of NREM sleep, had been boosted by the thermal manipulation in all these individuals. Knowingly or not, you have probably used this proven temperature manipulation to help your own sleep. A luxury for many is to draw a hot bath in the evening and soak the body before bedtime. We feel it helps us fall asleep more quickly, which it can, but for the opposite reason most people imagine. You do not fall asleep faster because you are toasty and warm to the core. Instead, the hot bath invites blood to the surface of your skin, giving you that flushed appearance. When you get out of the bath, those dilated blood vessels on the surface quickly help radiate out inner heat, and your core body temperature plummets. Consequently, you fall asleep more quickly because your core is colder. Hot baths prior to bed can also induce 10 to 15% more deep NREM sleep in healthy adults. An alarming fact. Adding to the harm of evening light and constant temperature, the industrial era inflicted another damaging blow to our sleep: enforced awakening. With the dawn of the industrial age and the emergence of large factories came a challenge. How can you guarantee the en masse arrival of a large workforce all at the same time, such as at the start of a shift? The solution came in the form of the factory whistle, arguably the earliest and loudest version of an alarm clock. The whistle's skirl across the working village aimed to wrench large numbers of individuals from sleep at the same morning hour day after day. A second whistle would often signal the beginning of the work shift itself. Later, this invasive messenger of wakefulness entered the bedroom in the form of the modern-day alarm clock, and the second whistle was replaced by the banality of time card punching. No other species demonstrates this unnatural act of prematurely and artificially terminating sleep, and for good reason. Compare the physiological state of the body after being rudely awakened by an alarm to that observed after naturally waking from sleep. Participants artificially wrenched from sleep will suffer a spike in blood pressure and a shock acceleration in heart rate caused by an explosive burst of activity from the fight-or-flight branch of the nervous system. Most of us are unaware of an even greater danger that lurks within the alarm clock, the snooze button. If alarming your heart, quite literally, were not bad enough, using the snooze feature means that you will repeatedly inflict that cardiovascular assault again and again within a short span of time. Step and repeat this at least 5 days a week, and you begin to understand the multiplicative abuse your heart and nervous system will suffer across a lifespan. Waking up at the same time of day, every day, no matter if it is the week or weekend, is a good recommendation for maintaining a stable sleep schedule if you are having difficulty with sleep. Indeed, it is one of the most consistent and effective ways of helping people with insomnia get better sleep. This unavoidably means the use of an alarm clock for many individuals. If you do use an alarm clock, do away with the snooze function and get in the habit of waking up only once to spare your heart the repeated shock. Parenthetically, a hobby of mine is to collect the most innovative, that is to say ludicrous, alarm clock designs in some hope of cataloguing the depraved ways we humans wrench our brains out of sleep. One such clock has a number of geometric blocks that sit in complementary shaped holes on a pad. When the alarm goes off in the morning, it not only erupts into a blurting shriek, but also explodes the blocks out across the bedroom floor. It will not shut off the alarm until you pick up and reposition all of the blocks in their respective holes. My favorite, however, is the shredder. You take a paper bill, let's say $20, and slide it into the front of the clock at night. When the alarm goes off in the morning, you have a short amount of time to wake up and turn the alarm off before it begins shredding your money. The brilliant behavioral economist Dan Ariely has suggested an even more fiendish system, wherein your alarm clock is connected, by Wi-Fi, to your bank account. For every second you remain asleep, the alarm clock will send $10 to a political organization that you absolutely despise. That we have devised such creative, and even painful, ways of waking ourselves up in the morning says everything about how underslept our modern brains are. Squeezed by the vice grips of an electrified night and early morning start times, bereft of 24-hour thermal cycles, and with caffeine and alcohol surging through us in various quantities, many of us feel rightly exhausted and crave that which seems always elusive, a full, restful night of natural deep sleep. The internal and external environments in which we evolved are not those in which we lie down to rest in the 21st century. To morph an agricultural concept from the wonderful writer and poet Wendell Berry, modern society has taken one of nature's perfect solutions, sleep, and neatly divided it into two problems. 1. A lack thereof at night, resulting in 2. An inability to remain fully awake during the day. These problems have forced many individuals to go in search of prescription sleeping pills. Is this wise? In the next chapter, I will provide you with scientifically and medically informed answers. Chapter 14. Hurting and helping your sleep. Pills versus therapy. In the past month, almost 10 million people in America will have swallowed some kind of a sleeping aid. Most relevant and a key focus of this chapter is the abuse of prescription sleeping pills. Sleeping pills do not provide natural sleep, can damage health, and increase the risk of life-threatening diseases. We will explore the alternatives that exist for improving sleep and combating insipid insomnia. Should you take 2 of these before bed? No past or current sleeping medications on the legal or illegal market induce natural sleep. Don't get me wrong, no one would claim that you are awake after taking prescription sleeping pills, but to suggest that you are experiencing natural sleep would be an equally false assertion. The older sleep medications, termed sedative hypnotics, such as diazepam, were blunt instruments. They sedated you rather than assisting you into sleep. Understandably, many people mistake the former for the latter. Most of the newer sleeping pills on the market present a similar situation, though they are slightly less heavy in their sedating effects. Sleeping pills, old and new, target the same system in the brain that alcohol does, the receptors that stop your brain cells from firing, and are thus part of the same general class of drugs, sedatives. Sleeping pills effectively knock out the higher regions of your brain's cortex. If you compare natural, deep sleep brainwave activity to that induced by modern-day sleeping pills, such as Zolpidem, brand name Ambien, or Ezopiclone, brand name Lunesta, the electrical signature, or quality, is deficient. The electrical type of sleep these drugs produce is lacking in the largest, deepest brainwaves. Adding to this state of affairs are a number of unwanted side effects, including next-day grogginess, daytime forgetfulness, performing actions at night of which you are not conscious, or at least have partial amnesia of in the morning, and slow reaction times during the day that can impact motor skills such as driving. True even of the newer, shorter-acting sleeping pills on the market, these systems instigate a vicious cycle. The waking grogginess can lead people to reach for more cups of tea or coffee, to rev themselves up with caffeine throughout the day and evening. That caffeine, in turn, makes it harder for the individual to fall asleep at night, worsening the insomnia. In response, people often take an extra half or whole sleeping pill at night to combat the caffeine, but this only amplifies the next-day grogginess from the drug hangover. Even greater caffeine consumption then occurs, perpetuating the downward spiral. Another deeply unpleasant feature of sleeping pills is rebound insomnia. When individuals stop taking these medications, they frequently suffer far worse sleep, sometimes even worse than the poor sleep that led them to seek out sleeping pills to begin with. The cause of rebound insomnia is a type of dependency in which the brain alters its balance of receptors as a reaction to the increased drug dose, trying to become somewhat less sensitive as a way of countering the foreign chemical within the brain. This is also known as drug tolerance. But when the drug is stopped, there is a withdrawal process, part of which involves an unpleasant spike in insomnia severity. We should not be surprised by this. The majority of prescription sleeping pills are, after all, in a class of physically addictive drugs. Dependency scales with continued use, and withdrawal ensues in abstinence. Of course, when patients come off the drug for a night and have miserable sleep as a result of rebound insomnia, they often go right back to taking the drug the following night. Few people realize that this night of severe insomnia and the need to start retaking the drug is partially or wholly caused by the persistent use of sleeping pills to begin with. The irony is that many individuals experience only a slight increase in sleep from these medications, and the benefit is more subjective than objective. A recent team of leading medical doctors and researchers examined all published studies to date on newer forms of sedative sleeping pills that most people take. They considered 65 separate drug placebo studies, encompassing almost 4,500 individuals. Overall, participants subjectively felt they fell asleep faster and slept more soundly with fewer awakenings, relative to the placebo. But that's not what the actual sleep recordings showed. There was no difference in how soundly the individuals slept. Both the placebo and the sleeping pills reduced the time it took people to fall asleep, between 10 and 30 minutes, but the change was not statistically different between the two. In other words, there was no objective benefit of these sleeping pills beyond that which a placebo offered.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
Summarizing the findings, the committee stated that sleeping pills only produced slight improvements in subjective and polysomnographic sleep latency, that is, the time it takes to fall asleep. The committee concluded the report by stating that the effect of current sleeping medications was rather small and of questionable clinical importance. Even the newest sleeping pill for insomnia, called Suvorexant, brand name Belsomra, has proved minimally effective, as we discussed in Chapter 12. Future versions of such drugs may offer meaningful sleep improvements, but for now the scientific data on prescription sleeping pills suggests that they may not be the answer to returning sound sleep to those struggling to generate it on their own. Sleeping pills: the bad, and the ugly. Existing prescription sleeping pills are minimally helpful, but are they harmful, even deadly? Numerous studies have something to say on this point, yet much of the public remains unaware of their findings. Natural deep sleep, as we have previously learned, helps cement new memory traces within the brain, part of which require the active strengthening of connections between synapses that make up a memory circuit. How this essential nighttime storage function is affected by drug-induced sleep has been the focus of recent animal studies. After a period of intense learning, researchers at the University of Pennsylvania gave animals a weight-appropriate dose of Ambien or a placebo, and then examined the change in brain rewiring after sleep in both groups. As expected, natural sleep solidified memory connections within the brain in the placebo condition that had been formed during the initial learning phase. Ambien-induced sleep, however, not only failed to match these benefits, despite the animals sleeping just as long, but caused a 50% weakening, unwiring, of the brain cell connections originally formed during learning. In doing so, Ambien-laced sleep became a memory eraser rather than engraver. Should similar findings continue to emerge, including in humans, pharmaceutical companies may have to acknowledge that, although users of sleeping pills may fall asleep nominally faster at night, they should expect to wake up with fewer memories of yesterday. This is of special concern, considering the average age for those receiving sleep medication prescriptions is decreasing, as sleep complaints and incidents of pediatric insomnia increase. Should the former be true, doctors and parents may need to be vigilant about giving in to the temptation of prescriptions. Otherwise, young brains, which are still being wired up into the early 20s, will be attempting the already challenging task of neural development and learning under the subverting influence of prescription sleeping pills. Even more concerning than brain rewiring are medical effects throughout the body that come with the use of sleeping pills, effects that aren't widely known but should be. Most controversial and alarming are those highlighted by Dr. Daniel Kripke, a physician at the University of California, San Diego. Kripke discovered that individuals using prescription sleep medications are significantly more likely to die and to develop cancer than those who do not. I should note at the outset that Kripke, like me, has no vested interest in any particular drug company, and therefore does not stand to financially gain or lose on the basis of a particular examination of health relationships that exist with sleeping pills, good or bad. In the early 2000s, insomnia rates ballooned, and sleeping pill prescriptions escalated dramatically. It also meant much more data was available. Kripke began examining these large epidemiological databases. He wanted to explore whether there was a relationship between sleeping pill use and altered disease or mortality risk. There was. Time and again, the same message emerged from the analyses. Individuals taking sleeping pills were significantly more likely to die across the study periods, usually a handful of years, than those who were not, the reasons for which we will soon discuss. Often, however, it was tricky to conduct a well-matched comparison with these early databases, as there were not enough participants or measured factors that he could control for to really tease out a pure sleeping pill effect. But by 2012, however, there were. Kripke and his colleagues set up a well-controlled comparison, examining more than 10,000 patients taking sleeping pills, the vast majority of whom were taking Zolpidem, brand name Ambien, though some were taking Temazepam, brand name Restoril. He contrasted them with 20,000 very well-matched individuals of similar age, race, gender, and background, but who were not taking sleeping pills. In addition, Kripke was able to control for many other factors that could inadvertently contribute to mortality, such as body mass index, history of exercise, smoking and drinking. He looked at the likelihood of disease and death across a 2.5-year window, shown in Figure 15 in the accompanying PDF. Those taking sleeping pills were 4.6 times more likely to die over this short 2.5-year period than those who were not using sleeping pills. Kripke further discovered that the risk of death scaled with the frequency of use. Those individuals classified as heavy users, defined as taking more than 132 pills per year, were 5.3 times more likely to die over the study period than matched control participants who were not using sleeping pills. More alarming was the mortality risk for people who only dabbled in sleeping pill use. Even very occasional users, those defined as taking just 18 pills per year, were still 3.6 times more likely to die at some point across the assessment window than non-users. Kripke isn't the only researcher finding such mortality risk associations. There are now more than 15 such studies from different groups around the world, showing higher rates of mortality in those who use sleeping pills. What was killing those individuals using sleeping pills? That question is harder to answer from the available data, though it is clear that the sources are many. In an attempt to find answers, Kripke and other independent research groups have now evaluated data from studies involving almost all of the common sleeping pills, including zolpidem, Ambien, temazepam, Restoril, Ezopiclone, Lunesta, Zaleplon, Sonata, and other sedating drugs such as triazolam, Halcion, and flurazepam, Dalmane. One frequent cause of mortality appears to be higher than normal rates of infection. Also discussed in earlier chapters, natural sleep is one of the most powerful boosters of the immune system, helping ward off infection. Why then do individuals who are taking sleeping pills that purportedly improve sleep suffer higher rates of various infections when the opposite is predicted? It is possible that medication-induced sleep does not provide the same restorative immune benefits as natural sleep. This would be most troubling for the elderly. Older adults are far more likely to suffer from infections. Alongside newborns, they are the most immunologically vulnerable individuals in our society. Older adults are also the heaviest users of sleeping pills, representing more than 50% of the individuals prescribed such drugs. Based on these coincidental facts, it may be time for medicine to reappraise the prescription frequency of sleeping pills in the elderly. Another cause of death linked to sleeping pill use is an increased risk for fatal car accidents. This is most likely caused by the non-restorative sleep such drugs induce and/or the groggy hangover that some suffer, both of which may leave individuals drowsy while driving the next day. Higher risk for falls at night was a further mortality factor, particularly in the elderly. Additional adverse associations in users of prescription sleeping pills included higher rates of heart disease and stroke. Then broke the story of cancer. Earlier studies had hinted at a relationship between the sleep medications and mortality risk from cancer, but were not as well controlled in terms of comparisons. Kripke's study did a far better job in this regard, and included the newer, more relevant sleeping medication, Ambien. Individuals taking sleeping pills were 30 to 40% more likely to develop cancer within the 2.5-year period of the study than those who were not. The older sleeping medications, such as temazepam, Restoril, had a stronger association, with those on mild to moderate doses suffering more than a 60% increased cancer risk. Those taking the highest dose of zolpidem, Ambien, were still vulnerable, suffering almost a 30% greater likelihood of developing cancer across the 2.5-year study duration. Interestingly, animal experiments conducted by the drug companies themselves hint at the same carcinogenic danger. While the data from the drug companies submitted to the FDA website is somewhat obscure, it seems higher rates of cancer may have emerged in rats and mice dosed with these common sleeping pills. Do these findings prove that sleeping pills cause cancer? No, at least not by themselves. There are also alternative explanations. For example, it could be that the poor sleep that individuals were suffering prior to taking these drugs, that which motivated the prescription to begin with, and not the sleeping pill themselves, predisposed them to ill health. Moreover, the more problematic an individual's prior sleep, perhaps the more sleeping pills they later consumed, thus accounting for the dose-dependent mortality and dose-carcinogen relationships Kripke and others observed. But it is equally possible that sleeping pills do cause death and cancer. To obtain a definitive answer, we would need a dedicated clinical trial expressly designed to examine these particular morbidity and mortality risks. Ironically, such a trial may never be conducted, since a board of ethics may deem the already apparent death hazard and carcinogenic risks associated with sleeping pills to be too high. Shouldn't drug companies be more transparent about the current evidence and risks surrounding sleeping pill use? Unfortunately, Big Pharma can be notoriously unbending within the arena of revised medical indications. This is especially true once a drug has been approved following basic safety assessments, and even more so when profit margins become exorbitant. Consider that the original Star Wars movies, some of the highest-grossing films of all time, required more than 40 years to amass $3 billion in revenue. It took Ambien just 24 months to amass $4 billion in sales profit, discounting the black market. That's a large number, and one I can only imagine influences Big Pharma decision-making at all levels. Perhaps the most conservative and least litigious conclusion one can make about all of this evidence is that no study to date has shown that sleeping pills save lives, and after all, isn't that the goal of medicine and drug treatments? In my scientific, though non-medical, opinion, I believe that the existing evidence warrants far more transparent medical education of any patient who is considering taking a sleeping pill, at the very least. This way, individuals can appreciate the risks and make informed choices. Do you, for example, feel differently about using or continuing to use sleeping pills, having learned about this evidence? To be very clear, I am not anti-medication. On the contrary, I desperately want there to be a drug that helps people obtain truly naturalistic sleep. Many of the drug company scientists who create sleeping medicines do so with nothing but good intent and an honest desire to help those for whom sleep is problematic. I know, because I have met many of them in my career. And as a researcher, I am keen to help science explore new medications in carefully controlled, independent studies. If such a drug, one with sound scientific data demonstrating benefits that far outweigh any health risks, is ultimately developed, I would support it. It is simply that no such medication currently exists. Don't take two of these. Instead, try these. While the search for more sophisticated sleep drugs continues, a new wave of exciting, non-pharmacological methods for improving sleep are fast emerging. Beyond the electrical, magnetic, and auditory stimulation methods for boosting deep sleep quality that I have previously discussed, and that are still in embryonic stages of development, there are already numerous and effective behavioral methods for improving your sleep, especially if you are suffering from insomnia. Currently, the most effective of these is called Cognitive Behavioral Therapy for Insomnia, or CBTI, and it is rapidly being embraced by the medical community as the first-line treatment. Working with a therapist for several weeks, patients are provided with a bespoke set of techniques intended to break bad sleep habits and address anxieties that have been inhibiting sleep. CBTI builds on basic sleep hygiene principles that I describe in the appendix, supplemented with methods individualized for the patient, their problems, and their lifestyle. Some are obvious, others not so obvious, and still others are counterintuitive. The obvious methods involve reducing caffeine and alcohol intake, removing screen technology from the bedroom, and having a cool bedroom. In addition, patients must 1. Establish a regular bedtime and wake-up time, even on weekends. 2. Go to bed only when sleepy and avoid sleeping on the couch early mid-evenings. 3. Never lie awake in bed for a significant time period. Rather, get out of bed and do something quiet and relaxing until the urge to sleep returns. 4. Avoid daytime napping if you are having difficulty sleeping at night. 5. Reduce anxiety-provoking thoughts and worries by learning to mentally decelerate before bed. And 6. Remove visible clock faces from view in the bedroom, preventing clock-watching anxiety at night. One of the more paradoxical CBTI methods used to help insomniacs sleep is to restrict their time spent in bed, perhaps even to just 6 hours of sleep or less to begin with. By keeping patients awake for longer, we build up a strong sleep pressure, a greater abundance of adenosine. Under this heavier weight of sleep pressure, patients fall asleep faster and achieve a more stable, solid form of sleep across the night. In this way, a patient can regain their psychological confidence in being able to self-generate and sustain healthy, rapid, and sound sleep night after night, something that has eluded them for months, if not years. Upon re-establishing a patient's confidence in this regard, time in bed is gradually increased. While this may all sound a little contrived or even dubious, skeptical listeners, or those normally inclined toward drugs for help, should first evaluate the proven benefits of CBTI before dismissing it outright. Results, which have now been replicated in numerous clinical studies around the globe, demonstrate that CBTI is more effective than sleeping pills in addressing numerous problematic aspects of sleep for insomnia sufferers. CBTI consistently helps people fall asleep faster at night, sleep longer, and obtain superior sleep quality by significantly decreasing the amount of time spent awake at night. More importantly, the benefits of CBTI persist long-term, even after patients stop working with their sleep therapist. This sustainability stands in stark contrast to the punch of rebound insomnia that individuals experience following the cessation of sleeping pills. So powerful is the evidence favoring CBTI over sleeping pills for improved sleep across all levels, and so limited or non-existent are the safety risks associated with CBTI, unlike sleeping pills, that in 2016, the American College of Physicians made a landmark recommendation. A committee of distinguished sleep doctors and scientists evaluated all aspects of the efficacy and safety of CBTI relative to standard sleeping pills. Published in the prestigious journal Annals of Internal Medicine, the conclusion from this comprehensive evaluation of all existing data was this: CBTI must be used as the first-line treatment for all individuals with chronic insomnia, not sleeping pills. You can find more resources on CBTI and a list of qualified therapists from the National Sleep Foundation's website, sleepfoundation.org. If you have or think you have insomnia, please make use of these resources before turning to sleeping pills. General good sleep practices. For those of us who are not suffering from insomnia or another sleep disorder, there is much we can do to secure a far better night of sleep using what we call good sleep hygiene practices, for which a list of 12 key tips can be found at the National Institutes of Health website, also offered in the appendix of this book. All 12 suggestions are superb advice, but if you can only adhere to one of these each and every day, make it going to bed and waking up at the same time of day, no matter what. It is perhaps the single most effective way of helping improve your sleep, even though it involves the use of an alarm clock. Last but not least, two of the most frequent questions I receive from members of the public regarding sleep betterment concern exercise and diet. Sleep and physical exertion have a bidirectional relationship. Many of us know of the deep, sound sleep we often experience after sustained physical activity, such as a day-long hike, an extended bike ride, or even an exhausting day of working in the garden. Scientific studies dating back to the 1970s support some of this subjective wisdom, though perhaps not as strongly as you'd hope. One such early study, published in 1975, shows that progressively increased levels of physical activity in healthy males results in a corresponding progressive increase in the amount of deep NREM sleep they obtain on subsequent nights. In another study, however, active runners were compared with age and gender-matched non-runners. While runners had somewhat higher amounts of deep NREM sleep, it was not significantly different to the non-runners. Larger and more carefully controlled studies offer somewhat more positive news, but with an interesting wrinkle. In younger, healthy adults, exercise frequently increases total sleep time, especially deep NREM sleep. It also deepens the quality of sleep, resulting in more powerful electrical brainwave activity. Similar, if not larger, improvements in sleep time and efficiency are to be found in midlife and older adults, including those who are self-reported poor sleepers or those with clinically diagnosed insomnia. Typically, these studies involve measuring several nights of initial baseline sleep in individuals, after which they are placed on a regimen of exercise across several months. Researchers then examine whether or not there are corresponding improvements in sleep as a consequence. On average, there are. Subjective sleep quality improves, as does total amount of sleep. Moreover, the time it takes participants to fall asleep is usually less, and they report waking up fewer times across the night. In one of the longest manipulation studies to date, older adult insomniacs were sleeping almost 1 hour more each night, on average, by the end of a 4-month period of increased physical activity. Unexpected, however, was the lack of a tight relationship between exercise and subsequent sleep from one day to the next. That is, subjects did not consistently sleep better at night on the days they exercised compared with the days when they were not required to exercise, as one would expect. Less surprising, perhaps, is the inverse relationship between sleep and next-day exercise, rather than the influence of exercise on subsequent sleep at night. When sleep was poor the night prior, exercise intensity and duration were far worse the following day. When sleep was sound, levels of physical exertion were powerfully maximal the next day. In other words, sleep may have more of an influence on exercise than exercise has on sleep. It is still a clear bidirectional relationship, however, with a significant trend toward increasingly better sleep with increasing levels of physical activity, and a strong influence of sleep on daytime physical activity. Participants also feel more alert and energetic as a result of the sleep improvement, and signs of depression proportionally decrease. It is clear that a sedentary life is one that does not help with sound sleep, and all of us should try to engage in some degree of regular exercise to help maintain not only the fitness of our bodies, but also the quantity and quality of our sleep. Sleep, in return, will boost your fitness and energy, setting in motion a positive, self-sustaining cycle of improved physical activity and mental health. One brief note of caution regarding physical activity: try not to exercise right before bed. Body temperature can remain high for an hour or two after physical exertion. Should this occur too close to bedtime, it can be difficult to drop your core temperature sufficiently to initiate sleep due to the exercise-driven increase in metabolic rate. Best to get your workout in at least 2 to 3 hours before turning the bedside light out. Non-LED powered, I trust. When it comes to diet, there is limited research investigating how the foods you eat and the pattern of eating impact your sleep at night. Severe caloric restriction, such as reducing food intake to just 800 calories a day for 1 month, makes it harder to fall asleep normally and decreases the amount of deep NREM sleep at night. What you eat also appears to have some impact on your nighttime sleep. Eating a high-carbohydrate, low-fat diet for 2 days decreases the amount of deep NREM sleep at night, but increases the amount of REM sleep dreaming relative to a 2-day diet low in carbohydrates and high in fat. In a carefully controlled study of healthy adult individuals, a 4-day diet high in sugar and other carbohydrates, but low in fiber, resulted in less deep NREM sleep and more awakenings at night. It is hard to make definitive recommendations for the average adult, especially because larger-scale epidemiological studies have not shown consistent associations between eating specific food groups and sleep quantity or quality. Nevertheless, for healthy sleep, the scientific evidence suggests that you should avoid going to bed too full or too hungry, and shy away from diets that are excessively biased toward carbohydrates, greater than 70% of all energy intake, especially sugar. Chapter 15. Sleep and Society. What medicine and education are doing wrong. What Google and NASA are doing right. 100 years ago, less than 2% of the population in the United States slept 6 hours or less a night. Now almost 30% of American adults do. The lens of a 2013 survey by the National Sleep Foundation pulls this sleep deficiency into sharp focus. More than 65% of the U.S. adult population fail to obtain the recommended 7 to 9 hours of sleep each night during the week. Circumnavigate the globe, and things look no better. In the UK and Japan, for example, 39 and 66%, respectively, of all adults report sleeping fewer than 7 hours. Deep currents of sleep neglect circulate throughout all developed nations, and it is for these reasons that the World Health Organization now labels the lack of societal sleep as a global health epidemic. Taken as a whole, 1 out of every 2 adults across all developed countries, approximately 800 million people, will not get the necessary sleep they need this coming week. Importantly, many of these individuals do not report wanting or needing less sleep. If you look at sleep time in first world nations for the weekends, the numbers are very different. Rather than a meager 30% of adults getting 8 hours of sleep or more on average, almost 60% of these individuals attempt to binge on 8 or more hours. Each weekend, vast numbers of people are desperately trying to pay back a sleep debt they've accrued during the week. As we have learned time and again throughout the course of this book, sleep is not like a credit system or the bank. The brain can never recover all the sleep it has been deprived of. We cannot accumulate a debt without penalty, nor can we repay that sleep debt at a later time. Beyond any single individual, why should society care? Would altering sleep attitudes and increasing sleep amounts make any difference to our collective lives as a human race, to our professions and corporations, to commercial productivity, to salaries, the education of our children, or even our moral nature? Whether you are a business leader or employee, the director of a hospital, a practicing doctor or nurse, a government official or military person, a public policymaker or community health worker, anyone who expects to receive any form of medical care at any moment in their life, or a parent, the answer is very much yes, for more reasons than you may imagine. In the following, I offer 4 diverse yet clear examples how insufficient sleep is impacting the fabric of human society. These are sleep in the workplace, torture, yes, torture, sleep in the education system, and sleep in medicine and healthcare. Sleep in the workplace. Sleep deprivation degrades many of the key faculties required for most forms of employment. Why then do we overvalue employees that undervalue sleep? We glorify the high-powered executive on email until 1 a.m., and then in the office by 5:45 a.m. We laud the airport warrior who has traveled through 5 different time zones on 7 flights over the past 8 days. There remains a contrived, yet fortified, arrogance in many business cultures focused on the uselessness of sleep. It is bizarre considering how sensible the professional world is regarding all other areas of employee health, safety and conduct. As my Harvard colleague, Dr. Seisler, has pointed out, innumerable policies exist within the workplace regarding smoking, substance abuse, ethical behavior, and injury and disease prevention. But insufficient sleep, another harmful, potentially deadly factor, is commonly tolerated and even woefully encouraged. This mentality has persisted, in part, because certain business leaders mistakenly believe that time on task equates with task completion and productivity. Even in the industrial era of rote factory work, this was untrue. It is a misguided fallacy, and an expensive one too. A study across 4 large U.S. companies found that insufficient sleep cost almost $2,000 per employee per year in lost productivity. That amount rose to over $3,500 per employee in those suffering the most serious lack of sleep. That may sound trivial, but speak to the bean counters that monitor such things, and you discover a net capital loss to these companies of $54 million annually. Ask any board of directors whether they would like to correct a single problem fleecing their company of more than $50 million a year in lost revenue, and the vote will be rapid and unanimous. An independent report by the Rand Corporation on the economic cost of insufficient sleep offers a sobering wake-up call for CFOs and CEOs. Individuals who sleep fewer than 7 hours a night on average cause a staggering fiscal cost to their country, compared to employees who sleep more than 8 hours each night. Shown in Figure 16a in the accompanying PDF, inadequate sleep costs America and Japan $411 billion and $138 billion each year, respectively. The UK, Canada, and Germany follow. Of course, these numbers are skewed by the size of the country. A standardized way to appreciate the impact is by looking at gross domestic product, GDP, a general measure of a country's profit output or economic health. Viewed this way, things look even more bleak, described in Figure 16b in the accompanying PDF. Insufficient sleep robs most nations of more than 2% of their GDP, amounting to the entire cost of each country's military. It's almost as much as each country invests in education. Just think, if we eliminated the national sleep debt, we could almost double the GDP percentage that is devoted to the education of our children. One more way that abundant sleep makes financial sense and should itself be incentivized at the national level. Why are individuals so financially ruinous to their companies and national economies when they are underslept? Many of the Fortune 500 companies that I give presentations to are interested in KPIs, key performance indicators, or measurables, such as net revenue, goal accomplishment speed, or commercial success. Numerous employee traits determine these measures, but commonly they include creativity, intelligence, motivation, effort, efficiency, effectiveness when working in groups, as well as emotional stability, sociability, and honesty. All of these are systematically dismantled by insufficient sleep. Early studies demonstrated that shorter sleep amounts predict lower work rate and slow completion speed of basic tasks. That is, sleepy employees are underproductive employees. Sleep-deprived individuals also generate fewer and less accurate solutions to work-relevant problems they are challenged with. We have since designed more work-relevant tasks to explore the effects of insufficient sleep on employee effort, productivity, and creativity. Creativity is, after all, lauded as the engine of business innovation. Give participants the ability to choose between work tasks of varying effort, from easy, for example listening to voicemails, to difficult, for example helping design a complex project that requires thoughtful problem-solving and creative planning, and you find that those individuals who obtained less sleep in the preceding days are the same people who consistently select less challenging problems. They opt for the easy way out, generating fewer creative solutions in the process. It is, of course, possible that the type of people who decide to sleep less are also those who prefer not to be challenged, and one has nothing directly to do with the other. Association does not prove causation. However, take the same individuals and repeat this type of experiment twice, once when they have had a full night of sleep and once when they are sleep-deprived, and you see the same effects of laziness caused by a lack of sleep when using each person as their own baseline control. A lack of sleep, then, is indeed a causal factor. Underslept employees are not, therefore, going to drive your business forward with productive innovation. Like a group of people riding stationary exercise bikes, everyone looks like they're pedaling, but the scenery never changes. The irony that employees miss is that when you are not getting enough sleep, you work less productively, and thus need to work longer to accomplish a goal. This means you often must work longer and later into the evening, arrive home later, go to bed later, and need to wake up earlier, creating a negative feedback loop. Why try to boil a pot of water on medium heat when you could do so in half the time on high? People often tell me that they do not have enough time to sleep because they have so much work to do. Without wanting to be combative in any way whatsoever, I respond by informing them that perhaps the reason they still have so much to do at the end of the day is precisely because they do not get enough sleep at night. Interestingly, participants in the above studies do not perceive themselves as applying less effort to the work challenge or being less effective when they were sleep-deprived, despite both being true. They seemed unaware of their poorer work effort and performance, a theme of subjective misperception of ability when sleep-deprived that we have touched upon previously in this book. Even the simplest daily routines that require slight effort, such as time spent dressing neatly or fashionably for the workplace, have been found to decrease following a night of sleep loss. Individuals also like their jobs less when sleep-deprived, perhaps unsurprisingly considering the mood-depressing influence of sleep deficiency. Underslept employees are not only less productive, less motivated, less creative, less happy, and lazier, but they are also more unethical. Reputation in business can be a make-or-break factor. Having underslept employees in your business makes you more vulnerable to that risk of disrepute. Previously, I described evidence from brain scanning experiments showing that the frontal lobe, which is critical for self-control and reining in emotional impulses, is taken offline by a lack of sleep. As a result, participants were more emotionally volatile and rash in their choices and decision-making. This same result is predictably borne out in the higher stakes setting of the workplace. Studies in the workplace have found that employees who sleep 6 hours or less are significantly more deviant and more likely to lie the following day than those who slept 6 hours or more. Seminal work by Dr. Christopher Barnes, a researcher in the Foster School of Business at Washington University, has found that the less an individual sleeps, the more likely they are to create fake receipts and reimbursement claims, and the more willing to lie to get free raffle tickets. Barnes also discovered that underslept employees are more likely to blame other people in the workplace for their own mistakes, and even try to take credit for other people's successful work. Hardly a recipe for team building and a harmonious business environment. Ethical deviance linked to a lack of sleep also weasels its way onto the work stage in a different guise, called social loafing. The term refers to someone who, when group performance is being assessed, decides to exert less effort when working in that group than when working alone. Individuals see an opportunity to slack off and hide behind the collective hard work of others. They complete fewer aspects of the task themselves, and that work tends to be either wrong or of lower quality, relative to when they alone are being assessed. Sleepy employees, therefore, choose the more selfish path of least resistance when working in teams, coasting by on the disingenuous ticket of social loafing. Not only does this lead to lower group productivity, understandably it often creates feelings of resentment and interpersonal aggression among team members. Of note to those in business, many of these studies report deleterious effects on business outcomes on the basis of only very modest reductions in sleep amount within an individual. Perhaps 20 to 60-minute differences between an employee who is honest, creative, innovative, collaborative, and productive, and one who is not. Examine the effects of sleep deficiency in CEOs and supervisors, and the story is equally impactful. An ineffective leader within any organization can have manifold trickle-down consequences to the many whom they influence. We often think that a good or bad leader is good or bad day after day, a stable trait. Not true. Differences in individual leadership performance fluctuate dramatically from one day to the next, and the size of that difference far exceeds the average difference from one individual leader to another. So what explains the ups and downs of a leader's ability to effectively lead day to day? The amount of sleep they are getting is one clear factor. A deceptively simple but clever study tracked the sleep of supervisors across several weeks and compared that with their leadership performance in the workplace as judged by the employees who report to them. I should note that employees themselves had no knowledge of how well their boss was sleeping each night, taking away any knowledge bias. The lower the quality of sleep that the supervisor reported getting from one night to the next, accurately predicted poor self-control and a more abusive nature toward employees the following day, as reported by the employees themselves. There was another equally intriguing result. In the days after a supervisor had slept poorly, the employees themselves, even if well rested, became less engaged in their jobs throughout that day as a consequence. It was a chain reaction effect, one in which the lack of sleep in that one superordinate person in a business structure was transmitted on like a virus, infecting even well-rested employees with work disengagement and reduced productivity. Reinforcing this reciprocity, we have since discovered that underslept managers and CEOs are less charismatic and have a harder time infusing their subordinate teams with inspiration and drive. Unfortunately for bosses, a sleep-deprived employee will erroneously perceive a well-rested leader as being significantly less inspiring and charismatic than they truly are. One can only imagine the multiplicative consequences to the success of a business if both the leader and the employees are overworked and underslept. Allowing and encouraging employees, supervisors, and executives to arrive at work well-rested turns them from simply looking busy yet ineffective to being productive, honest, useful individuals who inspire, support, and help each other. Ounces of sleep offer pounds of business in return. Employees also win financially when sleep times increase. Those who sleep more earn more money, on average, as economists Mathew and Jeffrey Schrader discovered when analyzing workers and their pay across the United States. They examined townships of very similar socio-educational and professional standing within the same time zone, but at very far western and eastern edges of these zones that receive significantly different amounts of daylight hours. Workers in the far western locations obtained more sunlight later in the evening and consequently went to bed an hour later, on average, than those in the far eastern locations. However, all workers in both regions had to wake up at the same time each morning, since they were all in the same time zone and on the same schedule. Therefore, Western-dwelling workers in that time zone had less sleep opportunity time than the Eastern-dwelling workers. Factoring out many other potential factors and influences, for example regional affluence, house prices, cost of living, etc., they found that an hour of extra sleep still returned significantly higher wages in those eastern locations, somewhere in the region of 4 to 5%. You may sniff at that return on the investment of 60 minutes of sleep, but it's not trivial. The average pay raise in the US is around 2.6%. Most people are strongly motivated to get that raise and are upset when they don't. Imagine almost doubling that pay raise, not by working more hours, but by getting more sleep. The fact of the matter is that most people will trade sleep for a higher salary. A recent study from Cornell University surveyed hundreds of US workers and gave them a choice between either 1. $80,000 a year working normal work hours and getting the chance for around 8 hours of sleep, or 2. $140,000 a year working consistent overtime shifts and only getting 6 hours of sleep each night. Unfortunately, the majority of individuals went with the second option of a higher salary and shorter sleep. That's ironic, considering that you can have both, as we have discovered already. The loud and proud corporate mentality of sleeplessness as the model for success is evidentially wrong at every level of analysis we have explored. Sound sleep is clearly sound business. Nevertheless, many companies remain deliberately anti-sleep in their structured practices. Like flies set in amber, this attitude keeps their businesses in a similarly frozen state of stagnation, lacking in innovation and productivity, and breeding employee unhappiness, dissatisfaction, and ill health. There are, however, an increasing number of forward-looking companies who have changed their work practices in response to these research findings, and even welcome scientists like me into their businesses to teach and extol the virtues of getting more sleep to senior leaders and management. Procter & Gamble Company and Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated, for example, both offer free sleep hygiene courses to their employees. Expensive, high-grade lighting has been installed in some of their buildings to better help workers regulate their circadian rhythms, improving the timed release of melatonin. Nike and Google have both adopted a more relaxed approach to work schedules, allowing employees to time their daily work hours to match their individual circadian rhythms and their respective owl and lark chronotype nature. The change in mindset is so radical that these same brand-leading corporations even allow workers to sleep on the job. Littered throughout their corporate headquarters are dedicated relaxation rooms with nap pods. Employees can indulge in sleep throughout the workday in these shh zones, germinating productivity and creativity while enhancing wellness and reducing absenteeism. Such changes reflect a marked departure from the draconian days, when an employee found catnapping on the clock was chastised, disciplined, or outright fired. Sadly, most CEOs and managers still reject the importance of a well-slept employee. They believe such accommodations represent the soft approach. But make no mistake, companies like Nike and Google are as shrewd as they are profitable. They embrace sleep due to its proven dollar value. One organization above all has known about the occupational benefits of sleep longer than most. In the mid-1990s, NASA refined the science of sleeping on the job for the benefit of their astronauts. They discovered that naps as short as 26 minutes in length still offered a 34% improvement in task performance and more than a 50% increase in overall alertness. These results hatched the so-called NASA nap culture throughout terrestrial workers in the organization. By any metrics we use to determine business success, profit margins, marketplace dominance, prominence, efficiency, employee creativity, or worker satisfaction and wellness, creating the necessary conditions for employees to obtain enough sleep at night or in the workplace during the day should be thought of as a new form of physiologically injected venture capital. The inhumane use of sleep loss in society. Business is not the only place where sleep deprivation and ethics collide. Governments and militaries bear a more disgraceful blemish. Aghast at the mental and physical harm caused by prolonged sleep deprivation, in the 1980s, Guinness ceased to recognize any attempts to break the world record for sleep deprivation. It even began deleting sleep deprivation records from their prior annals for fear that they would encourage future acts of deliberate sleep abstinence. It is for similar reasons that scientists have limited evidence of the long-term effects of total sleep deprivation, beyond a night or two. We feel it morally unacceptable to impose that state on humans, and increasingly on any species. Some governments do not share these same moral values. They will sleep-deprive individuals against their will under the auspice of torture. This ethically and politically treacherous landscape may seem like an odd topic to include in this book, but I address it because it powerfully illuminates how humanity must reevaluate its views on sleep at the highest level of societal structure, that of government, and because it provides a clear example of how we can sculpt an increasingly admirable civilization by respecting rather than abusing sleep. A 2007 report entitled "Leave No Marks" enhanced interrogation techniques and the risk of criminality, offers a disquieting account of such practices in the modern day. The document was compiled by Physicians for Human Rights, an advocacy group seeking to end human torture. Telegraphed by the report's title, many modern-day torture methods are deviously designed to leave no evidence of physical assault. Sleep deprivation epitomizes this goal, and at the time of writing this book, is still used for interrogation by countries including Myanmar, Iran, Iraq, the United States, Israel, Egypt, Libya, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, and Turkey. As a scientist intimate with the workings of sleep, I would argue strongly for the abolition of this practice, structured around two clear facts. The first, and less important, is simply on grounds of pragmatism. In the context of interrogation, sleep deprivation is ill-designed for the purpose of obtaining accurate, and thus actionable, intelligence. A lack of sleep, even moderate amounts, degrades every mental faculty necessary to obtain valid information, as we have seen. This includes the loss of accurate memory recall, emotional instability that prevents logical thought, and even basic verbal comprehension. Worse still, sleep deprivation increases deviant behavior and causes higher rates of lying and dishonesty. Short of coma, sleep deprivation places an individual into the least useful brain state for the purpose of credible intelligence gathering, a disordered mind from which false confessions will flourish, which, of course, could be the intent of some captors. Proof comes from a recent scientific study demonstrating that one night of sleep deprivation will double or even quadruple the likelihood that an otherwise upstanding individual will falsely confess to something they have not done. You can therefore change someone's very attitudes, their behavior, and even their strongly held beliefs simply by taking sleep away from them. An eloquent yet distressing affirmation of this fact is provided by the former Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin, in his autobiography, White Nights, the story of a prisoner in Russia. In the 1940s, years before taking office in 1977, Begin was captured by the Soviets. He was tortured in prison by the KGB, one component of which involved prolonged sleep deprivation. Of this experience, which most governments benignly describe as the practice of prisoner sleep management, he writes, "In the head of the interrogated prisoner, a haze begins to form. His spirit is wearied to death, his legs are unsteady, and he has one sole desire, to sleep just a little, not to get up, to lie, to rest, to forget. Anyone who has experienced this desire knows that not even hunger or thirst are comparable with it. I came across prisoners who signed what they were ordered to sign, only to get what their interrogator promised them. He did not promise them their liberty. He promised them, if they signed, uninterrupted sleep." The second and more forceful argument for the abolition of enforced sleep deprivation is the permanent physical and mental harm it inflicts. Unfortunately, though conveniently for interrogators, the harm inflicted is not obvious from the outside. Mentally, long-term sleep deprivation over many days elevates suicidal thoughts and suicide attempts, both of which occur at vastly higher rates in detained prisoners relative to the general population. Inadequate sleep further cultivates the disabling and non-transient conditions of depression and anxiety. Physically prolonged sleep deprivation increases the likelihood of a cardiovascular event, such as a heart attack or stroke, weakens the immune system in ways that encourage cancer and infection, and renders genitals infertile. Several U.S. federal courts hold a similarly damning view of these practices, ruling that sleep deprivation violates both the 8th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, regarding protection from cruel and inhuman punishment. Their rationale was sound and impenetrable. Sleep, it was stated, must be considered a basic life necessity, which it clearly is. Nevertheless, the U.S. Department of Defense subverted this ruling authorizing 20-hour interrogations of detainees in Guantanamo Bay between 2003 and 2004. Such treatment remains permissible to this day of writing, as the revised U.S. Army Field Manual states, in Appendix M, that detainees can be limited to just 4 hours of sleep every 24 hours for up to 4 weeks. I note that it was not always so. A much earlier 1992 edition of the same publication held that extended sleep deprivation was a clear and inhumane example of mental torture. Depriving a human of sleep without their willing consent and careful medical care is a barbaric tool of assault, psychologically and biologically. Measured on the basis of mortality impact over the long term, it is on par with starvation. It is high time to close the chapter on torture, including the use of sleep deprivation, an unacceptable and inhumane practice, one that I believe we will look back on with the very deepest of shame in years to come. Sleep and education. More than 80% of public high schools in the United States begin before 8:15 a.m. Almost 50% of those start before 7:20 a.m. School buses for a 7:20 a.m. start time usually begin picking up kids at around 5:45 a.m. As a result, some children and teenagers must wake up at 5:30 a.m., 5:15 a.m., or even earlier, and do so 5 days out of every 7 for years on end. This is lunacy. Could you concentrate and learn much of anything when you had woken up so early? Keep in mind that 5:15 a.m. to a teenager is not the same as 5:15 a.m. to an adult. Previously, we noted that the circadian rhythm of teenagers shifts forward dramatically by 1 to 3 hours. So really the question I should ask you, if you are an adult, is this: could you concentrate and learn anything after having forcefully been woken up at 3:15 a.m., day after day after day? Would you be in a cheerful mood? Would you find it easy to get along with your co-workers and conduct yourself with grace, tolerance, respect, and a pleasant demeanor? Of course not. Why then do we ask this of the millions of teenagers and children in industrialized nations? Surely this is not an optimal design of education, nor does it bear any resemblance to a model for nurturing good physical or mental health in our children and teenagers. Forced by the hand of early school start times, this state of chronic sleep deprivation is especially concerning, considering that adolescence is the most susceptible phase of life for developing chronic mental illnesses, such as depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and suicidality. Unnecessarily bankrupting the sleep of a teenager could make all the difference in the precarious tipping point between psychological wellness and lifelong psychiatric illness. This is a strong statement, and I do not say it flippantly or without evidence. Back in the 1960s, when the functions of sleep were still largely unknown, researchers selectively deprived young adults of REM sleep, and thus dreaming, for a week, while still allowing them NREM sleep. The unfortunate study participants spent the entire time in the laboratory with electrodes placed on their heads. At night, whenever they entered into the REM sleep state, a research assistant would quickly enter the bedroom and wake the subjects up. The blurry-eyed participants then had to do math problems for 5 to 10 minutes, preventing them from falling back into dream sleep. But as soon as the participants did return into REM sleep, the procedure was repeated. Hour after hour, night after night, this went on for an entire week. NREM sleep was left largely intact, but the amount of REM sleep was reduced to a fraction of its regular quantity. It didn't require all 7 nights of dream sleep deprivation before the mental health effects began to manifest. By the 3rd day, participants were expressing signs of psychosis. They became anxious, moody, and started to hallucinate. They were hearing things and seeing things that were not real. They also became paranoid. Some believed that the researchers were plotting against them in collusive ways, trying to poison them, for example. Others became convinced that the scientists were secret agents and that the experiment was a thinly veiled government conspiracy of some wicked kind. Only then did scientists realize the rather profound conclusions of the experiment. REM sleep is what stands between rationality and insanity. Describe these symptoms to a psychiatrist without informing them of the REM sleep deprivation context, and the clinician will give clear diagnoses of depression, anxiety disorders, and schizophrenia. But these were all healthy young individuals just days before. They were not depressed, weren't suffering from anxiety disorders or schizophrenia, nor did they have any history of such conditions, self or familial. Read of any attempts to break sleep deprivation world records throughout early history, and you will discover this same universal signature of emotional instability and psychosis of one sort or another. It is the lack of REM sleep, that critical stage occurring in the final hours of sleep, that we strip from our children and teenagers by way of early school start times, that creates the difference between a stable and unstable mental state. Our children didn't always go to school at this biologically unreasonable time. A century ago, schools in the US started at 9 a.m. As a result, 95% of all children woke up without an alarm clock. Now the inverse is true, caused by the incessant marching back of school start times, which are in direct conflict with children's evolutionarily pre-programmed need to be asleep during these precious, REM sleep-rich morning hours. The Stanford psychologist, Dr. Lewis Terman, famous for helping construct the IQ test, dedicated his research career to the betterment of children's education. Starting in the 1920s, Terman charted all manner of factors that promoted a child's intellectual success. One such factor he discovered was sufficient sleep. Published in his seminal papers and book, Genetic Studies of Genius, Terman found that no matter what the age, the longer a child slept, the more intellectually gifted they were. He further found that sleep time was most strongly connected to a reasonable, that is to say a later, school start time, one that was in harmony with the innate biological rhythms of these young, still maturing brains. While cause and effect cannot be resolved in Terman's studies, the data convinced him that sleep was a matter for strong public advocacy when it comes to a child's schooling and healthy development. As president of the American Psychological Association, he warned with great emphasis that the United States must never follow a trend that was emerging in some European countries, where school start times were creeping ever earlier, starting at 8 a.m. or even 7 a.m. rather than at 9 a.m. Terman believed that this swing to an early morning model of education would damage, and damage deeply, the intellectual growth of our youth. Despite his warnings, nearly 100 years later, U.S. education systems have shifted to early school start times, while many European countries have done just the opposite. We now have the scientific evidence that supports Terman's sage wisdom. One longitudinal study tracked more than 5,000 Japanese schoolchildren and discovered that those individuals who were sleeping longer obtained better grades across the board. Controlled sleep laboratory studies in smaller samples show that children with longer total sleep times develop superior IQ, with brighter children having consistently slept 40 to 50 minutes more than those who went on to develop a lower IQ. Examinations of identical twins further impress how powerful sleep is as a factor that can alter genetic determinism. In a study that was started by Dr. Ronald Wilson at Louisville School of Medicine in the 1980s, which continues to this day, hundreds of twin pairs were assessed at a very young age. The researchers specifically focused on those twins in which one was routinely obtaining less sleep than the other, and tracked their developmental progress over the following decades. By 10 years of age, the twin with the longer sleep pattern was superior in their intellectual and educational abilities, with higher scores on standardized tests of reading and comprehension, and a more expansive vocabulary than the twin who was obtaining less sleep. Such associational evidence is not proof that sleep is causing such powerful educational benefits. Nevertheless, combined with causal evidence linking sleep to memory that we have covered in Chapter 6, a prediction can be made. If sleep really is so rudimentary to learning, then increasing sleep time by delaying start times should prove transformative. It has. A growing number of schools in the US have started to revolt against the early start time model, beginning the school day at somewhat more biologically reasonable times. One of the first test cases happened in the township of Edina, Minnesota. Here, school start times for teenagers were shifted from 7:25 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. More striking than the 43 minutes of extra sleep that these teens reported getting was the change in academic performance, indexed using a standardized measure called the Scholastic Assessment Test, or SAT. In the year before this time change, the average verbal SAT scores of the top-performing students was a very respectable 605. The following year, after switching to an 8:30 a.m. start time, that score rose to an average 761 for the same top-tier bracket of students. Math SAT scores also improved, increasing from an average of 683 in the year prior to the time change to 739 in the year after. Add this all up, and you see that investing in delaying school start times, allowing students more sleep and better alignment with their unchangeable biological rhythms, returned a net SAT profit of 212 points. That improvement will change which tier of university those teenagers go to, potentially altering their subsequent life trajectories as a consequence. While some have contested how accurate or sound the Edina test case is, well-controlled and far larger systematic studies have proved that Edina is no fluke. Numerous counties in several U.S. states have shifted the start of schools to a later hour, and their students experienced significantly higher grade point averages. Unsurprisingly, performance improvements were observed regardless of time of day. However, the most dramatic surges occurred in morning classes. It is clear that a tired, underslept brain is little more than a leaky memory sieve, in no state to receive, absorb, or efficiently retain an education. To persist in this way is to handicap our children with partial amnesia. Forcing youthful brains to become early birds will guarantee that they do not catch the worm, if the worm in question is knowledge or good grades. We are therefore creating a generation of disadvantaged children, hamstrung by a privation of sleep. Later school start times are clearly and literally the smart choice. One of the most troubling trends emerging in this area of sleep and brain development concerns low-income families, a trend that has direct relevance to education. Children from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are less likely to be taken to school in a car, in part because their parents often have jobs in the service industry, demanding work start times at or before 6 a.m. Such children therefore rely on school buses for transit and must wake up earlier than those taken to school by their parents. As a result, those already disadvantaged children become even more so because they routinely obtain less sleep than children from more affluent families. The upshot is a vicious cycle that perpetuates from one generation to the next, a closed-loop system that is very difficult to break out of. We desperately need active intervention methods to shatter this cycle, and soon. Research findings have also revealed that increasing sleep by way of delayed school start times wonderfully increases class attendance, reduces behavioral and psychological problems, and decreases substance and alcohol use. In addition, later start times beneficially mean a later finish time. This protects many teens from the well-researched danger window between 3 and 6 p.m., when schools finish, but before parents return home. This unsupervised, vulnerable time period is a recognized cause of involvement in crime and alcohol and substance abuse. Later school start times profitably shorten this danger window, reduce these adverse outcomes, and therefore lower the associated financial cost to society, a savings that could be reinvested to offset any additional expenditures that later school start times require. Yet something even more profound has happened in this ongoing story of later school start times, something that researchers did not anticipate. the life expectancy of students increased. The leading cause of death among teenagers is road traffic accidents, and in this regard, even the slightest dose of insufficient sleep can have marked consequences, as we have discussed. When the Mathew School District of Minnesota pushed their school start time from 7:30 to 8 a.m., there was a 60% reduction in traffic accidents in drivers 16 to 18 years of age. Teton County in Wyoming enacted an even more dramatic change in school start time, shifting from a 7:35 a.m. bell to a far more biologically reasonable one of 8:55 a.m. The result was astonishing: a 70% reduction in traffic accidents in 16 to 18-year-old drivers. To place that in context, the advent of anti-lock brake technology, ABS, which prevents the wheels of a car from seizing up under hard braking, allowing the driver to still maneuver the vehicle, reduced accident rates by around 20 to 25%. It was deemed a revolution. Here is a simple biological factor, sufficient sleep, that will drop accident rates by more than double that amount in our teens. These publicly available findings should have swept the education system in an uncompromising revision of school start times. Instead, they have largely been swept under the rug. Despite public appeals from the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, change has been slow and hard-fought. It is not enough. School bus schedules and bus unions are a major roadblock thwarting appropriately later school start times, as is the established routine of getting the kids out the door early in the morning so that parents can start work early. These are good reasons for why shifting to a national model of later school start times is difficult. They are real pragmatic challenges that I truly appreciate and sympathize with, but I don't feel they are sufficient excuses for why an antiquated and damaging model should remain in place when the data are so clearly unfavorable. If the goal of education is to educate and not risk lives in the process, then we are failing our children in the most spectacular manner with the current model of early school start times. Without change, we will simply perpetuate a vicious cycle wherein each generation of our children are stumbling through the education system in a half-comatose state, chronically sleep-deprived for years on end, stunted in their mental and physical growth as a consequence, and failing to maximize their true success potential, only to inflict that same assault on their own children decades later. This harmful spiral is only getting worse. Data aggregated over the past century from more than 750,000 school children, aged 5 to 18, reveal that they are sleeping 2 hours fewer per night than their counterparts were 100 years ago. This is true no matter what age group or sub-age group you consider. An added reason for making sleep a top priority in the education and lives of our children concerns the link between sleep deficiency and the epidemic of ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Children with this diagnosis are irritable, moodier, more distractible, and unfocused in learning during the day, and have a significantly increased prevalence of depression and suicidal ideation. If you make a composite of these symptoms, unable to maintain focus and attention, deficient learning, behaviorally difficult, with mental health instability, and then strip away the label of ADHD, these symptoms are nearly identical to those caused by a lack of sleep. Take an underslept child to a doctor and describe these symptoms without mentioning the lack of sleep, which is not uncommon, and what would you imagine the doctor is diagnosing the child with and medicating them for? Not deficient sleep, but ADHD. There is more irony here than meets the eye. Most people know the name of the common ADHD medications, Adderall and Ritalin. But few know what these drugs actually are. Adderall is amphetamine with certain salts mixed in, and Ritalin is a similar stimulant called methylphenidate. Amphetamine and methylphenidate are two of the most powerful drugs we know of to prevent sleep and keep the brain of an adult, or a child in this case, wide awake. That is the very last thing that such a child needs. As my colleague in the field, Dr. Charles Seisler has noted, there are people sitting in prison cells, and have been for decades, because they were caught selling amphetamines to minors on the street. However, we seem to have no problem at all in allowing pharmaceutical companies to broadcast prime-time commercials highlighting ADHD and promoting the sale of amphetamine-based drugs, for example Adderall, Ritalin. To a cynic, this seems like little more than an uptown version of a downtown drug pusher. I am in no way contesting the disorder of ADHD, and not every child with ADHD has poor sleep. But we know that there are children, many children perhaps, who are sleep-deprived or suffering from an undiagnosed sleep disorder that masquerades as ADHD. They're being dosed for years of their critical development with amphetamine-based drugs. One example of an undiagnosed sleep disorder is pediatric sleep-disordered breathing, or child obstructive sleep apnea, which is associated with heavy snoring. Overly large adenoids and tonsils can block the airway passage of a child as their breathing muscles relax during sleep. The labored snoring is the sound of turbulent air trying to be sucked down into the lungs through a semi-collapsed, fluttering airway. The resulting oxygen debt will reflexively force the brain to awaken the child briefly throughout the night, so that several full breaths can be obtained, restoring full blood oxygen saturation. However, this prevents the child from reaching and/or sustaining long periods of valuable deep NREM sleep. Their sleep-disordered breathing will impose a state of chronic sleep deprivation, night after night, for months or years on end. As the state of chronic sleep deprivation builds over time, the child will look ever more ADHD-like in temperament, cognitively, emotionally, and academically. Those children who are fortunate to have the sleep disorder recognized and who have their tonsils removed, more often than not prove that they do not have ADHD. In the weeks after the operation, a child's sleep recovers, and with it, normative psychological and mental functioning in the months ahead. Their ADHD is cured. Based on recent surveys and clinical evaluations, we estimate that more than 50% of all children with an ADHD diagnosis actually have a sleep disorder, yet a small fraction know of their sleep condition and its ramifications. A major public health awareness campaign by governments, perhaps without influence from pharmaceutical lobbying groups, is needed on this issue. Stepping back from the issue of ADHD, the bigger picture problem is ever clearer. Failed by the lack of any governmental guidelines and poor communication by researchers, such as myself, regarding the extant scientific data, many parents remain oblivious to the state of childhood sleep deprivation, so often undervaluing this biological necessity. A recent poll by the National Sleep Foundation affirms this point, with well over 70% of parents believing their child gets enough sleep, when in reality, less than 25% of children aged 11 to 18 actually obtain the necessary amount. As parents, we therefore have a jaundiced view of the need and importance of sleep in our children, sometimes even chastising or stigmatizing their desire to sleep enough, including their desperate weekend attempts to repay a sleep debt that the school system has saddled them with through no fault of their own.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
I hope we can break the parent-to-child transmission of sleep neglect and remove what the exhausted, fatigued brains our youth are so painfully starved of. When sleep is abundant, minds flourish. When it is deficient, they don't. Sleep and health care. If you are about to receive medical treatment at a hospital, you'd be well advised to ask the doctor, "How much sleep have you had in the past 24 hours?" The doctor's response will determine, to a statistically provable degree, whether the treatment you receive will result in a serious medical error or even death. All of us know that nurses and doctors work long, consecutive hours, and none more so than doctors during their resident training years. Few people, however, know why. Why did we ever force doctors to learn their profession in this exhausting, sleepless way? The answer originates with the esteemed physician, William Stewart Halstead, MD, who was also a helpless drug addict. Halstead founded the surgical training program at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland, in May 1889. As chief of the Department of Surgery, his influence was considerable, and his beliefs about how young doctors must apply themselves to medicine formidable. There was to be a 6-year residency, quite literally. The term residency came from Halstead's belief that doctors must live in the hospital for much of their training, allowing them to be truly committed in their learning of surgical skills and medical knowledge. Fledgling residents had to suffer long, consecutive work shifts day and night. To Halstead, sleep was a dispensable luxury that detracted from the ability to work and learn. Halstead's mentality was difficult to argue with, since he himself practiced what he preached, being renowned for a seemingly superhuman ability to stay awake for apparently days on end without any fatigue. But Halstead had a dirty secret that only came to light years after his death, and helped explain both the maniacal structure of his residency program and his ability to forego sleep. Halstead was a cocaine addict. It was a sad and apparently accidental habit, one that started years before his arrival at Johns Hopkins. Early in his career, Halstead was conducting research on the nerve-blocking abilities of drugs that could be used as anesthetics to dull pain in surgical procedures. One of those drugs was cocaine, which prevents electrical impulse waves from shooting down the length of the nerves in the body, including those that transmit pain. Addicts of the drug know this all too well, as their nose, and often their entire face, will become numb after snorting several lines of the substance, almost like having been injected with too much anesthetic by an overly enthusiastic dentist. Working with cocaine in the laboratory, it didn't take long before Halstead was experimenting on himself, after which the drug gripped him in a ceaseless addiction. If you read Halstead's academic report of his research findings in the New York Medical Journal from September 12, 1885, you'd be hard-pressed to comprehend it. Several medical historians have suggested that the writing is so discombobulated and frenetic that he undoubtedly wrote the piece when high on cocaine. Colleagues noticed Halstead's odd and disturbing behaviors in the years before and after his arrival at Johns Hopkins. This included excusing himself from the operating theatre while he was supervising residents during surgical procedures, leaving the young doctors to complete the operation on their own. At other times, Halstead was not able to operate himself because his hands were shaking so much, the cause of which he tried to pass off as a cigarette addiction. Halstead was now in dire need of help. Ashamed and nervous that his colleagues would discover the truth, he entered a rehabilitation clinic under his first and middle name, rather than using his surname. It was the first of many unsuccessful attempts at kicking his habit. For one stay at Butler Psychiatric Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, Halstead was given a rehabilitation program of exercise, a healthy diet, fresh air, and, to help with the pain and discomfort of cocaine withdrawal, morphine. Halstead subsequently emerged from the rehabilitation program with both a cocaine addiction and a morphine addiction. There were even stories that Halstead would inexplicably send his shirts to be laundered in Paris, and they would return in a parcel containing more than just pure white shirts. Halstead inserted his cocaine-infused wakefulness into the heart of Johns Hopkins's surgical program, imposing a similarly unrealistic mentality of sleeplessness upon his residents for the duration of their training. The exhausting residency program, which persists in one form or another throughout all U.S. medical schools to this day, has left countless patients hurt or dead in its wake, and likely residents too. That may sound like an unfair charge to level, considering the wonderful, life-saving work our committed and caring young doctors and medical staff perform, but it is a provable one. Many medical schools used to require residents to work 30 hours. You may think that's short, since I'm sure you work at least 40 hours a week. But for residents, that was 30 hours all in one go. Worse, they often had to do 2 of these 30-hour continuous shifts within a week. combined with several 12-hour shifts scattered in between. The injurious consequences are well documented. Residents working a 30-hour straight shift will commit 36% more serious medical errors, such as prescribing the wrong dose of a drug or leaving a surgical implement inside of a patient, compared with those working 16 hours or less. Additionally, after a 30-hour shift without sleep, residents make a whopping 460% more diagnostic mistakes in the intensive care unit than when well rested after enough sleep. Throughout the course of their residency, 1 in 5 medical residents will make a sleepless-related medical error that causes significant, liable harm to a patient. 1 in 20 residents will kill a patient due to a lack of sleep. Since there are over 100,000 residents currently in training in the US medical programs, this means that many hundreds of people, sons, daughters, husbands, wives, grandparents, brothers, sisters, are needlessly losing their lives every year because residents are not allowed to get the sleep they need. As I write this chapter, a new report has discovered that medical errors are the 3rd leading cause of death among Americans after heart attacks and cancer. Sleeplessness undoubtedly plays a role in those lives lost. Young doctors themselves can become part of the mortality statistics. After a 30-hour continuous shift, exhausted residents are 73% more likely to stab themselves with a hypodermic needle or cut themselves with a scalpel, risking a blood-borne infectious disease, compared to their careful actions when adequately rested. One of the most ironic statistics concerns drowsy driving. When a sleep-deprived resident finishes a long shift, such as a stint in the ER trying to save victims of car accidents, and then gets into their own car to drive home, their chances of being involved in a motor vehicle accident are increased by 168% because of fatigue. As a result, they may find themselves back in the very same hospital and ER from which they departed, but now as a victim of a car crash caused by a microsleep. Senior medical professors and attending physicians suffer the same bankruptcy of their medical skills following too little sleep. For example, if you are a patient under the knife of an attending physician who has not been allowed at least a 6-hour sleep opportunity the night prior, there is a 170% increased risk of that surgeon inflicting a serious surgical error on you, such as organ damage or major hemorrhaging, relative to the superior procedure they would conduct when they have slept adequately. If you are about to undergo an elective surgery, you should ask how much sleep your doctor has had, and, if it is not to your liking, you may not want to proceed. No amount of years on the job helps a doctor learn how to overcome a lack of sleep and develop resilience. How could it? Mother Nature spent millions of years implementing this essential physiological need. To think that bravado, willpower, or a few decades of experience can absolve you, a surgeon, of an evolutionarily ancient necessity is the type of hubris that, as we know from the evidence, costs lives. The next time you see a doctor in a hospital, keep in mind the study we have previously discussed, showing that after 22 hours without sleep, human performance is impaired to the same level as that of someone who is legally drunk. Would you ever accept hospital treatment from a doctor who pulled out a hip flask of whiskey in front of you, took a few swigs, and proceeded with an attempt at medical care in a vague stupor? Neither would I. Why then should society be facing an equally irresponsible healthcare roulette game in the context of sleep deprivation? Why haven't these, and now many similar such findings, triggered a responsible revision of work schedules for residents and attending physicians by the American medical establishment? Why are we not giving back sleep to our exhausted and thus error-prone doctors? The collective goal is, after all, to achieve the highest quality of medical practice and care, is it not? Facing government threats that would apply federally enforced work hours due to the extent of damning evidence, the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education made the following alterations. First-year residents would be limited to 1. Working no more than an 80-hour week, which still averages out at 11.5 hours per day for 7 days straight. 2. Working no more than 24 hours non-stop. And 3. Performing one overnight on-call shift every third night. That revised schedule still far exceeds any ability of the brain to perform optimally. Errors, mistakes, and deaths continued in response to the anemic diet of sleep they were being fed while training. As the research studies kept accumulating, the Institute of Medicine, part of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, issued a report with a clear statement. Working for more than 16 consecutive hours without sleep is hazardous for both the patient and resident physician. You may have noticed my specific wording in the aforementioned paragraph. First-year residents. This is because the revised rule, at the time of writing this book, has only been applied to those in their first year of training, and not to those in later years of a medical residency. Why? Because the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, the elite board of high-powered physicians that dictates the American residency training structure, stated that data proving the dangers of insufficient sleep had only been gathered in residents in their first year of the program. As a result, they felt there was no evidence to justify a change for residents in years 2 to 5, as if getting past the 12-month point in a medical residency program magically confers immunity against the biological and psychological effects of sleep deprivation, effects that these same individuals had previously been so provably vulnerable to just months before. This entrenched pomposity, prevalent in so many senior-driven, dogmatic institutional hierarchies, has no place in medical practice, in my opinion, as a scientist intimate with the research data. Those boards must disabuse themselves of the "we suffered through sleep deprivation and you should too" mentality when it comes to training, teaching, and practicing medicine. Of course, medical institutions put forward other arguments to justify the old-school way of sleep abuse. The most common harkens back to a William Halsted-like mindset. Without working exhaustive shifts, it will take far too long to train residents, and they will not learn as effectively. Why then can several Western European countries train their young doctors within the same time frame when they are limited to working no more than 48 hours in 1 week, without continuous long periods of sleeplessness? Perhaps they are just not as well trained. This too is erroneous, since many of those Western European medical programs, such as in the UK and Sweden, rank among the top 10 countries for most medical practice health outcomes, while the majority of US institutes rank somewhere between 18th and 32nd. As a matter of fact, several pilot studies in the US have shown that when you limit residents to no more than a 16-hour shift, with at least an 8-hour rest opportunity before the next shift, the number of serious medical errors made, defined as causing or having the potential to cause harm to a patient, drops by over 20%. Furthermore, residents made 400 to 600% fewer diagnostic errors to begin with. There's simply no evidence-based argument for persisting with the current sleep-anemic model of medical training, one that cripples the learning, health, and safety of young doctors and patients alike. That it remains this way in the stoic grip of senior medical officials appears to be a clear case of, "My mind is made up, don't confuse me with the facts." More generally, I feel we as a society must work toward dismantling our negative and counterproductive attitude toward sleep, one that is epitomized in the words of a US senator who once said, "I've always loathed the necessity of sleep. Like death, it puts even the most powerful men on their backs." This attitude perfectly encapsulates many a modern view of sleep: loathsome, annoying, enfeebling. Though the senator in question is a television character called Frank Underwood from the series House of Cards, the writers have, biographically I believe, placed their fingers on the very nub of the sleep neglect problem. Tragically, this same neglect has resulted in some of the worst global catastrophes punctuating the human historical record. Consider the infamous reactor meltdown at the Chernobyl nuclear power station on April 26, 1986. The radiation from the disaster was 100 times more powerful than the atomic bombs dropped in World War II. It was the fault of sleep-deprived operators working an exhaustive shift, occurring, without coincidence, at 1 a.m. Thousands died from the long-term effects of radiation in the protracted decades following the event, and tens of thousands more suffered a lifetime of debilitating medical and developmental ill health. We can also recount the Exxon Valdez oil tanker that ran aground on Bligh Reef in Alaska on March 24, 1989, breaching its hull. An estimated 10 million to 40 million gallons of crude oil spilled across a 1,300-mile range of the surrounding shoreline. Left dead were more than 500,000 seabirds, 5,000 otters, 300 seals, over 200 bald eagles, and 20 orca whales. The coastal ecosystem has never recovered. Early reports suggested that the captain was inebriated while navigating the vessel. Later, however, it was revealed that the sober captain had turned over command to his third mate on deck, who had only slept 6 out of the previous 48 hours, causing him to make the cataclysmic navigational error. Both of these global tragedies were entirely preventable. The same is true for every sleep loss statistic in this chapter. Chapter 16. A New Vision for Sleep in the 21st Century. Accepting that our lack of sleep is a slow form of self-euthanasia, what can be done about it? In this book, I have described the problems and causes of our collective sleeplessness. But what of solutions? How can we effect change? For me, addressing this issue involves 2 steps of logic. First, we must understand why the problem of deficient sleep seems to be so resistant to change, and thus persists and grows worse. Second, we must develop a structured model for effecting change at every possible leverage point we can identify. There is not going to be a single magic bullet solution. After all, there is not just one reason for why society is collectively sleeping too little, but many. Visualized in Figure 17 in the attached PDF, I sketch out a new vision for sleep in the modern world, a roadmap of sorts that ascends through numerous levels of intervention opportunities. Individual transformation. Increasing sleep for an individual can be achieved through both passive methods, which require no effort from the individual and are thus preferable, and active methods, which do. Here are several possibilities that may not be so far-fetched, all of which build on proven scientific methods for enhancing sleep quantity and quality. The intrusion of technology into our homes and bedrooms is claimed by many of my research colleagues to be robbing us of precious sleep, and I agree. Evidence discussed in this book, such as the harmful effects of LED-emitting devices at night, proves this to be true. Scientists have therefore lobbied to keep sleep analog, as it were, in this increasingly digital world, leaving technology out of the discussion. Here, however, I actually disagree. Yes, the future of sleep is about a return to the past, in the sense that we must reunite with regular, plentiful sleep, as we once knew a century ago. But to battle against, rather than unite with, technology is the wrong approach in my mind. For one thing, it's a losing battle. We will never put that technological genie back into its bottle, nor do we need to. Instead, we can use this powerful tool to our advantage. Within 3 to 5 years, I'm quite certain there will be commercially available, affordable devices that track an individual's sleep and circadian rhythm with high accuracy. When that happens, we can marry these individual sleep trackers with the revolution of in-home networked devices like thermostats and lighting. Some are already trying to do this as I write. 2 exciting possibilities unfold. First, such devices could compare the sleep of each family member in each separate bedroom with the temperature sensed in each room by the thermostat. Using common machine learning algorithms applied over time, we should be able to intelligently teach the home thermostat what the thermal sweet spot is for each occupant in each bedroom, based on the biophysiology calculated by their sleep tracking device, perhaps splitting the difference when there are 2 or more individuals per room. Granted, there are many different factors that make for a good or bad night of sleep, but temperature is very much one of them. Better still, we could program a natural circadian lull and rise in temperature across the night that is in harmony with each body's expectations, rather than the constant nighttime temperature set in most homes and apartments. Over time, we could intelligently curate a tailored thermal sleep environment that is personalized to the circadian rhythms of each individual occupant of each bedroom, departing from the unhelpful, non-varying thermal backdrop that plagues the sleep of most people using standard home thermostats. Both these changes require no effort from an individual and should hasten the speed of sleep onset, increase total sleep time, and even deepen NREM sleep quality for all household members, as discussed in Chapter 13. The second passive solution concerns electric light. Many of us suffer from overexposure to nighttime light, particularly blue-dominant LED light from our digital devices. This evening digital light suppresses melatonin and delays our sleep timing. What if we can turn that problem into a solution? Soon we should be able to engineer LED bulbs with filters that can vary the wavelength of light that they emit, ranging from warm yellow colors, less harmful to melatonin, to strong blue light that powerfully suppresses it. Paired with sleep trackers that can accurately characterize our personal biological rhythms, we can install these new bulbs throughout a home, all connected to the home network. The light bulbs, and even other networked LED screen devices such as iPads, would be instructed to gradually dial down the harmful blue light in the home as the evening progresses, based on an individual's, or set of individuals', natural sleep-wake pattern. We could do this dynamically and seamlessly as individuals move from one room to the next in real time. Here again we can intelligently split the difference on the fly, based on the biophysiological mix of whoever is in the room. In doing so, the user's own brains and bodies, measured and translated through the wearables to the networked home, would synergistically regulate light and thus melatonin release that promotes, rather than impedes, optimal regulation of sleep for one and all. It is a vision of personalized sleep medicine. Come the morning, we can reverse this trick. We can now saturate our indoor environments with powerful blue light that shuts off any lingering melatonin. This will help us wake up faster, more alert, and with a brighter mood, morning after morning. We could even use this same light manipulation idea to apply a slight nudge in someone's sleep-wake rhythm within a biologically reasonable range, plus or minus 30 to 40 minutes, should they desire gradually moving it earlier or later. For example, if you have an unusually early morning meeting in the middle of the work week, this technology, synced to your online calendar, would gradually begin shifting you, your circadian rhythm, to a slightly earlier bed and rise time starting on Monday. This way, that early morning rise time on Wednesday won't be as miserable or cause such biological turmoil within your brain and body. This would be equally, if not more, applicable in helping individuals overcome jet lag when traveling between time zones, all dispensed through LED-emitting personal devices that people already travel with: phones, tablets, laptop computers. Why stop at the home environment or in the infrequent circumstance of jet lag? Cars can adopt these same lighting solutions to help manipulate alertness during morning commutes. Some of the highest rates of drowsy driving accidents occur during mornings, especially early mornings. What if car cockpits could be bathed in blue light during early morning commutes? The levels would have to be tempered so as not to distract the driver or others on the road, but you'll recall from Chapter 13 that one does not need especially bright light, lux, to have a measurable impact of melatonin suppression and enhanced wakefulness. This idea could be particularly helpful in those parts of the northern and southern hemispheres during their respective winter mornings where this issue is most problematic. In the workplace, for those lucky enough to have their own office, lighting rhythm could be custom fit to the occupant using the same principles. But even cubicles, which are not so different from the cell of a car, could be personally tailored in this light-dependent manner, based on the individual sitting in that cubicle. How much benefit such changes would make remains to be proven, but I can already tell you of some data from ever-sleep-sensitive NASA, with which I worked on sleep issues early in my career. Astronauts on the International Space Station travel through space at 17,500 miles per hour and complete an orbit of the Earth once every 90 to 100 minutes. As a result, they experience daylight for about 50 minutes and night for about 50 minutes. Although astronauts are therefore treated to the delight of a sunrise and sunset 16 times a day, it wreaks utter havoc on their sleep-wake rhythms, causing terrible issues with insomnia and sleepiness. Make a mistake at your job on planet Earth, and your boss may reprimand you. Make a mistake in a long metal tube floating through the vacuum of space, with payloads and mission costs in the hundreds of millions, and the consequences can be much, much worse. To combat this issue, NASA began collaborating with a large electrical company some years ago to create just the types of special light bulbs I describe. The bulbs were to be installed in the space station to bathe the astronauts in a much more Earth-like cycle of 24-hour light and dark. With regulated environmental light came a superior regulation of the astronauts' biological melatonin rhythms, including their sleep, thereby reducing operations errors associated with fatigue. I must admit that the development cost of each light bulb was in the neighborhood of $300,000. But numerous companies are now hard at work constructing similar bulbs for a fraction of that cost. The first iterations are just starting to come to market as I write. When costs become more competitive with standard bulbs, these and many other possibilities will become a reality. Solutions that are less passive, requiring an individual to actively participate in change, will be harder to institute. Human habits, once established, are difficult to change. Consider the countless New Year's resolutions you've made but never kept. Promises to stop the overeating, to get regular exercise, or to quit smoking are but a few examples of habits we often want to change to prevent ill health, yet rarely succeed at actually changing. Our persistence in sleeping too little may similarly appear to be a lost cause, but I am optimistic that several active solutions will make a real difference for sleep. Educating people about sleep, through books, engaging lectures, or television programs, can help combat our sleep deficit. I know firsthand from teaching a class on the science of sleep to 400 to 500 undergraduates each semester. My students complete an anonymous sleep survey at the start and the end of the course. Across a semester of lectures, the amount of sleep they report getting increases by 42 minutes per night on average. Trivial as that may sound, it does translate to 5 hours of extra sleep each week, or 75 extra hours of sleep each semester. But this isn't enough. I'm sure a depressingly large proportion of my students returned to their shorter, unhealthy sleep habits in the years after. Just as describing the scientific dangers of how eating junk food leads to obesity rarely ends up with people choosing broccoli over a cookie, knowledge alone is not enough. Additional methods are required. One practice known to convert a healthy new habit into a permanent way of life is exposure to your own data. Research in cardiovascular disease is a good example. If patients are given tools that can be used at home to track their improving physiological health in response to an exercise plan, such as blood pressure monitors during exercise programs, scales that log body mass index during dieting efforts, or spirometry devices that register respiratory lung capacity during attempted smoking cessation, compliance rates with rehabilitation programs increase. Follow up with those same individuals after a year or even 5, and more of them have maintained their positive change in lifestyle and behavior as a consequence. When it comes to the quantified self, it's the old adage of seeing is believing, but ensures longer-term adherence to healthy habits. With wearables that accurately track our slumber fast emerging, we can apply this same approach to sleep. Harnessing smartphones as a central hub to gather an individual's health data from various sources, physical activity, such as number of steps or minutes and intensity of exercise, light exposure, temperature, heart rate, body weight, food intake, work productivity, or mood, we show each individual how their own sleep is a direct predictor of their own physical and mental health. It's likely that, if you wore such a device, you would find out that on the nights you slept more, you ate less food the next day, and of a healthy kind, felt brighter, happier and more positive, had better relationship interactions, and accomplished more in less time at work. Moreover, you would discover that during months of the year when you were averaging more sleep, you were sick less. Your weight, blood pressure and medication use were all lower, and your relationship or marriage satisfaction, as well as sex life, were better. Reinforced day after day, month after month, and ultimately year after year, this nudge could change many people's sleep neglect for the better. I'm not so naive to think it would be a radical change, but if this increased your sleep amount by just 15 to 20 minutes each night, the science indicates that it would make a significant difference across the lifespan and save trillions of dollars within the global economy at the population level, to name but two benefits. It could be one of the most powerful factors in a future vision that shifts from a model of sick care, treatment, which is what we do now, to health care, prevention, the latter aiming to stave off a need for the former. Prevention is far more efficient than treatment and costs far less in the long run. Going even further, what if we moved from a stance of analytics, for example, here is your past and/or current sleep, and here is your past and/or current body weight, to that of forward-looking predictalytics? To explain the term, let me go back to the smoking example. There are efforts to create predictalytics apps that start with you taking a picture of your own face with the camera on your smartphone. The app then asks you how many cigarettes you smoke on average a day. Based on scientific data that understand how smoking quantity impacts outward health features such as bags under your eyes, wrinkles, psoriasis, thinning hair and yellowed teeth, the app predictively modifies your face on the assumption of your continued smoking, and does so at different future time points: 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. The very same approach could be adopted for sleep, but at many different levels: outward appearance as well as inward brain and body health. For example, we could show individuals their increasing risk, albeit non-deterministic, of conditions such as Alzheimer's disease or certain cancers if they continue sleeping too little. Men could see projections on how much their testicles will shrink or their testosterone level will drop should their sleep neglect continue. Similar risk predictions could be made for gains in body weight, diabetes, or immune impairment and infection. Another example involves offering individuals a prediction of when they should or should not get their flu shot, based on sleep amount in the week prior. You will recall from Chapter 8 that getting 4 to 6 hours of sleep a night in the week before your flu shot means that you will produce less than half of the normal antibody response required, while 7 or more hours of sleep consistently returns a powerful and comprehensive immunization response. The goal would be to unite healthcare providers and hospitals with real-time updates on an individual's sleep week to week. Through notifications, the software will identify the optimal time for when an individual should get their flu shot to maximize vaccination success. Not only will this markedly improve an individual's immunity, but also that of the community through developing more effective herd immune benefits. Few people realize that the annual financial cost of the flu in the US is around $100 billion, $10 billion direct, and $90 billion in lost work productivity. Even if this software solution decreases flu infection rates by just a small percentage, It will save hundreds of millions of dollars by way of improved immunization efficacy, by reducing the cost burden on hospital services, both the inpatient and outpatient service utilization, by avoiding lost productivity through illness and absenteeism during the flu season. Businesses and the economy stand to save even more, potentially billions of dollars, and could help subsidize the effort. We can scale this solution globally. Anywhere there is immunization and the opportunity to track an individual's sleep, there is the chance for marked cost savings to healthcare systems, governments, and businesses, all with the motivated goal of trying to help people live healthier lives. Educational change. Over the past 5 weeks, I conducted an informal survey of colleagues, friends, and family in the United States and in my home country of the United Kingdom. I also sampled friends and colleagues from Spain, Greece, Australia, Germany, Israel, Japan, South Korea, and Canada. I asked about the type of health and wellness education they received at school when they were growing up. Did they receive instruction on diet? 98% of them did, and many still remembered some details, even if those are changing based on current recommendations. Did they receive tutelage on drugs, alcohol, safe sex, and reproductive health? 87% said yes. Was the importance of exercise impressed upon them at some point during their schooling, and/or was the practice of physical education activities mandatory on a weekly basis? Yes, 100% of people confirmed it was. This is hardly a scientific data set, but still, some form of dietary, exercise, and health-related schooling appears to be part of a worldwide educational plan that most children in developed nations receive. When I asked this same diverse set of individuals if they had received any education about sleep, the response was equally universal in the opposite direction. 0% received any educational materials or information about sleep. Even in the health and personal wellness education that some individuals described, there was nothing resembling lip service to sleep's physical or mental health importance. If these individuals are representative, it suggests that sleep holds no place in the education of our children. Generation after generation, our young minds continue to remain unaware of the immediate dangers and protracted health impacts of insufficient sleep, and I for one feel that is wrong. I would be keen to work with the World Health Organization to develop a simple educational module that can be implemented in schools around the world. It could take many forms, based on age group: an animated short accessible online, a board game in physical or digital form, one that could even be played internationally with sleep pen pals, or a virtual environment that helps you explore the secrets of sleep. There are many options, all of them easily translatable across nations and cultures. The goal would be twofold: change the lives of those children, and, by way of raising sleep awareness and better sleep practice, have that child pass on their healthy sleep values to their own children. In this way, we would begin a familial transmission of sleep appreciation from one generation to the next, as we do with things like good manners and morality. Medically, our future generations would not only enjoy a longer lifespan, but, more importantly, a longer health span, absolved of the mid- and late-life diseases and disorders that we know are caused by, and not simply associated with, chronic short sleep. The cost of delivering such sleep education programs would be a tiny fraction of what we currently pay for our unaddressed global sleep deficit. If you are an organization, a business, or an individual philanthropist interested in helping make this wish and idea a reality, please do reach out to me. Organizational change. Let me offer 3 rather different examples for how we could achieve sleep reform in the workplace and key industries. First, to employees in the workplace. The giant insurance company Aetna, which has almost 50,000 employees, has instituted the option of bonuses for getting more sleep, based on verified sleep tracker data. As Aetna chairman and CEO Mark Bertolini described, being present in the workplace and making better decisions has a lot to do with our business fundamentals. He further noted, "You can't be prepared if you're half asleep." If workers string together 27-hour nights of sleep or more in a row, they receive a $25 per night bonus for a capped total of $500. Some may scoff at Bertolini's incentive system, but developing a new business culture that takes care of the entire life cycle of an employee, night and day, is as economically prudent as it is compassionate. Bertolini seems to know that the net company benefit of a well-slept employee is considerable. The return on the sleep investment in terms of productivity, creativity, work enthusiasm, energy, efficiency, not to mention happiness, leading to people wanting to work at your institution and stay, is undeniable. Bertolini's empirically justified wisdom overrides misconceptions about grinding down employees with 16 to 18-hour workdays, burning them out in a model of disposability and declining productivity, littered with sick days, all the while triggering low morale and high turnover rates. I wholeheartedly endorse Bertolini's idea, though I would modify it in the following way. Rather than, or as an alternative to, providing financial bonuses, we could offer added vacation time. Many individuals value time off more than modest financial perks. I would suggest a sleep credit system, with sleep time being exchanged for either financial bonuses or extra vacation days. There would be at least one proviso. The sleep credit system would not simply be calculated on total hours clocked during 1 week or 1 month. As we have learned, sleep continuity, consistently getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep opportunity each night, every night, without running a debt during the week and hoping to pay it off by binge sleeping at the weekend, is just as important as total sleep time if you are to receive the mental and physical health benefits of sleep. Thus, your sleep credit score would be calculated based on a combination of sleep amount and night-to-night sleep continuity. Those with insomnia need not be penalized. Rather, this method of routine sleep tracking would help them identify this issue, and cognitive behavioral therapy could be provided through their smartphones. Insomnia treatment could be incentivized with the same credit benefits, further improving individual health and productivity, creativity, and business success. The second change idea concerns flexible work shifts. Rather than required hours with relatively hard boundaries, that is to say the classic 9 to 5, businesses need to adapt a far more tapered vision of hours of operation, one that resembles a squished inverted U-shape. Everyone would be present during a core window for key interactions, say 12 to 3 p.m. Yet there would be flexible tail ends either side to accommodate all individual chronotypes. Owls could start work late, for example noon, and continue into the evening, giving their full force of mental capacity and physical energy to their jobs. Larks can likewise do so with early start and finish times, preventing them from having to coast through the final hours of the standard workday with inefficient sleepiness. There are secondary benefits. Take rush hour traffic as just one example, which would be lessened in both the morning and evening phases. The indirect cost savings of time, money, and stress would not be trivial. Maybe your workplace claims to offer some version of this. However, in my consulting experience, the opportunity might be suggested, but is rarely embraced as acceptable, especially in the eyes of managers and leaders. Dogmas and mindsets appear to be one of the greatest rate-limiting barriers preventing better, that is to say, sleep smart, business practices. The third idea for sleep change within industry concerns medicine. As urgent as the need to inject more sleep in residents' work schedules is the need to radically rethink how sleep factors into patient care. I can illuminate this idea with 2 concrete examples. Example 1. Pain. The less sleep you have had, or the more fragmented your sleep, the more sensitive you are to pain of all kinds. The most common place where people experience significant and sustained pain is often the very last place they can find sound sleep: a hospital. If you have been unfortunate enough to spend even a single night in the hospital, you will know this all too well. The problems are especially compounded in the intensive care unit, where the most severely sick, that is to say those most in need of sleep's help, are cared for. Incessant beeping and buzzing from equipment, sporadic alarms, and frequent tests prevent anything resembling restful or plentiful sleep for the patient. Occupational health studies of inpatient rooms and wards report a decibel level of sound pollution that is equivalent to that of a noisy restaurant or bar 24 hours a day. As it turns out, 50 to 80% of all intensive care alarms are unnecessary or ignorable by staff. Additionally frustrating is that not all tests and patient checkups are time-sensitive, yet many are ill-timed with regard to sleep. They occur either during afternoon times, when patients would otherwise be enjoying a natural, biphasic sleep nap, or during early morning hours, when patients are only now settling into solid sleep. Little surprise that across cardiac, medical, and surgical intensive care units, studies consistently demonstrate uniformly bad sleep in all patients. Upset by the noisy, unfamiliar ICU environment, sleep takes longer to initiate, is littered with awakenings, is shallower in depth, and contains less overall REM sleep. Worse still, doctors and nurses consistently overestimate the amount of sleep they think patients obtain in intensive care units, relative to objectively measured sleep in these individuals. All told, the sleep environment, and thus sleep amount, of a patient in this hospital environment is entirely antithetical to their convalescence. We can solve this. It should be possible to design a system of medical care that places sleep at the center of patient care, or very close to it. In one of my own research studies, we have discovered that pain-related centers within the human brain are 42% more sensitive to unpleasant thermal stimulation, non-damaging, of course, following a night of sleep deprivation, relative to a full, healthy 8-hour night of sleep. It is interesting to note that these pain-related brain regions are the same areas that narcotic medications, such as morphine, act upon. Sleep appears to be a natural analgesic, and without it, pain is perceived more acutely by the brain and, most importantly, felt more powerfully by the individual. Morphine is not a desirable medication, by the way. It has serious safety issues related to the cessation of breathing, dependency, and withdrawal, together with terribly unpleasant side effects. These include nausea, loss of appetite, cold sweats, itchy skin, and urinary and bowel issues, not to mention a form of sedation that prevents natural sleep. Morphine also alters the action of other medications, resulting in problematic interaction effects. Extrapolating from a now extensive set of scientific research, we should be able to reduce the dose of narcotic drugs on our hospital wards by improving sleep conditions. In turn, this would lessen safety risks, reduce the severity of side effects, and decrease the potential for drug interactions. Improving sleep conditions for patients would not only reduce drug doses, it would also boost their immune system. Inpatients could therefore mount a far more effective battle against infection and accelerate post-operative wound healing. With hastened recovery rates would come shorter inpatient stays, reducing healthcare costs and health insurance rates. Nobody wants to be in the hospital any longer than is absolutely necessary. Hospital administrators feel likewise. Sleep can help. The sleep solutions need not be complicated. Some are simple and inexpensive, and the benefits should be immediate. We can start by removing any equipment and alarms that are not necessary for any one patient. Next, we must educate doctors, nurses, and hospital administrations on the scientific health benefits of sound sleep, helping them realize the premium we must place on patient slumber. We can also ask patients about their regular sleep schedules on the standard hospital admission form, and then structure assessments and tests around their habitual sleep-wake rhythms as much as possible. When I'm recovering from an appendicitis operation, I certainly don't want to be woken up at 6:30 a.m. when my natural rise time is 7:45 a.m. Other simple practices? Supply all patients with earplugs and a face mask when they first come onto a ward, just like the complimentary air travel bag you are given on long-haul flights. Use dim, non-LED lighting at night and bright lighting during the day. This will help maintain strong circadian rhythms in patients, and thus a strong sleep-wake pattern. None of these is especially costly. Most of them could happen tomorrow, all of them to the significant benefit of a patient's sleep, I'm certain. Example 2. Neonates. To keep a preterm baby alive and healthy is a perilous challenge. Instability of body temperature, respiratory stress, weight loss, and high rates of infection can lead to cardiac instability, neurodevelopment impairments, and death. At this premature stage of life, infants should be sleeping the vast majority of the time, both day and night. However, in most neonatal intensive care units, strong lighting will often remain on throughout the night, while harsh electric overhead light assaults the thin eyelids of these infants during the day. Imagine trying to sleep in constant light for 24 hours a day. Unsurprisingly, infants do not sleep normally under these conditions. It is worth reiterating that which we learned in the chapter on the effects of sleep deprivation in humans and rats. A loss in the ability to maintain core body temperature, cardiovascular stress, respiratory suppression, and a collapse of the immune system. Why are we not designing NICUs and their care systems to foster the very highest sleep amounts, thereby using sleep as the life-saving tool that Mother Nature has perfected it to be? In just the last few months, we have preliminary research findings from several NICUs that have implemented dim lighting conditions during the day and near blackout conditions at night. Under these conditions, infant sleep stability, time, and quality all improved. Consequentially, 50 to 60% improvements in neonate weight gain and significantly higher oxygen saturation levels in blood were observed, relative to those preterms who did not have their sleep prioritized and thus regularized. Better still, these well-slept preterm babies were also discharged from the hospital 5 weeks earlier. We can also implement this strategy in underdeveloped countries without the need for costly lighting changes by simply placing a darkening piece of plastic, a light-diffusing shroud, if you will, over neonatal cots. The cost is less than $1, but will have a significant, lux-reducing benefit, stabilizing and enhancing sleep. Even something as simple as bathing a young child at the right time before bed, rather than in the middle of the night, as I've seen occur, would help foster, rather than perturb, good sleep. Both are globally viable methods. I must add that there is nothing stopping us from prioritizing sleep in similarly powerful ways across all pediatric units for all children in all countries. Public policy and societal change. At the highest levels, we need better public campaigns educating the population about sleep. We spend a tiny fraction of our transportation safety budget warning people of the dangers of drowsy driving, compared with the countless campaigns and awareness efforts regarding accidents linked to drugs or alcohol. This despite the fact that drowsy driving is responsible for more accidents than either of these two issues, and is more deadly. Governments could save hundreds of thousands of lives each year if they mobilized such a campaign. It would easily pay for itself, based on the cost savings to the healthcare and emergency services bills that drowsy driving accidents impose. It would, of course, help lower healthcare and auto insurance rates and premiums for individuals. Prosecutorial law regarding drowsy driving is another opportunity. Some states have a vehicular manslaughter charge associated with sleep deprivation, which is of course far harder to prove than blood alcohol level. Having worked with several large automakers, I can report that soon we will have smart technology inside of cars that may help us know, from a driver's reactions, eyes, driving behavior, and the nature of the crash, what a prototypical signature is of a clearly drowsy driving accident. Combined with a personal history, especially as personal sleep tracking devices become more popular, we may be very close to developing the equivalent of a breathalyzer for sleep deprivation. I know that may sound unwelcome to some of you, but it would not if you had lost a loved one to a fatigue-related accident. Fortunately, the rise of semi-autonomous driving features in cars can help us avoid this issue. Cars can use these very same signatures of fatigue to heighten their watch and, when needed, take greater self-control of the vehicle from the driver. At the very highest levels, transforming entire societies will be neither trivial nor easy, yet we can borrow proven methods from other areas of health to shift society's sleep for the better. I offer just one example. In the United States, many health insurance companies provide a financial credit to their members for joining a gym. Considering the health benefits of increased sleep amount, why don't we institute a similar incentive for racking up more consistent and plentiful slumber? Health insurance companies could approve valid commercial sleep tracking devices that individuals commonly own. You, the individual, could then upload your sleep credit score to your healthcare provider profile. Based on a tiered pro rata system, with reasonable threshold expectations for different age groups, you would be awarded a lower insurance rate with increasing sleep credit on a month-to-month basis. Like exercise, this in turn will help improve societal health en masse and lower the cost of healthcare utilization, allowing people to have longer and healthier lives. Even with lower insurance paid by the individual, health insurance companies would still gain, as it would significantly decrease the cost burden of their insured individuals, allowing for greater profit margins. Everyone wins. Of course, just like a gym membership, some people will start off adhering to the regime, but then stop, and some may look for ways to bend or play the system regarding accurate sleep assessment. However, even if only 50 to 60% of individuals truly increase their sleep amount, it could save tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of health costs, not to mention hundreds of thousands of lives. This tour of ideas offers, I hope, some message of optimism, rather than the tabloid-like doom with which we are so often assaulted in the media regarding all things health. More than hope, however, I wish for it to spark better sleep solutions of your own, ideas that some of you may translate into a non- or for-profit commercial venture, perhaps. Conclusion. To sleep or not to sleep? Within the space of a mere 100 years, human beings have abandoned their biologically mandated need for adequate sleep, one that evolution spent 3,400,000 years perfecting in service of life support functions. As a result, the decimation of sleep throughout industrialized nations is having a catastrophic impact on our health, our life expectancy, our safety, our productivity, and the education of our children. This silent sleep loss epidemic is the greatest public health challenge we face in the 21st century in developed nations. If we wish to avoid the suffocating noose of sleep neglect, the premature death it inflicts, and the sickening health it invites, a radical shift in our personal, cultural, professional, and societal appreciation of sleep must occur. I believe it is time for us to reclaim our right to a full night of sleep, without embarrassment or the damaging stigma of laziness. In doing so, we can be reunited with that most powerful elixir of wellness and vitality, dispensed through every conceivable biological pathway. Then we may remember what it feels like to be truly awake during the day, infused with the very deepest plenitude of being. Appendix 12 Tips for Healthy Sleep. 1. Stick to a sleep schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time each day. As creatures of habit, people have a hard time adjusting to changes in sleep patterns. Sleeping later on weekends won't fully make up for a lack of sleep during the week, and will make it harder to wake up early on Monday morning. Set an alarm for bedtime. Often we set an alarm for when it's time to wake up, but fail to do so for when it's time to go to sleep. If there is only one piece of advice you remember and take from these 12 tips, this should be it. 2. Exercise is great, but not too late in the day. Try to exercise at least 30 minutes on most days, but not later than 2 to 3 hours before your bedtime. 3. Avoid caffeine and nicotine. Coffee, colas, certain teas, and chocolate contain the stimulant caffeine, and its effects can take as long as 8 hours to wear off fully. Therefore, a cup of coffee in the late afternoon can make it hard for you to fall asleep at night. Nicotine is also a stimulant, often causing smokers to sleep only very lightly. In addition, smokers often wake up too early in the morning because of nicotine withdrawal. 4. Avoid alcoholic drinks before bed. Having a nightcap or alcoholic beverage before sleep may help you relax, but heavy use robs you of REM sleep, keeping you in the lighter stages of sleep. Heavy alcohol ingestion also may contribute to impairment in breathing at night. You also tend to wake up in the middle of the night when the effects of the alcohol have worn off. 5. Avoid large meals and beverages late at night. A light snack is okay, but a large meal can cause indigestion, which interferes with sleep. Drinking too many fluids at night can cause frequent awakenings to urinate. 6. If possible, avoid medicines that delay or disrupt your sleep. Some commonly prescribed heart, blood pressure, or asthma medications, as well as some over-the-counter and herbal remedies for coughs, cold, or allergies, can disrupt sleep patterns. If you have trouble sleeping, talk to your healthcare provider or pharmacist to see whether any drugs you're taking might be contributing to your insomnia, and ask whether they can be taken at other times during the day or early in the evening. 7. Don't take naps after 3 p.m. Naps can help make up for lost sleep, but late afternoon naps can make it harder to fall asleep at night. 8. Relax before bed. Don't overschedule your day so that no time is left for unwinding. A relaxing activity, such as reading or listening to music, should be part of your bedtime ritual. 9. Take a hot bath before bed. The drop in body temperature after getting out of the bath may help you feel sleepy, and the bath can help you relax and slow down so you're more ready to sleep. 10. Dark bedroom, cool bedroom, gadget-free bedroom. Get rid of anything in your bedroom that might distract you from sleep, such as noises, bright lights, an uncomfortable bed, or warm temperatures. You sleep better if the temperature in the room is kept on the cool side. A TV, cell phone, or computer in the bedroom can be a distraction and deprive you of needed sleep. Having a comfortable mattress and pillow can help promote a good night's sleep. Individuals who have insomnia often watch the clock. Turn the clock's face out of view so you don't worry about the time while trying to fall asleep. 11. Have the right sunlight exposure. Daylight is key to regulating daily sleep patterns. Try to get outside in natural sunlight for at least 30 minutes each day. If possible, wake up with the sun or use very bright lights in the morning. Sleep experts recommend that, if you have problems falling asleep, you should get an hour of exposure to morning sunlight and turn down the lights before bedtime. 12. Don't lie in bed awake. If you find yourself still awake after staying in bed for more than 20 minutes, or if you are starting to feel anxious or worried, get up and do some relaxing activity until you feel sleepy. The anxiety of not being able to sleep can make it harder to fall asleep. Why We Sleep, Unlocking the Power of Sleep and Dreams was written by Mathew Walker, Ph.D., and read by Steve West. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Why We Sleep, Unlocking the Power of Sleep and Dreams is available in print from Scribner.